trusted here. It's historically not super useful.
Preliminary results of Edison Research exit poll: 84% of Wisconsin voters were white versus 86 in 2020. 63% of Arizona voters were white versus 74 in 2020. 57% of Georgia voters were white versus 61% in 2020. 69% of North Carolina voters were white versus 65% in 2020.
Yeah, those white vote shares going down by that much, and Arizona and Georgia are a little. Georgia, we do track early voting by race, and I guess I get that would be actually represent a slight decline in the white overall vote share compared to early voting, which would not be good for Trump. But like North Carolina, I think this is just kind of noisy. The North Carolina thing doesn't track as much with other things.
Milwaukee is going to have to recount every absentee ballot that had been counted because of this issue. Apparently, just before 2 p.m., an election observer noticed a panel of tabulators in Milwaukee's central count weren't properly closed. The panel that wasn't closed contains tabulators on and off switches. They were supposed to have been locked in the morning. After discovering the issue, Milwaukee election chief Paulina Gutierrez went from tabulator to tabulator with representatives from both parties to close lock those panels. If it would have been tampered with, it would have completely turned off. That would be very evident, Gutierrez told me. I don't think it was tampered with. I think it was just a mistake. And Jacobs, Democratic WC commissioner who's here, said elections are run at the municipal level, and at this point, it's up to the Milwaukee Elections Committee and city attorney's office to decide what their plan is. Now, that's, if I'm not mistaken, Milwaukee is where they count every single vote by mail, right? Like they wait until the.
No, I don't think Milwaukee does everything through mail. I know Wisconsin does have some mail voters. I heard that they're going to count most of the Milwaukee votes at 3 a.m. like they did in 2020.
Yeah.
So that'll be great. That'll be really good for not making Republicans freak the fuck out.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I if I'm not mistaken, I think the all of the states male voters are all collected in Milwaukee, and it comes out of Milwaukee. Like they take all the votes, all the mail-in votes from every other part of the state.
Yeah, they also found that they polled. Well, this is in Michigan. They had the number of people like on U.S. support for Israel. They found 29 saying too strong, 27 saying not strong enough, and 38 saying about right. So I guess you have more, like among the people who actually sort of care about the issue, you have more saying it's too strong, which is something new. But Michigan is supposed to be one of the really pro-Palestinian states. So yeah, they have minus 10 favorables for Trump on the NBC poll. That's actually worse than his polling in 538. He's been at minus 8 most of the year.
Wisconsin exit polls, top issue, 35% economy, 32% democracy. Dude, this is like the liberals are primed. Liberals are in the tank for MSNBC, I think. Like the democracy being a top priority, like 18% on abortion, 32% on democracy is crazy.
Yeah. This reminds me a bit of 2022, where these issues that were sort of seen, the polling indicated were very strong for Republicans and were dominant issues, actually ended up not clocking in that high.
Immigration, I've been saying, is never going to be the top priority. And
immigration is so low here.
Yeah, and what's really fucking annoying about this is that I kept repeating this point over and over again. This is exactly, you're right, a 2022 revamp where like crime and immigration and trans issues are going to be top priorities. Like this is going to be real good for the Republicans, and it's like, no, it's not. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, the NBC only found Trump +2 on crime.
Georgia exit poll showing abortion should be legal at 62%, no at 35%. That's expected.
Yeah, that's actually a little better than I would think, because Georgia's very religious. We have a lot of conservative Democrats through the black vote.
So overall, are you still firm on your lean Kamala assessment, or are you saying it's like even higher?
No, I mean it's tough to really make come to any conclusions with like what we're seeing now. I think from what I've heard, the stuff in Pennsylvania looks good for her, and that was the state I was the most wavering on. Her polling in Michigan has been pretty solid, and like early voting, I like the Secretary of State said that there should be high turnout. The one question mark in that world is Wisconsin because we just have so little information on it. But if the Seltzer poll is anything like close to correct, she should be doing fine there. I talked with people who I know who are active in politics in like all of these states, like everybody from former professors to local reporters to polling firms that are in each swing state. And every single person in each state, like before the day before the election, when I was doing my final rating, said they felt like pretty decent on Kamala in their state. The people in North Carolina were particularly optimistic. We'll see like what that is or how that works, but like and there are some people saying that like the high turnout does represent the pollsters might have been too overzealous in weighting Trump support, but we just don't know.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So if if things go according to your assessment, what are the states that you think Kamala is? I mean, what do you think Pennsylvania is going to look like, and when do you think we'll find out uh,
Yeah. Well,
about
the way this
Pennsylvania?
works, the way that the counting works is that you have, and this is vindicating for a lot of what I've said about Trump, just over the past year, and why he has, in my opinion, he has overperformed Senate candidates. He's seen as a competent, strong leader in a way that these other Republicans aren't. But the way that this works is we're going to have almost full results from Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan before around midnight. We will have a lot of results from Pennsylvania before midnight too, and we will probably have a good sense of where that's going. And they might call it if she's doing very well there. Wisconsin will take until tomorrow to get like a full thing, but again, uh, huh, that feels like an election day thing. Again, they're not really tracking the early voters, but Nevada and Arizona, we won't know for the rest of the week. In Nevada and Arizona, we have a lot of votes that are just coming in through mail that like will come in after the election that they haven't counted yet. So if it comes down to Nevada and Arizona, you might not know who the winner of this is until like Friday, Thursday.
So, do you think that white votes being white votes being higher actually will end up benefiting the Democratic Party, kind of in a way that it did in like 2022, or do you think it just like automatically means that the Republicans are outperforming? In
I don't
yours,
know. I mean, I don't really trust that data. Again, like I said, they only are polling exit poll people on election day. Election day is historically better for Republicans than early voters. So you would kind of expect the demographics to be better for Republicans. What's surprising about this is that these demographics, according to this one Reuters poll, we're seeing lots of different ones coming in. The demographics should be better for Republicans, but the issue polling isn't as good as the polling has been. Trump's favorables are lower than what the polling had him at. Biden's approval is slightly higher. His issue leads and the biggest issues are smaller. Even like this, that's a lower. Like we had some polling that had support for deportation in a majority range, and this does kind of indicate that I think Democrats should have tried to run on a pathway to citizenship, but we're past that point. But uh, yeah, it's a mixed bag. I'd have to see what the Reuters stuff is saying. It's apples to apples, I bet. But I
okay.
wouldn't say that higher black turnout is good. Higher white turnout is good for Democrats in general.
Have you seen this? The exit poll from Fox, Voter Analysis National. What should happen to illegal immigrants living in the U.S.? Chance for legal status, 56%. Deportation, 43%. This tracks, by the way, for those of you who are shocked to find this, this is the most consistent position. When faced with both of these positions, voters overwhelmingly will say they want chance for legal status over deportation. And
Yeah.
I have repeated this position over and over again. While this is just like I guess it's a voter analysis. I suspect this is an exit poll, right?
Yeah, national.
But 43% is dangerously high. It is not shocking. This is the least shocking. If you actually look at immigration data, or immigration questions and the way Americans react to it, this is incredibly consistent. If anything,
Yeah.
it's less. It's a smaller percentage chance for legal status than what people usually report as.
Yeah.
It's
I
usually
I'm gonna
60%.
send you this stuff. The North Carolina exit polling from NBC had Trump as too extreme by +5.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
And Pennsylvania, it was Kamala was 49-49 on too extreme, not too extreme.
crazy. Um, here's Michigan Secretary of State saying turnout is off the charts all across Michigan.
Yeah, that's Jocelyn Denson.
Yeah.
Another possible sign of the polls might not have been reflecting the likely voter environment. Jarrett Renshaw from Reuters says sources tell me that Philadelphia vote total will surpass 2020 totals. Some precincts are as high as 150% of 2020 totals. I think those are mostly college areas because in 2020 a lot of students weren't on campus and they voted from home. But it still like is a good sign for them because Philadelphia in 2022 was pretty mediocre turnout, even as Democrats did very well in Pennsylvania.
Do you think that um do you think that there's any shot that it's like disaffected younger pro-Trump voters coming out in large numbers as well that it increases the turnout, or do you think it's all people in the tank for Kamala who are,
Yeah.
looking at the situation and going like, fuck no, we don't want Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, if you get like to the point where you have these low propensity voters, they're not going to be as solid for Democrats as like the people who show up every time in Philadelphia. But any increase in the Philadelphia or any solid Democratic counties total is going to give them more votes, even if the margin slightly goes down. You'd rather win a county like Philadelphia 75 to 25 with far higher turnout than you would want to win it with 80 to 20, but with lower turnout. Like at a certain point, like the slight like shifts in margins can still reflect a better like vote total for your party. And even then, like, I mean, the way that like they were weighting polls in Pennsylvania, there was one poll where the registered voter screen like had Kamala up by 4 points. There's a different one than the Franklin and Marshall poll. It was by TIPP, and they just straight up got rid of the entire city of Philadelphia on their likely voter screen because they didn't rate non-whites and women and urbanites as likely voters. So, like a lot of these pollsters that were polling these states did not expect good turnout from these Democratic constituencies that turned out in 2020. If you have cities like Philadelphia or Michigan more broadly turning out at the same rates as then, uh, the polling we have seen might not have been reflecting the actual environment.
So, question for you, and I might have misunderstood this. Did you say that the Reuters reporting shows that its overall turnout is beat in comparison to 2020, or just same day turnout?
It says the Philadelphia vote total will surpass 2020 totals.
That is insane.
Yeah,
That's actually incredibly unexpected, considering that it was a COVID, like there was a COVID bump, right? Like,
yeah,
ease of access to voting.
Had mediocre turnout in 2020. I think Biden's margin that in Philadelphia was actually smaller than Hillary's. In 2022, it had mediocre turnout relative to the state. Democrats won that year because they did well across the rest of the state, but it was seen as a bit kind of concerning. And it could have been a reason to expect that Philadelphia could have been relatively weaker this year, like on top of that. So for it to increase turnout overall is a bit of an about face and not one that should be bad for Democrats.
Okay. It might be attributable to college students actually in Philly compared to 2020 when they weren't on campus. Oh, that's true.
Maybe part of that might be the case.
Yeah,
We have seen far higher turnout in college towns everywhere.
That's true. Yeah. I still personally worry that there might be some secret sauce in there for Donald Trump, but that might also be coming from the fact that I think the female vote percentage on these same day voter turnouts from Philadelphia and from college campuses specifically is going to be indicative of whether or not it's like favoring whether or not this is favoring Kamala Harris. or if
Mm-hmm.
it's favoring Donald Trump. But I might also be totally biased because I'm on Twitch. I'm surrounded by fucking,
Yeah.
Aiden Ross fans who despise me, and
Mm-hmm.
that might be causing me to see a different reality because like there are so many. I got a little spooked by Brother Banks. I don't know if you
Mm-hmm.
heard what happened last night at Instrumentum. Brother
Oh yeah,
Banks,
phase.
Mr. Faze himself came out and openly endorsed Donald Trump, and it shocked me to my core.
Yeah,
Um,
phase
okay,
bros. Did we just
all
lose?
jokes aside, like the reasoning that he presented, however, was everything that I've criticized the Democratic Party on messaging. Um, like including but not limited to the hypocrisy on the border wall. He like directly pointed to that. And then of
Mm-hmm.
course there was a lot of fake nonsense that he believed that Elon Musk said on the Joe
Yeah.
Rogan experience about like, Democrats are shipping migrants into fucking swing states to
Yeah.
change the outcome of the election or whatever, which was bullshit. But like um the no new wars narrative, like these are, if this is sticky and if the podcast their vote is, if the podcast watchers out there, young men specifically, are going out and voting in large numbers, then I don't know, it might be a shocking revelation when people are actually
Yeah.
counting the votes. That is something that I'm legitimately worried about. And then also beyond that, I've been thinking about like in our industry,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of people who want to be brand friendly, and even if they have like allegiances to Trump, they have often not communicated that before. This goes
Yeah.
along with the thing that I've talked about before, which is that like there are no more shy Trump voters. Everyone is like very loud
Yeah.
about their Trump support in comparison to like 2016 and maybe even in 2020. Um, and the scariest aspect of that, I think, is the fact that Trump was president for 4 years, and a lot of
Yeah.
people are not recognizing the danger that he presents, especially amongst young men who were possibly too young to remember what it was like when Trump was president, right? So they
Yeah.
have a
He's
fresh
just kind of like a
face.
meme in people's minds.
Yeah, so they have a new attitude towards Trump, that they look at him and potentially don't recognize the danger that he presents. And if anything, they're like, well, he was president already. You can't say that he's going to be fascist when he, was president. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see this as
Yeah.
like a fascist leadership. As a matter of fact, I remember it fondly, right? Like that's
Yeah.
especially because like a lot of people also have completely wiped out COVID from their memories in general, so they don't even consider
Mhm.
that. So these are some of the reasons why I am a little bit worried, I guess, about how
Yeah.
the youth vote might swing.
I'm a
But
bit skeptical of that. Just because they were trying to make this push, and like this stuff was rumored back in 2022, and you still had these college campus areas go like 90% Democratic. Uh, and I think like if we were getting to like if we are reaching 2020 turnout, the case like the whole point of these voters is that they're low propensity and disengaged, and they're not engaged in the process. So you would, if we're reaching 2020 turnout, you would expect these people to be first time voters being added onto that. So we would be getting like above 2020 turnout. If we're like in line with it, then the only case for these non-voters to make up a significant share of the electorate is if you're assuming that Democratic constituencies are making up a smaller share of the electorate, which is, I think, what some pollsters supposedly did. I've read that that's what some of them might have done. But with the high turnout we're seeing in these Democratic areas, it doesn't really seem to indicate that the mix of voting is less Democrats, more like non-voters. The state of where each county is making up what seems kind of typical.
okay, well, I don't want to keep you any further for now. I'll call you back up
No,
throughout the
actually, the
day.
polling is about to the first results are going to come in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, we can wait on that. Yeah. I can have you back in the next 20 minutes if you'd like.
Mhm.
If you want to take a little break
I
in
can see.
between.
Yeah, I think I was about to order some food, but I'll come on once Indiana comes in.
All right, perfect. All right, and we'll get back to you in a little bit. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, bye. Okay, let's take a look at some more of these exit polls that are coming out right now and try to extrapolate some data off of it.
Harris was able sort of to detach herself from President Biden on the issue of the economy yet? Do we have that data yet? Do we know anything about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something. When I see such a big spread between the good and bad for how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy, Harris or Trump with only a 4-point spread, that's interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it best.
Yeah, here's the Philadelphia poll that,
hardship to a severe
here's
hardship.
the Philadelphia vote total surpassing 2020 totals. Some precincts are as high as 150%.
So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy, only a 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these little breadcrumbs are awful interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christine Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Tom, because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake as our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field as we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I want to start with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorably, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you.
More bomb threats at polling locations.
They've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, et cetera.
Yeah, well, certainly the favorable number is a number they feel good about, that they perform better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weight and albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability right now. That's something that the folks in Wilmington or the folks who will be here at Howard University tonight alongside the Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they view as encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters. Particularly, they give us the example of what they're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, pointing to the campuses of Lehigh and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses, there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours right now. They say the campaign is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line. A separate senior campaign advisor telling me just moments ago that support comes in the form of some of the stars of the films from the Avengers series. Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are cast over the course of the day. A separate number we're seeing about another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris folks. Hallie?
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially with Team Trump dumping a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%. His unfavorable, slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Haake at Trump headquarters in Palm. Okay, we had Garrett Haake. It's his live broadcast. Some things happen fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But I will say goodbye to Garrett Haake and I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, friend, I'm here. I've always got your back.
So listen, it's hard to kind of parse those numbers.
Yeah.
54% unfavorable for Trump, about 50 for Kamala Harris for the vice president. Still early in the night, but a little bit better for Democrats in that poll.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years. Can I ask you, Tom, since you're here at the big board, which is going to be your sort of dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270? Because remember, that's what this is all about. The Electoral College, first one to 270, has it in the bag. Talk us through the dynamics here.
Yeah, so we're going to start election night where we left off in 2020, right? This is the way the map ended up. The 7 battleground states aren't penciled in. A reminder, President Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The only one he didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest path to 270, she wins Pennsylvania, wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. Hallie, you see the number right there? She gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, say it were to collapse and Trump were to win all those states, she has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia and flips North Carolina, she gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path, Tom?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching.
Let's look at the Fox News exit polls. Ooh, I want to see this.
Can't reveal how they broke down into the candidates, but we
Condition
can
of the
reveal
nation's
how
economy:
they're feeling.
7%
We asked about the
excellent,
direction
not
of the
so
country.
good, poor.
This number is
good
key.
30%.
Those who feel like the country right
What
now is
the
moving
fuck?
in the wrong direction.
Family's financial
7
situation
out of
getting
10
ahead, holding steady,
American
falling
voters.
behind
This is 10
31%.
points higher than it was in 2020, just 4 years ago. If you were to break this down, also new
How
technology. our
concerned
heat
about
map,
healthcare costs?
You can see some
Very.
of those darker areas on the heat map, especially
How
those
concerned
Sun
about
Belt
cost of
states.
gas?
This is where
Very.
they don't like how the country is heading or where it's heading, and that could be very revealing as we continue to watch the election results throughout the night. Another top finding: we know the economy has been key, and Americans just haven't been feeling good about their finances. We asked about their family's financial situation, and look at this: while 13% say they're getting ahead, 56% holding steady, 31% of respondents said they feel like they're falling behind. That's more than 3 in 10 voters. Also perspective, that's 13 points worse than it was just 4 years ago when it was at 18%. I'll finish off with this key finding. We're going to have a lot more as we move throughout the evening. We'll break it down by candidate once the polls start to close. Asylum seekers. We know immigration is up there with the economy as a top issue. We asked voters, do you favor or oppose reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum in this country? Those that said that they favor reducing the number of asylum seekers, nearly 7 in 10 voters. So this is just some of what we're seeing early on. We'll have a lot more, guys, as we move our way throughout the night with our Fox News voter analysis. Harold, back to you.
Guys, thank you, Sandra. It's the
Damn,
first
they're
part of what
ripping
we're
through
gonna
these
get here
fucking
as
exit
the
polls. I
evening
want to
goes on
see them.
before polls
I want to see
close.
the
Do you
exit
have
polls where they're
reaction to that,
pushing
Dana?
through. They're pushing past.
I appreciate what Sandra does.
Supreme
and I
Court
find
job
this so
performance.
interesting, the Fox News voter analysis
Strongly
is great
disapprove,
information.
somewhat
I
disapprove,
can't see
somewhat
the
approve
screen
at
very well,
33%
but I
is
was able to see it
shocking.
over Greg's shoulder. And one of the ones that comes up says, how worried are you about the price of groceries? And how much is that on your mind? 67% said very. Okay, that's how you also get to 70% thinks the country's going in the
So
wrong
they're going to
direction.
pick and
I think
choose
that
all
those
the things
numbers
that they
point
think
to
favor
one.
Donald
The other thing I
Trump
noticed
without
was
recognizing that,
housing
like,
was well over
without
50%.
recognizing that Kamala Harris
Very
actually
worried.
has had
So, the economy
significant
being the number one
policies,
issue since May of
like
2021,
for the
I think could be
cost
playing
of
out
groceries,
tonight,
for
and
example.
it
Like,
won't be a
I'm
surprise
willing to
that
bet that the reason why Kamala Harris is caught up to Donald Trump on the economy broadly is precisely because Trump has no good answers for it, and Kamala Harris has actually, at the very least, has brought up a solution to price gouging, for example. So, I think that is not exactly something that favors Donald Trump unconditionally.
Benefit of Donald Trump.
Jesse, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, just only 13 ahead of Americans feel like they're getting ahead financially in this country, and that's just, as the closing argument that Donald Trump made that Greg highlighted, we expect more than that from this great country.
Greg? Your thoughts?
American exit polls are pretty crazy, by the way, because exit polls are like, should we institute full-blown communism? 60% of Americans say yes. Should we do full tilt fascism? 30% of Americans say yes. And then the Democrats are like, we need to tack to the center. What we need to tack to the center is, what we need to do is tack to the center more, maybe even become more right-wing. And it's like, you didn't see the immigration numbers? I did. Fox News' own fucking national poll showed that 56% of Americans want, if given the option between the two, 56% of Americans want conditional amnesty, pathways to citizenship, versus 40% of Americans that want deportation. So that is an incredibly consistent result across the board. When asked, Americans overwhelmingly and consistently support. There it is. Chance for legal status, 56%. Deportation, 43%. There you go. There you go. It literally just, I'm so glad that they just showed that, albeit for a brief moment. It is always, and by the way, it has always been the case. This is why I lose my fucking hair and I lose my mind when the conversation of immigration or the conversation on trans issues are so fucking tack to the right. Like the starting position in the media, both from liberal outlets and also across the board, is always centering right-wing opinions. Okay? I despise that. I despise it because it does not reflect the broader attitudes of the American populace. Okay? Americans are nowhere near as reactionary as it is as they are represented in the media. Okay? This shit pisses me off. That's why you hear from MAGA supporters consistently that say, oh yeah, we want to build a wall, brother, who then will turn around and in the same breath tell you, diehard MAGA supporters will tell you, oh yeah, no, if there are immigrants that have been living here for a very long time, then, you know, they should get conditional amnesty. We are a nation comprised of immigrants, and not only are we a nation comprised of immigrants, we broadly have more positive attitudes on immigration than our European counterparts. Okay? This last election cycle being a basically Republican primary on the issue of immigration does not change that reality. I am still very upset with the fact that the Democrats have presented a false narrative on this issue and have tacked to the fucking center, and not even the center, tacked to the right on this issue. But the reality of the matter is most Americans will still go out and vote for Kamala Harris, regardless of that calculation, regardless of the fact that they are more pro-immigrant than Kamala Harris. Do you understand? Just like not every fucking person that's voting for Donald Trump is voting specifically because they want to do bloody murder on migrants, okay? There are two major indicators for this. I always repeat this over and over again. Republicans, one, have a policy. Republicans vote for policy that they do not think about the impact of. That's number one, okay? Republicans always think, oh yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'm pro-life. Who gives a shit, right? They either don't care about the potential consequences of that legislation passing or think that it will be fine, okay? And then when it's no longer a hypothetical situation and actual reality, you see the results. People are very frustrated with the restrictions on abortion. Republicans themselves are very frustrated on the restrictions of on abortion. That's why Donald Trump immediately was like, "Oh, I think that there should be exceptions. I'm actually the godfather of abortion. I'm the godfather of IVF." So this is something that you need to understand. The second part of this is also, like I said, Republicans, one, don't know the impact of the policy that they're advocating for. And when met with the impact, and there's polling on this as well, when they ask them, like, well, this is how it's going to play out if you, do you still agree with this policy? They don't believe it. They're like, nah, that's not correct. One of the easiest answers I can give you is the overall disapproval of Obamacare, especially amongst Republicans. I don't know why you think Americans are progressive than they actually are. I just described it to you. Oh my God. You're literally looking at one of those. You're literally looking at one of these examples right in front of you. I'm not fantasizing about an America that is like technically more progressive. I'm telling you with actual fucking data points that Americans are broadly more progressive than the way that they are presented, the way that they are represented in the media. Okay? Americans will say, especially Republicans, for example, will say they hate Obamacare. When asked about the ACA, like, for example, the fact that 26-year-olds can stay under their parents' health care plan, or the fact that they have stopped insurance providers from denying insurance to people with pre-existing conditions, they say they love that shit. Even Medicaid, which is a Band-Aid solution, but an expansion on readily available health care at a certain point, if you are too poor to get regular health care, private insurance, that's also seen as popular. Republicans refuse to expand Medicaid, and then ballot measures in each of these red states that people fight long and hard for turn around and actually force these red states to push for Medicaid. How the fuck does that happen? Why is it that Florida is deep red, but simultaneously they are by 66% most likely going to make marijuana legal? Okay. Why is it that Florida is deep red, but again, by 60+%, they are voting to, in a ballot measure, protect abortion? Americans love a progressive ballot measure that is not associated with a Democrat or a Republican. They love that shit. They vote for it overwhelmingly everywhere. Okay. They vote for it overwhelmingly across the board. They will institute gay space luxury communism if it's a faceless, lifeless ballot initiative in a state like fucking Kentucky. Okay. That's it. There are certainly a scary percentage of people in the United States of America, there are certainly people who want to do harm to immigrants, okay? 100%. But there's a much larger number of Americans that either A, think that mass deportations mean they're only going to deport the bad undocumented immigrants, that they have fantasized they're out there doing mass rapes and mass murder and drug dealing, or they don't think about how damaging this would be to both the economy and how inhumane this will look like at all. Okay? You need to understand that. I'm just a tad bit scared Trump could win. I mean, it's not looking too great for Donald Trump right now, but we'll see. Another example I have presented over and over again is trans issues and trans rights. 64% of this country thinks that trans people are unfairly persecuted. 64%. There are not enough people out there who are going out and voting to fuck over trans people. Okay? That's just not a reality. Republicans present it as a false narrative that they themselves believe, a narrative that actually, in my opinion, takes away from a lot of the stronger aspects of Trump's campaign, potentially. He could be talking about the motherfucking economy and how he's going to fix it, but he has no really good solutions for it, but that's besides the point. But he could technically still talk about every moment that he's talking about how, like, we're going to kill trans people. We're going to make sure they're trying to make your daughter trans. They're trying to make your son trans, whatever the fuck, right? Every moment that he's talking about that shit is a moment where he's not talking about the economy. It is a waste of space. It is a waste of tens of millions of dollars. Donald Trump himself also literally said in yesterday's rally that no one organically has ever brought up the trans issue to him. In his rally last night, he admitted that. Donald Trump admitted that again in a rally a couple years ago, if you remember, where he was like, you know, you guys really love the trans stuff a lot more than even when I say the I'm going to lower taxes. You like the trans stuff even more. Anyway. Yeah, here it is. Trump says he'll keep men out of women's sports, then adds nobody has ever organically brought up that issue to him ever. It's because his crowds at his fucking rallies, the most diehard MAGA loyalists, go crazy. They go hog wild when he says it. So he has developed a false perspective on this. Yeah, and this is obviously the Owen Jones video where Owen Jones went and talked to like some Trump supporters at a fucking Trump rally. And the guy was literally like, there was a Trump supporter who was like, I wouldn't teach my kids to hate someone for who they are. Even though the guy was like openly transphobic. And many people will say, oh, dude, it was because he was on camera. It's like, you think these guys who are fucking insanely transphobic are going to hide that perspective? Matt Walsh literally openly talks about how transphobic he is on a regular basis. He doesn't fucking hide that shit. You're crazy. All right, let's see. Where is Steve Kornacki? Y'all are saying Steve Kornacki's out? I don't see it. Is he on NBC News? Where are you guys seeing? Where are you seeing Kornacki Cam? Okay, that's not out. He's not out yet. They haven't unveiled him yet. They have not unveiled the Kornacki Cam yet. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Kornacki Cam is coming out in a second. All right? Chill out. It's going to take a couple minutes. You got me all excited. You got me hot and bothered. His coworkers say he's well oiled. We're caffeinating and hydrating him. We're making sure he's eating. Steve Kornacki, the national treasure, is rested and eager for his quadrennial Super Bowl. He also just reported the overwhelming majority of Georgia's vote should be reportable shortly after polls close. Republican city commissioner calls out Trump for lying. That's amazing. Philadelphia's Republican city commissioner. There's absolutely no truth in this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure. Not that it fucking matters, but this is exactly a rerun for the record. Once again, another goddamn rerun of 2020. Another goddamn rerun of 2020. This is literally what happened. This is straight up what the fuck happened in 2020. What is this, Bleak? Just had a difficult dinner with my wife. She asked me why I was not voting for Democrat. I thought we agreed with our therapist not to talk about this. My wife is not the Netflix female lead. She does not have hidden skills in martial arts or cyber engineering. What the fuck is this? I can't read all this. This is too much to read right now. Someone said new Trump tweet. Okay, Kornacki's coming in. Kornacki is about to be deployed. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jackson.
It's Kornacki time.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air here on NBC News with brand new exit poll data. Our first early look at what voters think, what matters to them. All of it as the first battleground.
This isn't Kornacki. Hold on. Where's Kornacki Watch? Someone had linked it to me before. Give it to me. Give it to me again, chat. You can send me links if you are subscribed, by the way. Remember, subscriptions are free as long as you have a Twitch Prime, or $6. You can send me all of your fucking favorite links. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and then be able to send me links that way as well. Remember, Twitch Primes are free, folks. I will be flexing throughout the day when I feel like it for gifted subs. Like Bruce, thank you for the gifted subs. There it is. There it is. There it is, folks. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. Unleash him. I'm going to keep flexing as the subs are rolling in because I can't call out every single person. I'm sorry. Boom. 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 Okay, this song is a little out of control here. Oh, my Lord. Channel your inner Kornacki song. I should have worn a khaki today. I will be calling. I will be calling Ed Instrumentum in a second. I will be bringing him back on after this. I need to eat as well. What is this? That ipamorelin doing you well, Hasan? I don't know what ipamorelin is. Is that a steroid? Thank you for thinking I'm on steroids. That's actually very kind of you to say. Your anterior delts are pretty good, man. Nice work. Thank you. You know, I got the rear delts too. Don't worry. Ha! Ha! Drujan! When the fuck is this guy getting in here? What's happening? Are you literally just watched you eat? Are you not full? I have not eaten yet. Okay, we'll get back to Kornacki Cam in a second. Okay? Let's look at Fox News coping.
That are toss-up. They are up for grabs, and they are more than enough to put either candidate over the top. And that will start to play out just minutes from now.
Georgia is the first battleground to close its polls. The Secretary of State there expects to have results tonight. The biggest prize of the night is arguably Pennsylvania. Polls close there at 8 o'clock, but a technical glitch in one county is prompting officials there to extend voting hours. In fact, officials have extended voting hours at precincts in several battleground states at this hour. More on that in a moment.
So really, one of the early stories here is the early vote numbers, and they are absolutely astounding. More than 84 million Americans cast their votes early. Many of them were in the swing states that will decide the race for the White House.
It's obviously not just the presidency we're watching. There's a lot at stake in the House and the Senate. First, on the Senate side of the Congress, there are 51 Democrats, including 4 independents aligned with them, and 49 Republicans. The GOP needs a net gain of 2 seats to take the outright majority. If former President Trump wins his race, Republicans would need just 1 pickup to flip the U.S. Senate because the vice president can cast the tie-breaking vote.
All right, let's go over to the House side of the Capitol, where Republicans hold a razor-thin majority, 220 seats. Democrats have 212. 3 vacant seats are likely to remain in party hands. With every seat up for grabs tonight, Democrats only need a net gain.
Oh, he's complaining again. Philadelphia and Detroit. Heavy law enforcement is there.
Special team Fox coverage. Our reporters are standing by in the battlegrounds and really all across the country. First, let's go to senior national.
Not looking good for Trump, folks. Not looking good for Trump.
Who to vote for in the last month. 86% made it before that. And you also have people
He's
who
already
decided
hitting
in
the
just
stop the
last
counts
week to turn out as well. We're going to pull those numbers up in just a second, too. 7% in just the course of the last 7 days. And you've had some news made over the course of that last week.
It is.
He says, stop the counts, stop the steal.
To watch for tonight has always been, are we going to see a 2016 effect? And what I mean by that is it's pretty clear now in hindsight that going into the election, there was a lot of voters waited to the last second to make that decision. And they made the decision, and all of a sudden, all those late deciders went to him. So when they all move in the same direction, that usually tells you, that's the person that usually wins.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that. And as we do, I also want to keep an eye on some of those economic numbers as well, because as you saw, the economy, if it is not the top issue, and again, those numbers might shift, it might end up that way at the end of the night, it is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy and you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion. A far and away the number one thing for women. And the younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good, more than 7 out of 10, 7 out of
Okay, let's do NBC. Jacob Soboroff.
Okay, good.
Friend of the show, Jacob.
We're doing great. Kamala.
I was going to ask who you're going to vote for, but I didn't need to.
Kamala, because my voice matters.
First time voting?
Oh, yes. I'm excited. Oh!
Congratulations, you guys. You're almost there. Come on, Rachel. I'll show you all the way to the back of the line here. I was saying 500,000 people are going to show up, they expect, on Election Day here. As you know, this is where the Harris campaign wants to drive up the numbers to sort of counteract that T in the middle of Pennsylvania, to counteract the rural votes that the Trump campaign is expected to get. The line stretches on and on. It has been like this all day long. Originally, they had 10 voting machines inside this location. Oh, look, the snacks are here. Originally, they had 10 voting machines in the location. Now they've got 12. They're in the process of setting them up right now. There's less than 2 hours until the polls close here. Every single person, just showing the snack people. Thank you. Every person that's on this line is going to be able to get in at the end of the night. Maybe I just want to check in with people at the end. They seem to be having a serious conversation. You're at the end of the line. You're prepared to wait?
Yeah.
First time voting?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Scared. I want Kamala to win, but I think she will.
I appreciate your guys' time. Congratulations on coming out to vote for the first time. It's always an exciting thing, Rachel, to see people coming out, exercising their right to vote, especially for the first time. Here at Temple, as we always say, until all the votes are cast and counted, we don't know what happens. But this is an encouraging sign, I think, for the Harris campaign.
Jacob, I have to say, I know that it's our job to cover this, and we have all sorts of responsibilities. My single favorite thing about election season is myself voting, is casting my own vote. My second favorite thing is hearing other people who are about to vote talking about how excited they are to do it. And when it's first-time voters, it feels like it's turbocharged in terms of just like the civic jolt you get from it. I imagine you're going to be like 10 feet tall by the time you get out of there tonight.
Every single person I talk to, and I love.
God damn, they are lived up over at MSNBC. Holy fuck!
That are coming. They haven't stopped coming all day long, and we're talking about ultimately it will be thousands and thousands of people that come to this polling place alone. As you said, when they're first-time voters, there's something special about it. There's a magic to it. Earlier tonight, they had performances out here, people rallying. By the way, they even mentioned Paul Rudd was out here. It was not on my bingo card to say I saw Paul Rudd at a polling place in Philadelphia, but he was handing out water. All kinds of things are happening in extraordinary ways out here in Philadelphia on this election night 2024.
Jacob Soboroff, we will be back with you, my friend. Keep walking, keep talking to people, and give me some of what all those first-time voters are on. I'm enjoying it by proxy. Jacob, thank you. Let's go to Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board. We're getting all of our camera
Sources
angles
in Georgia are saying
here because this is going to be
more bomb threats coming into heavily black polling stations there.
Most of the vote before we get in the first fully closed
I told you
state.
this shit, dog.
Can you tell us what
I
you're
fucking
gonna be
told
watching
you.
For, what people at home should be watching for in terms of the first data
All right,
we're going
let's
to
hear
get?
what Kornacki has to say. We'll get back to the bomb threats in a second.
You do see some votes here. This is the national popular vote, such as it is right now. As you say, the polls closed in a lot of Indiana. A county here. This is a heavily a Trump county, not far from Terre Haute. In Kentucky, we've got Kenton outside Cincinnati, Floyd, coal country. A couple counties are just a scattering. That's what's going on right now. But the action is going to start less than an hour from now. And it's going to start in a big way. 7 o'clock, the first battleground state poll closing. That's going to be in Georgia. And let me just give you a sense. This is going to fill in all night, but let me just give you a sense of a couple things we're going to be looking for in Georgia and beyond. So here's what happened in Georgia in 2020. I think we all remember. Joe Biden won the state, first Democrat to do it since 1992. He did it by less than 12,000 votes. So what are we looking for when Georgia closes at 7? We expect a ton of vote. Like 80% of it in that first hour, 7 to 8 p.m. One place I'm going to zoom in on, I call it the blue blob. In fact, I'm going to zoom in on it right here. It's Atlanta in the immediate Atlanta metro area. These are 9 core counties, exploding population, dramatically moving towards the Democrats, diversifying in terms of demographics. More and more Democrats drawing their votes out of here. Joe Biden got almost 70% of the vote in here in 2020. More than 40% of all the votes in Georgia are going to come from this blue blob. Key question when Georgia comes in. Is it getting any bigger? And the place to look for that, see this county right here? That's Fayette County. That's where we're going to look when the polls close, because this could be an indicator for the rest of the state, for the rest of the night. Fayette County is sort of a tipping point county. Is it going to join that blob? About 12 years ago, it was more than 30 points Republican. Mitt Romney won this county by 2-1. Since Donald Trump became the Republican nominee, this very suburban county has trended fast away from the Republicans. Democrats got it down to 27. Do they flip it tonight? If they do, they got to be feeling good about what's happening in Georgia. We're going to move up to North Carolina at 7:30. Again, we expect lots of results, lots of places we could look here, but we're going to show you one key swing county. It's a smaller one outside of Raleigh here, but you take a look at it, Nash County. Now, Nash County, it's pretty racially mixed. It's about 40% black, about 50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue maybe about how North Carolina, I don't want to say Carolina, folks in South Carolina aren't going to like that, how North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from originally. Remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here, to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan.
Chad, I don't know if you know this, but there's an election happening, dumbass.
Points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The
subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime.
Trump friendly. Now here's the test we're going to be applying
for
throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off. Here's how these two counties went.
Also, you need to follow if you want to be able to write, but you can subscribe if you want to be able to type as well.
Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic
The bots were going crazy, dude.
Percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word all night in Wisconsin, is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 85% white, a lot of blue-collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. This collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This drop from 10-7. Given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha County's got 400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this is the start of a lot of talking that you're going to do tonight and a lot of information you're going to be giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that.
We're not just spending election night with you, okay? We're spending it here at the Hasan Piker broadcast, as a matter of fact. That's where we're watching it. Yeah, this is funny, but also not so funny. Did Biden drop out? Interest over time as of today, skyrocketing.
But also,
let's see what Todd is saying.
They're not even certain that either president is going to make them feel great. Yeah. They're just clearly nervous about what the other side might do. Look, the other takeaway I have here is the fact that I think the makeup of this electorate, fewer people identifying with either major party. Now, if you think about it, if you're dissatisfied with the way things are going, you're not happy with how if you think democracy is threatened, then it actually makes a lot of sense that you don't want to identify with either major party.
That's right. That you're not
down. I think that's a big deal. I think we're in a moment here. We've been in the middle of a realignment. This feels like we're in the middle of another one here. In fact, there are going to be more people identifying as independent, more people identifying as moderate that have ever voted in the last two times that Donald Trump was on the ballot. I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I'd be very careful reading too much in it right now.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway is let's be careful then, thinking we know anything based on some of these.
It's pretty clear, right, that whoever wins independence is going to win this election because it's the only way you can win because fewer, literally only fewer than 3 in 4 voters are picking one of the two major parties to identify with.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get on that road to 270. So I want to head to one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The
you
city
are 5.4% of all Twitch viewership right now?
All of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain this. Why is this?
Yeah, Hallie, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather all of that early vote, people who voted early in person and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one location. And what they found is that the 13 high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of an abundance of caution and to eliminate any doubt and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
What the fuck?
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state, and we'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there in just about 40 minutes from now. Remember, this was a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support that.
Silence, my man.
Asking voters there, how confident are you that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%, say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there. Blaine, give us a gut check on where things stand.
Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the Fulton County Elections Hub. You talked about polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those mini claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Hallie, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and...
I want to see what this fucking loser has to say. Oh, he's got the whiteboard out too.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania tonight.
2 boards. He's got lots of Sharpies. It's going to be a long night. To your point, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. And if that comes down to the wire, we may be talking about that later on.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm shocked that Karl Rove is still alive.
On the ballot, then tried to get off the ballot. Then he supported President Trump, and he could potentially be a spoiler in Michigan and Wisconsin. We don't know that yet, but we're going to wait and see. We're going to be watching that for sure. So we are waiting for our first round of poll closings. That includes key battleground states. Harold just mentioned Georgia is one of the first ones we're going to be watching. We have reporters literally everywhere as our special coverage continues.
So, election night on Fox News Channel.
So what's really shocking, but I guess not so shocking, is that this is their get out the vote message. And it's really fucking stupid. And Charlie Kirk has been pushing this a lot too. I actually wanted to show that. Let me see if I can find it here. Here is not Charlie Kirk, but Colin Rugg. Male Kamala Harris voter starts crying on CNN, says he's voting for Harris so his daughters can have abortions.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
JD Vance wasn't kidding when he said low T men lean left. First of all, I just want to say, even if without the subscription, low T men, excuse me, okay? I have more testosterone in my fucking pinky than like the entire Republican commentary circuit combined. Suck my fucking dick. That's number one. Little bitch asses. Me. You guys have low T. If you fucking talk about low T, you literally are not the thing that you think high T is, okay? Now, that's number one. Number two, this is what their attitude is, and it's yet again an incredibly hyper online way to both campaign, and it's very it reveals the attitude that the Republicans have in general about this issue. They like can't comprehend that like men would care about abortion. They can't comprehend that men would care about reproductive rights. And they think it's like, oh, you're gay. Oh, what are you, a woman? Like you care about fucking abortions? Like, dog, you are so lost in the sauce. This is an issue that 75% of the nation has historically been in defense of. That's not just women. You know what I mean? It is such an unimaginably unpopular thing that the Republican Party did. So for these fucking dickheads to basically run on like, oh, if you're a real man, like vote for us, fuck these women. Like you are not on TikTok, okay? You can't do gender wars like this when you are trying to put together a national campaign. So understand that this kind of attitude is probably part of the reason why so many women are going out to vote and are most likely voting for Kamala Harris.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Who did you vote for today?
Even from the false presentation of what masculinity is to a lot of these guys, what being alpha is to a lot of these guys, which, by the way, when they say alpha, when these guys say alpha or beta, what they actually mean is confident, okay? Strong, confident. But there is nothing more manly, I guess, even in the way that they falsely understand what manliness is, than defending those and using your voice and your power to defend those who are marginalized. This is a thing that I cannot explain to young men in general. I try to do it to the best of my ability. But it is a weak man that tries to undermine people that have less than them. It is not what strong men do. Okay? So the idea that this person is like demonstrating their own emotions on television, being like, I'm doing this for my daughters, I'm doing this for the future of this country. To look at that and to say, oh, you're gay as fuck, dog. You're so low T. You're fucking beta. Not me, though. I'm tweeting. I'm tweeting on Twitter. I'm so fucking alpha. That's what strong men do. They tweet about fucking men, muscular men, manly men, and how muscular, manly men vote for the zestiest president of all time, Donald Trump. Like, you're not. You're not a real man at all, okay? You are not fulfilling the societal standards and the expectations that you have set forth for yourself for what it means to be a man, quote unquote. It's very stupid. I can't stand this shit. And it is so tailor-made. It is so tailor-made for the most insecure young boys out there. And I know how those young men feel because I was once one myself. Perhaps a long time ago, now that I'm 33. But I get it. I understand what it's like when you're, unsure of yourself, unsure of your future prospects. I understand that shit. Do not lean into the Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk, Republican circuit that tries to tell you a different reality. Okay? Do not get deluded into believing these fucking dipshit losers. Anyway. Brett Favre, if everyone put God first, this would be the results. Yeah. Remember when he stole from the, state of Missouri or Mississippi? Tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, Brett Fraud. All right, let's see what NBC is saying right now.
This country has ever seen, and we are going to cover every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now.
Oh, it was from Missouri, right? Or Mississippi.
Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election rocked by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150.
Okay, I don't care about this. This ad. All right, let's see. First results coming in from Indiana and Kentucky.
Lead. That's with an estimated 3% of the vote. Over to John King.
Count
John,
the votes.
What stands out to you as these first votes come in?
One thing that stands out is that both states are getting about their business in the sense that we're wondering, will the battlegrounds count slowly or quickly?
For the record, this shit doesn't matter at all, but I'm just going to let you know because it's way too
You
early.
see more counties have at least reported some votes than the last
I will
time
be
we were
bringing
here.
in
So what am I
Josh
looking
Ettinger
at? One
Mentum
thing
in a
is
brief
way too early.
moment.
I just want to show you. We expect Donald Trump, of course, to
I'll be
win
bringing him
the state of
on as
Kentucky.
soon as
It's
I'm
been a red
done
state for quite some
to give
time.
you better
But they're all blue
analysis on
caucus, and so you try to see
what counties
in
to
an
look
urban
at.
area that has key suburbs around it. This is Lexington, Fayette County. How is the vice president performing compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago or Hillary Clinton 4 years before that? It's way too early. You see 373 votes to 199 votes, so I'm not even going to do the comparison. But this is one of the things you look at and you say, okay, and so where is there a community like this in a battleground state, right? Because we tend to have nationalized elections. Too soon for that. In 2016, if you were with us back in 2016, one of the very first clues of the Trump phenomenon came here. Came right here. In the early results out of Kentucky, we saw in these small rural counties, not only was Donald Trump running it up, but running it up in excess of Mitt Romney, running it up in excess of George W. Bush, getting new people to come out and vote Republican. That's what made Donald Trump the force he was in 2016. And so we're going to look along these lines just to see, again, we expect him to win Kentucky. So some people might say, why do we care? Why do we want to look at that? Well, as you see, that's Ohio. Right? And then there are Wisconsin and Michigan. There are communities like that in some of the other battleground states as well. So you're trying to see what's happening. So just take a peek here to see. There are 25% here in Greenup County, Donald Trump at 72%, right? So you just go back and look. Is the rural Trump base coming out like they did in 2016 out of the woodwork? So there's 2024. He's at 72%. In 2020, he's at 72%, so he's about matching 2020. You just go back to 2016 and look, there he was at 71%. So essentially consistent turnout for Donald Trump in the small rural counties that are critical to him. Now, we're not done here, obviously. That was only about 25%, I think, when we did it. But you want to look at that throughout the night. That first glance says, okay, the people we expect to come out for Trump are coming out there. I mentioned earlier, let me get rid of the green. Here's one of the places we will look at because it is more interesting in the sense of more competitive. You have Cincinnati right here, Covington, Kentucky right here. For those of you familiar with the area, if you land in Cincinnati Airport, that's actually here in Kentucky. You drive across the bridge into Ohio. You know, there's some suburban areas here, some hotels, some restaurant development, some young people live here. So it tends to be a little bit more competitive. It's still Republican. We're up to 43%, 59% for Trump 2024.
I already know. The entire night, you motherfuckers are going to be crying. You're going to be saying like, oh, it's Jover. There's like 400 total votes counted, and Chad is spamming, it's over, we lost Kentucky. Stop! Cover it up, slut. No, I told you, okay? The fucking sleeves stay off as long as the subscriptions keep flowing. You understand me? Atlas Music. I'm giving the people what they want.
As well. How's the vice president doing in the suburbs? We will get that a little bit later. What are we getting right now about Donald Trump? Let's just look here. Allen County is Fort Wayne, Indiana. So 52% in 2024 right now, about 44%. So it's a fair comparison. We'll see if it changes. 54%, 55% if you round that up, and 58% there, 57% there if you don't round it up. So down a little bit in the early results so far from 2016. Is there anything to make of that, Jake? I'd be very careful about that with only 44%. But it's one of the things you look at in the counties, especially as the suburbs start to expand in places like this. Is Donald Trump close to where he was in 2020, closer to 2016, or is he bringing out new voters in 2024, Anderson? Early in the night, you're just looking for clues.
Yeah, John, we'll continue to check in with you back with the team here in New York. Scott, obviously you're from Kentucky. Where will you be looking over the next hour or two in terms of kind of a litmus test?
Yeah, Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle. And so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously we'd be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white college-educated suburbs, it would be in Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati. You would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight.
There are 300 votes counted so far. Like, I can't even talk. I like looking at this analysis. I think it's funny at this point, but it's like, you can't make any inferences off of this so far. Like, you got to give it like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. %of this chat voted Kamala. New poll running. Oh, is there another poll? 80% of this chat has voted for Kamala Harris. 16%. New poll running. Who did you vote for? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, or other? Damn, there's like Donald Trump voters in the chat. That's crazy. People got to be fucking trolling, right? Vote in the poll. And also, hopefully you voted today. But vote in the poll. Did you vote for Kamala Harris, other, or Donald Trump?
In 2016, even when he won, he claimed that there was massive fraud. He stood up this election integrity commission within the White House that then he folded because it found no widespread fraud. So this is something baked into his DNA. But the clip
True
at which
facts
he's doing
stated.
it, the way he's doing it, targeting Pennsylvania, I think that they're nervous. I think that his behavior in the final stretch of it, I think they recognize their closing message was nowhere where it needed to be. And some of the early projections we're seeing show a momentum that I think a lot of Americans are feeling, that this Trump era may be coming to an end.
Look, I mean, he should be scared in Pennsylvania because there is an energy, there is a surge. Look, you talked to me a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm chewing my fingernails down to my elbows. I'm just worried. The Puerto Rican vote by itself has been lit on fire. Now, people will tell you, different things about it, but what I'm hearing, I talked to a young woman named Camille Rivera. She's with La Brega y Fuerza. It's the only Puerto Rican PAC. They were begging for money. Nobody cared about them, but they had built the only voter file for Puerto Ricans. When this insult comment attacked Puerto Rico, she said it was like wildfire. She said people remember, Puerto Ricans culturally, they vote a lot. They vote a lot on the island. And so there is a big tidal wave.
Your Kamala win prediction is the next Russia won't invade Ukraine. Yeah, except I have learned one lesson from my wrong prediction back then. Don't be a fucking asshole about your predictions. So if you notice, I've been very restrained in my commentary in terms of Kamala Harris's likelihood of winning the election. And that is because I am looking at it and I think accurately assessing the situation. But beyond that, I don't think it's like a fucking wipeout. Anyway, 17% voted for other, 77% with 27,430 votes in the chat voted for Kamala Harris, and 6% for Donald Trump. That's kind of crazy. I guess obviously we have a lot of normies in here that are watching because the election is happening. So they were reminded that the election is happening, and they're like, yeah, let's go watch that young commentator I watch. I don't know. Still shocking that there's 6% people in here that are like, I voted for Trump. We've officially crossed a boundary for a brief moment over 200,000 viewers, and then recrossed it back down to 187 or 197,000, by the way. I would love to do a poll. How many people are from a swing state? Nah. If you voted for Trump, what is this? What is it about this stream that you enjoy? I mean, I think, for example, I have a lot of haters, right, who think I am a terrorist or whatever, or they don't think that, but they claim that I am and smear me on a regular basis. They would rather watch me than watch whichever content creator that they are supposed to be enjoying, because I think they derive entertainment for one reason or another. I try to do my very best to be both educational and also as entertaining as possible. And I think that's part of the reason. Also because I flex for my subs now. I'm basically an OnlyFans person at this point. So that might be another reason. Who knows? All right, let's take a look at what NBC is saying.
To win the White House, each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Yeah. Here's the map. The gray areas are the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number of 270.
Yeah, and this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember, Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia. He can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral votes.
Tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow,
the days ahead.
maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go over to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the Press. And Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling.
Hamilton County, Indiana has flipped.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris has
Suburb
a
of
significant lead
Indianapolis.
with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male
Showing
voters.
Kamala Harris with a lead on there. Hold on.
To see how that bears out.
I'm gonna call Ed and Germantum right now.
Falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states, so that will be notable. Could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester. Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then
What's up? Ed and Germantum is back in the building.
One, Lester.
Hi,
Split ticket
I can share
voters.
my screen.
In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president.
Yeah,
We're looking at what Welker's watching, split ticket voters.
Yeah, I'm looking at here. Give me a second.
So you're going to give us the counties to watch, right?
Yeah, well, this isn't really the county. Well, what's going on is the Washington Post has this thing where they're tracking what these counties are shifting compared to the results in 2020. The thing to keep it, Indiana currently is showing, like every county is showing a shift to the left compared to 2020, which is almost, this is entirely a result of this being early vote. Early vote is more democratic. So like the fact that there's only somewhat small shifts to the left in some of these counties, even though this is the early vote, may, like, on paper, given how overwhelmingly democratic the early voting, the mail-in votes were in 2020, that like may seem to be a little concerning for Democrats, because you still, in a lot of these places, you need to have a third or like about half of the votes still have to be counted. And the trend here in 2020 was that you had Biden making these big gains in the mail-in votes, but there was a big gap between the mail-in votes, how Democratic they were, and how Republican the election day voting was. So there was a bit of like another county came in here, a 7-point shift. There was a gap between how Democratic they were and how Republican the early vote was. So it didn't really necessarily mean much. The thing that could be different this year is that we might have early voting. There's more Republicans who are early voting. We know this in every state, in really I've been tracking the early vote. I'm trying to fix the mic. The early voting has been more Republican comparatively to 2020. The reason for that isn't because Democrats are sitting out in the election, but because Democrats in 2020 voted early because they didn't want to die and get COVID and die, while this year they don't need to worry about getting COVID and dying. They can work. They are fine with voting on election day. They don't need to go through mail. On the other hand, there's Trump called early voting fraud in 2020, and he is making a push to actually get it now. So we could see like kind of like a depolarization of these voting methods. We don't have a fully completed county yet. We want to get a county with its election day voting in. Hypothetically, those could really improve Trump numbers here, but it's possible. We saw that like in Nevada, the election day voting was far less Republican. Election day voting was far less Republican than it was in 2020 and 2022, because a lot of the Republican vote went into early voting when it didn't do that in 2020, and a lot of the Democratic vote is voting on election day. So I'm really interested in seeing what these counties look like when they're fully complete, because so far it's all early voting.
So you're saying that we don't have enough data from early voting to make an assessment, given how different it is in 2024 as opposed to 2020, where for all the reasons that you spelled out, like COVID and the Republicans obviously pushing for early voting this time.
Yeah. I'll let you know once the county is fully reported and what that says. But even then, it'll just be one county. But that'll give us a lot more information. Like Hamilton County here, which is a big potentially indicator of suburban shifts. Hamilton, I mentioned earlier, is a very rich suburban county. Currently, 2/3 of the vote is in, and it currently shows an 8-point swing to the left in 2020 compared to 2020. And if like this is like the case, like this is the final number, that would be really, really good for Kamala Harris. But we could have that last third of the vote of election day voters, and it could be a lot more Republican, and it's probably going to cut this margin down. Somebody who I do follow on Twitter said that it's very unlikely Trump will improve his number in Hamilton County. Like he won't match his number. Kamala's probably going to improve here with the way that this like result is going. But again, we really need to see these finally completed counties. We can't make any inferences off of these early voting.
I don't know. I feel like I'm making inferences right now. You can't stop me.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to listen to me. Nobody does.
Yeah, I'm making inferences off of this, and I'm saying Kamala sweep. I think Kamala's winning Texas and Florida, and maybe even Mississippi. I think.
Yeah, this is the Seltzer verse.
Yeah. Zach Walls says, huge news. Johnson County, Iowa's most Democratic county, is on track to shatter turnout records tonight. If you are in line to vote, please stay in line. We had a U.S. House race decided by only 6 votes here in 2020. Your ballot could make the difference. This is the Seltzer verse.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah, I think that's University of Iowa.
Yeah.
It was the one county Nikki Slaley won in the primary. She won it by a single vote.
Yeah. Here is some information from BBC World. A Trump campaign official has told the BBC that we have seen some shenanigans with voter registration in Pennsylvania. Do you think they're talking about their own guy? They're talking about the Amish.
No, they're trying to like that's definitely that's trying to.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I'm saying that they're talking about what was his name? Scott Pressler.
Yeah. They're trying to say that they're doing fraud in Philadelphia because the turnout's really good there.
Yeah. I still don't know where this is going to go. Like in terms of like what the strategy is here. They're just like gonna say it's fake. They're gonna say that they won. I just don't know if there's like a likelihood of a Brooks Brothers style situation that they might have coordinated and conspired to do again in like numerous states, depending on like what the results look like by the time that like we get to certain percentage of the votes being counted. Hamilton County, Indiana, showing Kamala Harris at 50% with 66% of the expected votes in. Trump won the county by 7 points, but you're saying that this is like early
we need to
voting.
see the final third of the vote. I think that like this is it would be surprising to see the final third of the vote be like substantially more Republican. I think this is probably a sign that Kamala will outrun Biden in Hamilton County, but Hamilton County is a very fast left trending county. It could portend good signs for her in these pivotal suburban areas around Philadelphia, Atlanta, Detroit. But like we need to have the final thing. We need to have a fully completed county. We just don't have those yet.
Is betting 1K on Harris flipping Iowa a good investment? $3,580 profit. I think you guys need to stop betting on fucking politics.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, you don't get anything good from that.
Nancy Pelosi has called it. She said, I've seen enough. Dave Wasserman style. Hakeem Jeffries will be the Speaker of the House. I don't know what the margin will be, but I know that we have the votes to win the House.
Okay, Nancy.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi pulled a Dave Wasserman early on.
Yeah, we don't even have any votes yet, Nancy. You saying that off with nothing.
I mean, if it wasn't for her, this would be a fucking red wipeout from Donald Trump against Joe Biden. So let's be respectful for the Queen.
Yep.
She is she's sitting around, on her money piles right now. Feeling good about the entire process so far. I don't know. I feel like judging simply by vibes and no data whatsoever, just pure vibes based, it does feel like the Republicans are in panic mode, whereas like the Democrats are cruising. Like
I don't know if you saw the Stephen Miller tweet, but he was like begging men to turn out. Yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, that's like, no, I did see that. I have talked about that quite a bit. Charlie Kirk was doing that as well, leading up to the election. And I think that that is yet another clear indication that this is an extremely online campaign. I think that they're perma-fucked. They're perma-fried from the shit that they see and the shit that has motion in, I don't know, like the JD Vance teenager group chats that he was a part of. Like, I think that they're so firmly invested in like winning over these guys, or maybe they mistake like the popularity in the bot farmed Twitter spaces for real, genuine popularity. Like this idea that you're like, yeah, get these men out to go out and vote against these pesky broads is like, are you fucking 14 years old? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's part of this like larger process where they just can't, like, after 2016, even though they lose elections over and over again, they just can't imagine not being popular. Just what they want to do has to always be the most popular thing. And in this race, we're having just it's a situation where they have a lot of headwind, like tailwinds from
I'm going to play the overanalyzed partial results game too. Like I said, this window of time is brutal. Our modeled party ID for the early vote in Hamilton County was plus 17R.
Yeah, his modeling can be off by a lot sometimes.
That is like, how the fuck they modeled it. They modeled it as plus 17R. It's currently looking. It's looking. I mean, that's 18 points.
Yeah, that's. I think that's more of. I would still be a little cautious here. This is more of a sign. Yeah, not a bad start. I think I would agree with that. But Bonier's thing is he runs Target Smart, and it's often really off. The modeled party stuff in states where there isn't registration, just like it often can be off by a lot. So this is more of just a Tom Bonier thing than it is maybe Trump doing awful here. I would still be a little cautious. I'm going to check if we have any fully completed counties anywhere yet. There's one in Kentucky that showed a Trump shift by 5, but that's a very rural part of Kentucky. It may not be representative, and it's not fully in yet.
Well, that makes sense. That was the expectation, right? That Trump is going to be a turnout machine in areas where he's strong. This is going to be the election where like Trump wins Florida because he's just, Trump wins the popular vote because he just like turned out unimaginably strong in fucking Florida. Whereas like, or even like California, but he's not going to win California. But then like it doesn't.
Yeah, in the swing states, it'll be more even-handed. The thing with this is that even though this is a Republican training area, it went from 2016 to 2012 to 2016, it went to like right by like 13 points. But like these results would only really be like consistent with like basically a tied national popular vote. And this is like for a really, you would think, demographically friendly county for him in an uncompetitive state. But again, we're talking about like a county like Taylor County, Kentucky. Like there's just not.
Brian Stelter has an update on CNN. Yeah. Scott Jennings is saying that Trump campaign is Trump calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin right now, encouraging last minute turnout. I don't know the veracity of this, but if that's the case, I mean, that's like they have to be in panic mode, right?
Yeah, that's not what you would be doing, like ideally at this stage of the election. One thing that is worth noting here, and this may have implications for the House, but in this batch of Hamilton County early voting, the Republicans running for the House and I think for governor, not for governor, for Senate and for the House are leading that county by 4 points while Trump is losing it by 1. So there's like a 5-point gap between Trump and these down ballot Republicans. So there is a constituency among this group of early voters of people who are voting for down ballot Republicans but not voting for Trump, which we did see in 2020 and was a big reason why Trump lost.
Yeah. So it's too early to make assessments here, but like, are you saying that there is the opposite effect? Or I guess not the opposite effect, but a similar effect of what we were seeing in the polling for Kamala Harris, like not being able to, Kamala Harris being outcompeted by down ballot races in the Democratic Party, A similar thing.
This is her
potentially-
out competing down ballot races in Indiana. But the important thing here is that Indiana was not one of the states where the polling had Democrats significantly outrunning her. Spats in I'm probably mispronouncing it, is a longtime incumbent. Jim Banks is a pretty unobjectionable Republican, I believe running for Senate for the open seat there. We did have her Republican who was underrunning Trump was Mike Braun running for governor, and that has been reflected in the results. Mike Braun running for governor in Indiana is underrunning Trump by number of I think a couple percentage points of total vote share. So that shows that there is that constituency of Democrats, Trump voters who are voting for a Democrat down ballot that we saw in polling time and time again. The
Split
very
ticket.
close, yeah.
It's
So
my
there is
favorite.
the Trump Democrat constituency is at least to some degree exists.
So I'm hearing reports about bomb threats that are coming out of Georgia, in specifically DeKalb County, in black, higher black population. Yeah, here it is. This is from 6 hours ago, but there's more, I think. Bomb threats coming in at 2 polling stations in Georgia that came from Russia. But then beyond that, there are even more bomb threats potentially coming in. And
they've had to extend voting in those polling stations in Fulton and DeKalb.
Yeah, no. As of 32 minutes ago, police evacuated DeKalb County polling station as more bomb threats target Georgia voters. According to local reporter Brendan Keefe, chief investigator of Atlanta News First, we're hearing of another bomb threat at a polling place in DeKalb County. This is from an hour ago. Brendan Keefe says, we're hearing of another bomb threat at a polling place in DeKalb County where the fire department is waiting for the police to clear the building. The FBI says the previous threats originated from Russian email domains. I don't know how they deal with that. I don't know what happens in that situation.
Yeah, that's tough. They are extending voting on the polls. Actually, just closed in Georgia right now, so I'll move on from looking at these rural counties and these uncompetitive states and go see what they have going on there. I don't know. They might have it on TV right now. If you might want to.
Yeah, I have it. If you want, I can share my screen with you again. Hold on.
No, I'm watching it through the stream. I have it muted. It's just a little behind.
It's better here. You can just watch it live directly this way.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm muted as well, but here, let's see what
NBC News
let's see what
ready to
NBC
make our
News is
first
saying.
projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News
we lost
projects
Kentucky,
that Vermont will go
boys.
on the Kamala Harris column this evening.
Wait, Vermont.
This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right
It's
now.
back.
The early start. Donald Trump out in front
It's
with
back.
8
Oh, wait, no,
electoral
8 is
votes,
larger
3
than
for
3.
Harris. A long way to go to get that 270, but that's where
It's
we
over.
are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important
Kentucky
state
has fallen.
of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Llamas, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020? Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about Indiana because we're getting some vote data here. Still too early to call. Remember, only 14% of that vote is in right now. We also have this great feature on our board where we can show you where the remaining vote is. So obviously, the bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes waiting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here Trump in 2020 won by about.
Stephen Miller, I have to show this. I'm sorry. Holy shit. I can see the sweat from this fucking tweet. What are you doing right now to turn out the Trump vote? Calling, texting, email, driving to the polls. Turn out the vote. That seems good. That seems really positive for. I mean, look, I'm not going to fucking be in a 2016 style compilation being like, oh, libtards owned. Okay. Ooh. I'm holding steadfast. Ooh. What?
I don't know if this is a glitch, but the Washington Post just had in Indiana County 90% of the vote in. It shifted to Kamala by 8 from 2020.
Wait, what?
Boone County, Indiana. I think it may be another suburban area. This might be a reporting error on their part. I don't know how much is in, but this is a supposedly fully completed county. There might be like a input error, which with the percent of the vote they're saying, and they haven't had this problem with the other counties, but this supposedly 90% of the vote in Boone County is an 8-point shift from 2020 to 2024.
Hold on. Can you link it to me on Discord?
Yeah, it's on the Washington Post.
I'm trying to get to the state, like individual state, like the same map that you're on, but I can't.
I'll send you the link. It's on the Washington Post. It's on their analysis page.
Hold on. I'm trying to pull it. Okay, here it is. How counties are shifting. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I have it up on my...
I'm a fucking broke boy.
Yeah. Bro isn't reading the news.
No, it's because I deleted my subscription to the Washington Post because Jeff Bezos stopped. My boss, Jeff Bezos, stopped Washington Post from endorsing Mamala. That was me. That was my take on the matter.
Boone County thing is real.
Would it?
I don't know if it's actually 90% in. They may be wrong here.
I have a login. Send it to the mods, and I'll get it.
Ooh, this might be real. The Indianapolis City Councilor Nick Roberts. He says suburban Boone County with 91% of the vote in. It was Trump plus 18 in 2020, and Trump only plus 10.5 now. So, if this is actually 90% of the vote, let me check how many people voted.
Okay, I got to show this. More good signs coming from the Trump camp that they're definitely doing fantastic. Let's hear what Trump has to say.
Republicans were doing really well.
This isn't 90% of the vote. They put an error. This is it had far higher turnout than in 2020. So there's likely some election day vote that's missing here, but it's not much we don't know from Hamilton.
Okay.
Yeah, what I suspected.
And vote. Make sure you get through and vote. We're going to have a big victory tonight. Republicans were doing really well.
Okay. I like that we're doing election watch, and there's a chatter in here being like, can you show me proof that it takes 10 years to become a legal citizen? I was trying to tell someone, but they want proof, and I don't see anything. We'll get to that later, chatter. I was like, can you help me own my friend in the marketplace of ideas? All right, let's get to CNN. Let's see what they're saying.
I assume they are. David Challing can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes. But normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state. You would say, who's winning Duval County? Right. If you want to say who's winning the governor's race. Who's winning Bush versus Gore. You go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50 to 49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48, right? So you could argue, we need to get the final results. You could argue, if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive this time. If that result holds, we'll see how that plays out, right? This is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is, we don't really have it yet, is here. The I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again, you will see, are Democrats turning out? Right? Are Democrats
Vote
turning
Hub is
out?
calling Indiana.
There's there's been a lot of reporting about
for
this. Harris
Donald
losing
Trump.
a little tiny bit.
Vote Hub
of the Jewish
projection
vote,
coming in
because of the Israel
Indiana's
unhappiness
lost
over Israel-Gaza and how she has talked about that
Western
in the White House.
Fallen.
You'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
Do you have the governor's? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be.
No, it's all right if you want to look. There we go.
Yeah. So
that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And that was. It was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people. Well,
Diddy-crats are sweating bullets right now, says Blue Flagger, because Indiana's lost. Diddy-crats is fucking awesome. That's funny, dude. Good job. Okay, there's at least some Trump supporters in here that are funny.
Yeah, one thing I actually hear is Sumter County, Florida. This is a county in Florida where Republicans have made major registration gains and had a big lead in the early vote compared to 2020. It is 99% in, and it actually swung to the left by 0.2 points. This is where the Villages is. It's a very, very old county. So this may be, especially with the turnout here, it might be a sign that Kamala could be doing well with older Republican voters. That's the racial splits there about what Biden got. It's not Brexit territory. I want to see what the white share is.
Hold on. Fizz, did you get a link for username and subscription for the Washington Post thing or no? First, 99% fully counted county is Taylor, Kentucky. Trump 78 plus 3 from 2020. Harris 21 minus 3.
Yeah, it's Kentucky.
Yeah. So,
but even then, that's only. This is like assuming that there's a even with that shift in these areas that should be base areas for him where he should make gains, like that we've seen this alignment, that would only correspond with roughly a tied vote nationally.
NBC North Carolina exit poll comes out. Is Trump too extreme? Yes, 51%. No, 46%. Would you say that the exit polls in North Carolina are a little bit more reliable given the way that people vote in North Carolina, or less reliable?
No, exit polls in America aren't reliable in general, but I get those. It's not bad to see that, even if you can't really trust them too much.
Yeah. The Mr. Beast constituency is holding strong in North Carolina. Someone says, I was in the Villages in 2016 just before the election. I would be extremely surprised if it showed any shift towards Kamala. The amount of homophobia that's outwardly expressed and conversated by a lot of people active in the community there is astounding.
It's done. It shifted.
No. Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden actually did big numbers in changing the tide in the Villages, no?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he swung to the left. The thing, I'm shocked, honestly, to see any completed county in Florida swing to the left with how big the gap was there. I don't even know what the partisan, she definitely had to do pretty well with independents to have it swing to the left.
All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see what Dana Fash is saying.
Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. Ooh. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better
in Georgia right now.
than
70%
Kamala Harris
of these metro area counties And there are some significant shifts to the left here. Conversely, Trump is getting some shifts to the right compared to 2020 in rural areas in Georgia. But the metro area makes up a far larger part of the state. We'll see. I don't know if this was. I don't know. The early voting in Georgia wasn't too polarized. This might just be persuasion.
Hey, hang on. We're going to go over to Jake for a project.
Damn it, CNN. Their live streams are janky. I got it, Fizz. I got it. Thank you. Okay.
To make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
So you're saying Georgia's going blue is what you're saying?
3% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
Is that what you're saying? Georgia's. It looks like Georgia could go blue.
138,912 vote
the
lead.
metro
I'm sorry,
area.
that just went up. A 224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida, with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia, slightly more competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right now with 58.7%
Yeah, this is the Virginia
of the vote.
shit is
Kamala
bullshit.
Harris says
None of Nova
40.6%.
is in. They shouldn't be talking about this with like 1% of the vote. He's not leading in Virginia. That's one county.
Yeah. No, it's over. Virginia's gone. I think it's red now.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done. This is my favorite part of election coverage usually is like in the beginning of the night when immediately after polls close, like, and they start counting the votes and there's like 400 total votes counted and they're like, oh yeah, it's done. It's over. Donald Trump is winning by 68%. New York Times ahead. Florida at 42%. Yeah. Let's see what Fox
I think
News.
the best result for Kamala right now is Sumter being totally in line with 2020. I think it was extremely, like it was basically the same exact vote because that was a winning. This is in a, like that does bode well for her with rural voters, I would say.
Yeah, Georgia numbers on Fox News showing 51% with 84,000 votes for Kamala Harris. Too soon to call, 3% of the vote coming in.
Yeah.
Are you looking at county specific in Georgia? You were saying something earlier about.
Yeah, there according to the Washington Post thing, Rockdale County, which is in and Douglas County, which are both suburban counties in Georgia, have roughly 70% of the vote in each. Rockdale shows an 11-point shift to the left, and Douglas shows a 7-point shift to the left. This might be like reflective of actual persuasion because there's not a consistent story of like different areas. We don't know what the vote batches here are looking like. I don't think this is just a case where it's just the early vote because we have in some other areas.
Small cities and rural areas showing a bigger GOP swing by 0.9%, whereas major suburbs, one out of major suburbs showing 7.9%. But this is like obviously still incredibly.
That one county in Indiana that's not accurate here. Trump not gaining much in the small counties is, I think, a bigger story.
Okay.
Oh no! I was looking at the Boone thing again, which I believe is wrong. If that's really 90% of turnout, then they had a big turnout loss.
They're saying Trump won independents in Georgia, and they're saying it's Jover in the chat. All right.
According to who?
25, now 32 for Harris.
Kernacki
Democrats
Cam
in
is
all
live.
these
Let's see
counties,
what he's saying.
These 9 counties right around Atlanta. This is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in in some perspective, Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County.
Oh, everybody.
This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other two counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high-college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history, this was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along, look at that Republican margin drop, look at it drop.
The video is too loud. The video is too loud. What were you saying? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's a fully completed rural county in Indiana right now, Decatur County, and it's effective. The margin there is effectively identical to 2020.
Okay. What is the demographic makeup of this
very white rural area, like plus 58 Republicans.
So you're saying Trump is not getting any sort of additional pickup from this county, which you could potentially
relative to 2020, which you would want to see.
And for Trump, what's the inference that we can make from that? That like Trump is not outperforming 2020 results,
not significantly.
Okay.
Yes, Sumter actually finished coming in. It's R+1 now. But again, that's another only slight shift in an area that should be going well for him. His results in the fully completed counties in Kentucky are a bit better, but he's underperforming his performance in Union County. Yeah, you can turn back on Steve here. I want to hear what he has to say.
Could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state, and if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. Okay, here you go.
They silenced him.
Rest in peace, Chris Boozy. Florida did not happen. Crying.
Coming in incrementally, so sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big.
There's a delay on the MSNBC one. Okay. Jill Stein has received 19,000 votes in the state of Florida out of 6 million votes that have been counted so far.
Awesome. Great job.
She can still win. Here's how Jill Stein can still win. We're going to get her to 5%. We're going to get her beyond 5% in the state of Florida.
Oh, CNN has Kamala hitting 60% with the youth vote in Georgia.
Hold on. Where is CNN? Let me pull up CNN. I mean, that's Is that good?
Is what good?
Is 60% better than expected?
The guy who I saw it on Twitter said it was the magic number of 60%. Also, Trump is going to win Miami-Dade. Biden administration kept Cuba as a state sponsor of terror on the state sponsor of terror list for 4 years, only to lose fucking Miami-Dade in the presidential election. Great job, guys.
Yeah. Does anyone have a better link for... Oh, it was Peter Hamby that said it. Harris hitting the magic number of 60% with a youth vote in Georgia per CNN exits. But Trump's numbers on exit polls for Georgia independents is outperforming Kamala Harris. Damn, none of the CNN live streams are working for me. Fuck.
Yeah, rip.
Let's see. Nope, it's just completely tanked. Okay, well, we'll get back. We'll check back in CNN in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say the best stuff right now, and we'll see what the final numbers look like, are the really big swings Kamala's getting in Douglas and Rockdale County from 2020. If she can shift the results in the Atlanta metro area by that amount consistently, she will probably...
The Harris campaign would like to make sure they get some of those Biden disapprovers into their fold, but that kind of approval on Biden is what is giving the Trump campaign hope in a place like North Carolina. Jake?
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. And Dana, I mean, again, some headwinds for Kamala Harris here in these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians of Tar Heels are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's terrain that where Trump traditionally polls better. And then a bad job approval rating for Joe Biden, her boss.
Yeah, it is true about the 70 or 71% of people who are dissatisfied and angry. But I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying that means that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump, I think that what you are maybe not calculating and what David with Anderson are not calculating is that there are a lot of women and men who are dissatisfied with the fact that women don't have the ability to control their reproductive rights in America.
No, look, it's baked in. I mean, the right track, wrong track, we've known for some period of time. And the fact is the race, despite the fact that people are very unhappy for whatever reason with the way the country is going, is still supposedly as tight as can be. So Kamala Harris is clearly going to be able to overcome that. Incidentally, may I just, in the last segment, I said, I don't know why the independents are so heavily for Trump in Georgia. Fortunately,
Fayette County has hardly any votes in here. I wouldn't read too much. It's only at 5% in.
What is happening? They're just like, keep shutting down.
Around the world, rather. Inflation. They don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's basic pitch at the end, which is it's broken, I'm going to fix it.
I don't want to drop the ball on what Dana said, though, about what people mean when they are dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not entirely clear until we're closer to the final tallies.
No, absolutely. But the battleground states are Aaron Burnett's beats tonight. Aaron?
They are, and of course, we're just moments away from polls closing in a lot of these states in these final crucial minutes, really, in North Carolina, crucial minutes. Brianna, where you are in Charlotte, the people still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls, concerns about the economy,
this is like
dissatisfaction that people
a
have.
random channel.
What have voters been telling
that
you?
presents itself as CNN.
They've been telling us, Aaron, that everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020, and this is going to be very important to see the result here, to see how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted. I did. And who did you vote for? For Harris. And tell me about how you came to this decision. So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote.
No!
And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here. Was she seriously going to break up with you? No, I made that up. She didn't say that. But
But it's funny to say that.
So she asked you. She asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020. But what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And
oh
so
my
you came
God!
just before polls
There
closed.
is
But here's
going
the
to
thing:
be
how long did it? Most people have
mass
been saying it's taking them 5 or 10
Sudoku
minutes.
happening
Tell us how long it took you to vote.
in
So, I got
Republican
off work
campaign
at
headquarters
4:30,
across the
drove
state
here
after
about
this
30
video
minutes.
reaches Twitter.
I think I walked in like at 5:05ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to
Damn.
you.
This motherfucker took out. He loves his girlfriend, bro.
2 hours
He
to
took
fix
out.
the address and to stay there and to vote.
God damn.
I mean,
Taylor
all right,
Swift and her
John, but
consequences on the
those are
broader
stories the Harris
electorate
campaign wants.
will
You know
be
what?
talked
Stories like
about.
that.
That's a vote today that was not
For-
going to be
forever.
there yesterday or the day before.
That is right.
Which in a competitive race, it starts with one, and that's how you build, right? So what do we have so far as we look at the map? Let's come out to the big picture first and show you. Sorry, I was just peeking in there. It's early. That's the big headline here. Look at a lot of that gray as we go from east to west. We have a lot to count still tonight. But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now. And you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump, or that's, I guess, better than that.
Yeah, this
lead for Donald Trump,
Shealy
54,000
County,
votes now.
Georgia.
I
is
say narrow and it
95.
grows. That's what happens
it's
on live
R plus
television. You see that
4.
right there.
So
But
this
this is
does
very, very
correspond
early in the
with
estimated
maybe slight gains
So you're
for
looking
Trump
at the
in
map,
rural
this is very
Georgia.
filling in
Mhm.
The
rural
thing
counties.
is
That
that Kamala
the
may
red
counter that with
rural
gains in the
Georgia,
metro
waiting
area.
for rural America.
Guess which of those
Challenge
has
for
more
Harris is to
people?
run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. Saw Victor Blackwell earlier tonight.
Union
in
County,
Gwinnett
Trump
County,
also 85%
very
in,
early on. You have
and it's
4,000, 1,100
Trump is
votes.
actually
You can't add
underrunning
that up. So
slightly.
we have a
These
long way to go.
northern
The
Georgia
competition for
counties and the
Harris
Appalachian
purposes,
Mountains are very
Joe
important
Biden
for
gets
him.
58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there, but that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not,
Yeah,
if
the
you're
blue
losing in some
blob.
areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here,
I'm
only 2%
officially
of the
beating
vote,
my
and again, you
all-time
see,
viewership
what,
record.
45,000 to
Nice.
43,000. This is a state
Hello,
that's going to be
everybody.
around 4 million votes.
It's
maybe
'cause
even
of
higher
you,
than that by the end
Josh.
of the
You
night.
did
This
it.
is very, very
Yes,
early on.
you're welcome.
It's 2% of the vote. But
We
you look
have
at the map and you say,
officially
are there any surprises?
229,000 people in here right now.
Yeah, this could be big. Oconee County, an exurban county outside of Athens, Georgia, next to UGA, my alma mater, actually, has 83% of the vote in, and the margins there are practically even with not just 2020, but Warnock's performance, his winning performance against Herschel Walker in the 2022 Senate election. He won by 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is sorry here. This is what chatters were sending. Highest number of viewership in November 3rd. Thank you for that, chatters. Do you,
Only
so Kamala Harris's performance so far as the votes that we've looked at, as far as what we've seen so far, is pretty good.
I would say that in Georgia, I'm looking at Georgia here specifically, of the limited information we have, she is looking a lot,
look at.
maybe
This
not
was a
exactly
10
matching
point race.
Warnock margins, but she is making the kinds of gains and holding the kind of ground that he did. So we need to see what the rest of the metro area looks like. We need to see what the turnout looks like in the area. If, like, Trump maybe stays stagnant with 2020, but the turnout is higher in rural areas, he could win. But this is sort of in line with what you would want to see if she was going to do, at least compete in Georgia at the very least.
Yeah, but what do you have to say to this? Huge after work surge happening right now in GA, North Carolina, and PA. Wow, the men are arriving. Turnout is surging. Stay in line.
They don't know if those are men voting. It's just everybody votes after work. That always happens.
Yeah, so that's the thing I don't fully understand. I get it. Like, they have their own internal numbers and whatnot that show that they're doing better with young men, especially, and just men in general. There is definitely a gender divide here, but I don't know why they're so reliant on that. The assumption is that men are going to come out in massive numbers and make Donald Trump the the king of America. Like, is there even a, like, there is no indication
it's
that
fan fiction, in my opinion. I don't think I don't know if we're seeing like signs of it now, but it's kind of just something they really want to believe more than something that there is like clear evidence of. I think North Carolina will be closing soon.
Yeah. Georgia, Trump is ahead, 58
Yeah, none of the big
41.
blue blob counties are in yet in Georgia.
Yeah. When are they supposed to be coming in?
Like before midnight at least. The results in Georgia come pretty fast now.
Yeah. I wonder if the bomb threats actually played a role in vote suppression.
It might be. One thing is, Republican Anna Paulina Luna will probably win re-election in a state in a seat that was thought to potentially be competitive.
Also, Republicans projected as the winner in West Virginia, and they've also picked up a key Senate seat.
That was already, we knew they were.
Yeah, it was going to happen regardless, and there was a likelihood that even Manchin was going to lose his seat, which is why he quit while he was ahead.
Yeah.
Also, in other big news, Bernie Sanders is reelected as the independent in Vermont, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
This was a very contested, hotly contested seat for Senator Bernard Sanders. Congratulations.
Yeah.
For his,
you keep an eye on him. He could be big. He could be big. He could make a big impact.
Yeah. For his 78th run in Congress. He's done it again. Yeah.
They haven't updated the Brewing.
I didn't know
County thing
Manchin it dropped out and then also endorsed the Republican.
Oh, Jim Justice.
Well, to be fair, it is baby dog territory. You know what I mean? This is baby dog land, and we're living in it. And honestly,
it's baby dog country.
If I was also in West Virginia, I might have voted for baby dog.
Yeah.
So, obviously, so which are the seats that you think have a chance of Democratic victory in terms of the Senate? Like, do you think Montana's cooked? Florida,
Montana, like I
Texas.
heard there was an internal. The tester was tied, but if there is this rule shift away, that it's going to be like a bit of a tall order. Nothing we didn't know already. The one concerning thing for Senate Democrats, and particularly for Colin Allred, this may be just a Florida-specific thing, but Rick Scott, who sometimes polled worse than Trump did in the polling in Florida, and people thought that they could potentially, Democrats would win the seat while Trump won Florida narrowly, has performed basically in line with Trump so far. So that may be a point against the Democrat Trump voter thing. Which is which Allred would really need. He would absolutely need that to win in Texas. But again, Florida, a very unique state. Some polling didn't show much of a difference between him and Scott. So it's just but that is one point against the some polling data we did see.
Are you seeing Miami-Dade, by the way?
Yeah.
77% reporting plus 10 for Trump.
Yeah. It's over. It's
Dude,
over.
What the? I mean, that's got to be like state migration, right? Like a lot of that's like all the crypto bros, like Dave Porkboy,
more on Wakanda.
Yeah,
what I call it.
Yeah,
that's something we've known for quite a while.
Yeah, there was like I remember looking at some polls like that showed what was it, like a fucking plus 30 red state migration that had happened from like other states, like Republicans from every other state is just like moving to Florida, which is kind of weird because like ultimately God is going to sort it out. You know what I mean? Like they're going to, there's definitely, it's weird to just overwhelmingly have all of your base of support. Keep crying. We don't F around in Florida, especially Dade. Yeah, no, dude, I'm crying.
I thought they were going to do it. I thought Florida was going to be real. Chris Puzzi, how could you betray us like this?
All right. Well, is there anything else that you're looking forward to in the upcoming hour? We'll check in with you again after, going through some other stuff. in a little
Yeah,
bit, or is
yeah.
there anything right now that you want to that we haven't talked about yet?
Yeah, just looking for any fully completed counties that we can to see what the types of shifts were. It's hard to make any inferences at this point where it's just like not full completed counties, especially given how differently different voting types vote. But the more fully completed counties we get, the better of a sense we will have of what's going on tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Josh. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
Yeah. See you guys. See you on the other side.
Okay, let's check in with our big beautiful boy Donald Trump, looking certainly not disheveled, certainly looking good. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it, and vote.
Bro, this is literally, oh my God. Oh my God. Look, again, don't get libbed up. Do not get libbed up. I'm not getting libbed up. I'm not saying that. I'm not getting libbed up. And I'm not saying that you should get libbed up either. You shouldn't. You shouldn't be libbed up at all. Here, look at my biceps instead. Focus on that. But this, I feel like this is not good news. At least what they are looking at. What they are looking at could be, why isn't K-Dem telling me to stay in line? Yeah, it's the Diddycrats. It's the Diddycrats that cook the books already ahead of time, so they're not even worried. That's why.
We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Did they panic like this in 2016? I've only heard from Democrats the notion that if you are in line, you should stay in line to vote. That things are going to get better. I've only heard that historically from the Democratic Party in elections that they're losing. Straight Diddycrat ticket. Let's see. They called Biden. They called Virginia for Biden. No, they didn't. Harris campaign is saying that there are strong signs of enthusiasm among college students. Republican Phil Scott has won his re-election in Vermont governor race. Bernie Sanders has won his re-election as an independent candidate, independent senator from Vermont. Jim Justice and Baby Dog have won in West Virginia, replacing the Democrat-turned-independent Senator Joe Manchin, and gives the GOP a crucial net gain in the party's quest for the majority. That was already slated to happen. It's not like confusing. It's not an underdog situation. It's not an upset situation at all. And that Donald Trump is winning. Donald Trump is projected to win West Virginia. Florida's abortion rights ballot measure is very close, with 66% of the expected vote in Florida. Amendment 4, the ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution, is ahead, with 59% of the vote in favor and 41% against, according to Associated Press. The measure would prevent lawmakers from passing laws that restrict abortion until fetal viability, effectively restoring the standard of Roe v. Wade in the state. But in Florida, 59% of the vote isn't enough, because constitutional amendments require 60% of the vote to pass. So this may come down to the wire. Yes, it needs 60%, but it's likely to get 60%, I think. But once again, Miami-Dade has fallen, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see Felix is covering the election? He hasn't said much, but he's... This is so stupid. Oh, there ain't no way, dog. He's not. It's weird because it seems like he's in his old apartment too. Mixed early numbers in Georgia. Georgia is one of the 7 most important swing states in this presidential election, and early returns there don't reveal much about the direction it may be headed. Now Trump leads about 60% to Harris's 40%, with only 9% of the state's expected vote reporting. But notably, the 2 Atlanta metro areas that have reported at least 70% of their expected vote are both notably bluer than they were in 2020, while many other more rural counties in the state have reported are notably redder. Still, around 3/4 of Georgia's vote so far is estimated to be in early person or absentee, which should be at least somewhat more favorable to Democrats than election day votes. However, the extent of that partisan split in preferred vote method, so apparent in 2020, remains to be seen. Okay. Arizona abortion rights group booted from polls near church. Volunteers handing out leaflets in support of Prop 139, which would guarantee access to abortion in Arizona, were told to leave a polling location in Coconico County because the owner of the precinct opposed the measure, advocates said. The incident happened Tuesday morning outside of a church voting location, according to Jasmine Jewell of Arizona List, a statewide organization that supports pro-choice Democratic women for office. You see the fake Melania? I am not a believer in fake Melania conspiracies. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think that the fake Melania is not real. She can't hurt you. Wait, oh, this is the CNN anyway. All right. Let's tune into Fox News. I want to see what the Fox boys are saying. Don't worry, I lived there and voted yes on it. Thank you. Thank you for preserving. Thank you for protecting abortion in Florida. Chatter.
Continues. We're on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced.
Fucking ads,
For
dude.
generations, people had access.
An experience that you guys do not have anymore at the Hasan Piker broadcast, as I am done with my contract with Twitch and I'm no longer serving them. What I am serving, however, are muscles for you, which you can still subscribe, which will give you access to a whole bunch of emotes, and not only emotes, but also the opportunity to avoid ads in the future if I choose to run them in the future. Or send me links. I mean, people still get ads. We just don't get the fun transitions anymore. Well, noticeably less, though. In Louisville, some of the counting machines were down 4+ hours, and they're refusing to extend the voting window. Yeah.
In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris is 67.5%.
It's done. It's done. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count.
Kamala Harris has 40,929
Stop the count.
votes.
Kamala Harris is winning North Carolina. Stop the count.
But it's still very early. 2%
No,
of the
stop the
estimated
count.
vote is in.
Stop the
Still a lot
count.
of votes
Also,
to count
Pape, thank
in
you for
North
the 20
Carolina.
gifted
In the Commonwealth
subs.
of Virginia,
KT Tico, thank you for the 10
Kamala Harris
gifted.
has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of
Virginia,
the vote.
stop the counts.
Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early. Only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3%
Count
of
the votes.
vote.
Count the
Kamala
votes.
Harris has
Count the vote.
44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,000.
Count the votes in Florida. Keep counting.
987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio,
House Music, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio. Only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7%
Also
of the
stop the
estimated
count.
vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race. We are counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. When a
Okay,
total
for the
of
record, just because having a subscription means you can send me links doesn't mean that I'm going to click on your fucking links, especially like that one crow chatter that sent me a link of crows eating unsalted peanuts. I will ban you if you send me a link that's like some silly shit. Okay, here's Bayer on Fox News projecting that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This is a devastating day. Fox News has projected that Mark Robinson has lost, which is devastating for the black Adolf Hitler supporter, Mark Robinson. A devastating day for the Gooners. We're pouring one out for the Gooners that are in porn debt. It's genuinely a shocking turn of events here as Mark Robinson, a frequenter of, Africa Nude forums. He has been taken out by the deep state, by the Diddycrats. Yeah. Nude Africa Forum, power user. He will, at least the silver lining is that Mark Robinson will have a lot more time to play with his Hitler dolls. No, I'm not kidding. He literally has dolls. And I didn't even joke even a little bit about the fact that he was such a massive porn consumer that he actually went into debt with his local adult video rental shop. This is real. This is real. I need you to understand that that is a real thing that happened in the state of North Carolina. Now, will this have consequences for the rest of the ballot? This is something I've talked about quite frequently. Red states have blue governors. Blue states have red governors. People's analysis of their governors is very different. Like people's connection to their governors is very different than the way they view the rest of the ticket. So oftentimes it's not specifically on party lines. Okay, you know what? Here, we'll run it for really quickly. We'll just show that. This song is called "The Lieutenant Governor Owes Me Money" by Trailer Park Orchestra. It is a song that the owner of the New Vision Video, adult video franchise, made because Mark Robinson owed him money. Many people are saying this song is the reason why Mark Robinson might have lost his gubernatorial race.
Hey, Lieutenant Governor, I'm so proud of you. You're the first black man to hold that title. You might not remember that I sure as heck do. Back in the days before the online view. Hey, Mr. Robinson, mail me a check. Hey, Lieutenant Governor, please don't conveniently forget.
That's right. For the Europeans and the rest of the world that are tuning in right now to the Hasan Piker broadcast to be like, what the fuck is going on with your state of affairs? This is a real thing that happened. The person running for the governor seat in the state of North Carolina, which is now a swing state, Mark Robinson, was outed as someone who openly stated that he was a Nazi, openly stated that he would like to have slaves, openly in Nude Africa forums fantasized about his sister-in-law and piss fetishes that he had, numerous other things, and he is surprisingly lost the governor race. I don't know how that happened. Now, the reason why I'm pointing to all of this is because Mark Robinson came into mainstream success because he had a viral fucking pro-gun. Like he I think it was during COVID. He had like a viral rant about guns at his like town hall meeting, and then Republicans were like, "You're a good guy. We want you to do politics." And then they took this guy who, you know, rose up through the ranks fairly quickly, became the lieutenant governor in the state of North Carolina, and they were like, "Oh, you would be a good guy to run for governor." When he had very openly quoted Adolf Hitler in the past on his Facebook. Like, we knew about that already. And then the K-file data dump came from CNN, where we found out that he had said it numerous times. He had said things of that nature numerous times and had also used the same email for all of his porn accounts. And yeah, that's the state of affairs in the United States of America. It should tell you about how the Republicans are operating. If you look at the Nevada Senate race, for example, you have another, like, he's not as bad as Mark Robinson, but you have another green overall loser that has attempted to run for office in, I believe, the state of Texas, but lost, and is now running for a Senate seat. You have Kerry Lake in Arizona, another fucking loser. Like, these guys for the, I don't know why they're doing this, but the Republican Party is basically now looking for Trump loyalty above everything else. And it seems like they have made some risky choices. I would even go so far as say Brian Moreno in Ohio was a risky choice. Another man who is in the closet, used to be pro-gay, now running on an anti-trans ticket, who was caught, or Bernie Moreno, not Brian Moreno, sorry, was caught on Grindr, which he wrote off as a simple prank from his intern. So, lots of interesting candidates with a shit ton of opposition research and a shit ton of weaknesses overall. I do hope that Sherrod Brown will win that race. He's been pretty resilient. He's been pretty strong overall. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But what is this? Chat, are we cooked? As of 7:25, Donald Trump has 61% chance of winning the presidency. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, I think you are cooked, but just you. If you look at this and you go, all right, well, I guess it's over. I guess it's Jover. Donald Trump won West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. What does this say about the country? Is pretty funny. Unless there is like some noticeable shifts. Like, this could be, I guess, 8% swing in a very educated suburb in Loudoun County in Virginia, 91% of the votes in. From 2020 with Biden plus 25 to 2024 with Harris plus 17. That is potentially troublesome. More troublesome than like this shit. Then get out, like, of the country. What do you mean? Male, you watching this? Man dancing.
Masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that
I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like, there are real people like this. And I told you motherfuckers that there are people like this, and you didn't listen to me. Okay? This is the United States of America. Of course there are people who are like, oh, I wasn't going to vote until I saw Joe Rogan do an interview. Like, I don't know how else I could describe. Like, I don't know how many times I have to explain to people that, like, there are people like this out there, okay? These are real people.
He said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So masculine identity, we've actually been.
I didn't know my ex moved to Arizona. Goddamn. Yeah, no, that's like Kaya. We have a lot of guests. Stop licking yourself like that. That's inappropriate. It's not a matter of do these people exist? It's more so a matter of are they going to go out and vote for Donald Trump? Because these people certainly exist. They're out there. Okay. Their single issue is whether she went on Joe Rogan or not. Yeah. I mean, Americans used to vote on dumb shit like this all the time. Like, the most common trope is like, is the president the type of guy I can have a beer with? It's not that shocking. It's not that shocking at all that people would be making these calculations. Anyway, Democrats in particular might be ready to elect a woman. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that, ABC News. Keeping an eye on interesting race and issues in Maryland. Harris is preparing to speak tonight regardless of vote status. Sources. There's an expectation she might speak. I assume that she'll try to do another unity message while, you know, Donald Trump is fucking running the table and saying that 3 minutes until the big polls close. Yeah. People do more research on what to buy than who to vote for. That is literally true. Yes. That is a real thing, unfortunately. Is Ohio lead real or am I libbed up? This was fun. Now I'm anxious and bored. Wait, what do you mean? Nothing has happened yet. Virtually nothing has happened yet. Like there is nothing that has occurred yet. The needle has not moved in any direction so far. It might get tricky. It might get scary later in the night. But so far, there isn't anything that's, remotely interesting or unique.
Here, it's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting, more than 8 million Floridians.
I want to explain something to you guys, but this man right here, one of the richest, if not the richest member of Congress, he is famous for doing insurance fraud, okay? And the state of Florida fucking voted for him as governor, regardless of that. Or maybe they did it for that reason. I don't know. I just have given up on the entirety of the state of Florida a long time ago. I gave up on trying to understand like what motivates them. I feel like, or rather, I have come to the recognition that the state of Florida just objectively votes for the worst person possible. Like they're like, this guy seems like a real piece of shit, and I fucking love him for that reason. Like, this motherfucker looks like Voldemort. Like, that makes it even weirder. Like, he doesn't even pass the optics test.
We know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia.
Polls are closing.
Also, as Pennsylvania closes its
oh no,
polls,
it's Jover. Tennessee's gone to Donald Trump.
Noting, Martha, that this
this
is like political
the Democrats are up big. Maryland goes to Kamala Harris.
We've got a
oh no, Missouri goes to Donald Trump. It's Jover again.
Look a lot at
Alabama to Donald Trump. Oh no, it's Jover. Oklahoma to Donald Trump. Oh no. Oh no. Never mind. District of Columbia. We're back up. On-call races are Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island.
Connecticut, and of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make
Unironically, that was how my mom just reacted to all those Trump wins. What?
The numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference
naked,
about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can
Come on,
see how much
Chad.
of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain.
It's like
in Loudoun
1%
County.
of the votes counted.
She's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45%.
8% of expected votes. Shut up.
There. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, you know, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing?
They're taking Biden out back already. Biden will not attend Harris election night watch party. It's way past his bedtime.
Sort of
That's like really fucked up.
North, rather than being,
to expect him to attend that.
Seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in. That 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense. So that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken.
By the way, chatters who don't understand, I do this every election cycle. States like, you know, Alabama, fucking Missouri, or states like even Florida at this point can be called fairly early because maybe not like each individual, maybe not the Senate runs, but like the way they project, this is not like an official call, right? The official votes are not completely calculated until, you know, a week later or 2 weeks later in some instances, right? They're calling this off of projections like past performances, okay? Like if a place that has gone to Donald Trump by plus, if a district has gone to Donald Trump by like plus 80, right? By 80%, that district is not going to fucking go to Kamala Harris. So if the performance that you see early on is going to be close, and by the way, Associated Press says Rick Scott has won a re-election to his second term. That's also expected. It was also expected, for the record. They got Jessica on Fox. So they look at past performance. They look at what? Hanover, New Hampshire, Dartmouth College, 86% college. Harris, 84. 84% the Trump, 14% shift from 2020 Trump, 5+1. First college town fully in. So Trump has made some gains in a college town by 5 points. But now, once again, college town votes being College Town past performance is also not great because, now they're actually in college as opposed to, even then, I feel like it's still worrisome considering that like younger college goers are even moving in Trump's direction from the past in the past 4 years. But overall, there isn't anything like unexpected thus far. Associated Press has called it for Florida for Donald Trump. Once again, expected results. I thought you were canceled. What happened? What do you mean? Serve me copium. I'm worried, please. Like, we haven't seen anything too damning so far. That's it.
Leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally.
Why are they calling states when only part of the votes have come in? Projection. They're projecting, and they're usually right. It's very rare that they're wrong.
50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you to
They look at county by county.
Really interesting as
they look at county by county and look at past performance, look at current polling, and if the vote calculation is basically around the same performance, then they project that Donald Trump is going to win or Kamala Harris is going to win. It makes sense.
And we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand, but we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This
What do you think
County,
about
suburban
Oh my
Washington,
God.
D.C., Northern Virginia,
God.
where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. This is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well,
probably,
listen,
right?
I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those 2 states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then
You asked me what my view count is in comparison to major news networks. NBC News' live broadcast coverage has 125,000, so I'm doubling them at this point. A chatter asked, what do you say to people who voted for third party but still want Donald Trump to lose? And my answer to them is always going to be the same, which is that vote shaming is not a successful strategy and has never been a successful strategy. And the Democratic Party, the Democratic campaign, absolutely failed in retaining those votes. Absolutely failed if that is the case. I don't think that will be, but it is. It was their personal calculation. The Democratic Party's calculation was, we can win the state of Michigan without these votes. We can win Pennsylvania without trying to earn these votes. And if that's the calculation that they made, then that's just the calculation that they made. There's not anything I can do or anyone else can do that could outflank the campaign in that regard.
Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get them. Here it is. She said we would get 100,000 votes.
There was data error in Loudoun County.
Right? 17% though of Philadelphia, 87% in the first
I don't know if it's copium or not.
For the vice president. Again, bit of a broken record, but you compare her. Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, so you want to go back and look 4 years ago and how is she doing vis-a-vis Joe Biden? 87% in Philadelphia. He got 81% in Philadelphia. It's early in the count. We know these are early votes. Kate told us that. Early ballots tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So will this number hold up for the vice president? We'll see as we play out. If she stays close to that number, comes down a little bit, she'll be in good stead in Pennsylvania, but we need to get more votes. Where are the rest of the votes? You're going to come out here now to Lancaster County. This will be interesting. If this one stays blue, you got 52% for the vice president if you round up. But look, it's fewer than 1,000 votes there, fewer than 800 votes. You come back 4 years ago. Donald Trump won this county convincingly, Lancaster County, 57% if you round that up. So we got a ways to go.
God damn it.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into Donald Trump's call for
Allegheny
change
County
here because
first
he was already
draw
in the White House
BBM.
for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there.
No!
Vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in
Once
front.
again, a lot of smaller states are red or have red states have red performance. This is going to not come down to which states that are supposed to be red. They're, of course, going to go red. It's going to come down to 7 swing states. Okay. That is especially when you get to the blue wall states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, when you get to Wisconsin, that's where the fight is supposed to happen.
Voters. The campaign is seeing in the same exit polls we're looking at improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail, the two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate, and the polls had showed, well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one
we got 9 more for us to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was.
That to me.
But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. Yeah. That's it, right? So this, I think,
they have a Democratic governor right now.
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
Right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because
he was determined that he posted some highly
All counties showing
controversial
dem shift in Ohio.
on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected.
Tim
The
Kaine in the
question
membrane,
is-
ladies
that
and
was, by the
gentlemen.
way, one of
Decision
the
desk projects Tim
controversies. I'm
Kaine
giving you the
winning
biggest one.
the
question
Senate
is,
election in
will he
Virginia.
drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008 when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole
Tells you-
weekend there,
That's
3
right.
days
That's
straight
right.
in North
Tells you
Carolina.
how important this state is to his path.
Also a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up that.
Absolutely.
Well, North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which
Absolutely.
and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Unfortunately, it seems like Lily Tang Williams, the Freedom candidate for New Hampshire District 2, is not doing well.
He is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star-Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in
That's
Washington,
funny.
D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming, so it's going to be a nail-biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is
Things
actually,
are about to
Cobb
get.
County tells the story of the
Things are
Atlanta
going to
metro
start
region.
getting spicy,
Newt
chat.
Gingrich represented Cobb
Buckle
County.
in.
And look how Democrats have been able to run up the score from Romney in 2012. Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know,
it's
1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats.
Now
Let's
you
go
got to
to
look
these
at
rural
Trump's
regions.
performance in red counties.
95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at right now.
Yeah, Donald Trump is not outperforming his past performance. Donald Trump is underperforming in comparison to 2020. Kamala Harris is overperforming comparison to 2020.
Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break and then another state closing.
Are you worried that DOJ is going to come down on you for bribing your chat to vote blue in Florida and Texas with tasteful nudes? No, but it's not going to happen anyway. So that's why I was confident enough in saying that this is what I would be doing. Okay. How are you performing compared to the last election, though? I think I'm performing pretty well in comparison to the last election. I'm holding out. Not an issue. No issues here.
Seeing you here tonight just opens my heart.
Okay. Ohio blue shift. Is Ohio copium? I don't know. Out of respect for the New York Times guild, I'm not going to be looking at the needle tonight unless they actually resolve the issues. Well, I'm not going to be crossing the picket line and looking at the New York Times needle tonight. I don't believe that there's supposed to be a needle, but some people are saying that there is a needle. Um, 2020 redo, Army of MAGA, election officials prepare the challenge results if Trump loses. Yes, that was definitely going to happen. A couple things that no matter what happens tonight, a couple things that were slated to happen is obviously going to be Trump's legal team contesting all the results and Trump most likely claiming that he won tonight. I'd be shocked if he turned around and said nothing tonight. What is this? As I mentioned earlier, voting in Georgia skewed older and GOP within the same county. ED looks a lot bluer, or election day looks a lot bluer. We're possibly looking at a red mirage. Lived in Warren County for 6 years in Ohio, extremely Trump area. Seems like there's a 4 to 5% shift in Warren County. What? The call from the workers is to not use the cooking app or games, but also, yes, this is a joke. Not reading all. Wait, what? Will there be a needle tonight? Quick thread. As you may have read, our colleagues of the Tech Guild are on strike. While they don't play a role in the model itself, they built and maintain the infrastructure that feeds us data and let us publish on the internet. Yeah, okay, so they are. DeSantis tweeted, weed and abortion failed to pass. I don't think that they can make a projection on that yet, but that would be shocking if Florida was that fucking right wing. It would be shocking if Florida was that right wing that they literally did something that is, I guess it is over. Okay, never mind. NBC News saying that Florida has defeated the measure to legalize marijuana. Florida voters have defeated a ballot measure that would have legalized marijuana. Now, remember, for constitutional amendments, you have to get 60% of the vote, which is incredibly high. Florida always has a tendency to pass these constitutional amendments usually. Obviously, it would have passed if it was a straight pass. Ohio might go red, 50 to 49. Yeah, no shit. Ohio was not. The fact that Ohio is even close right now is a good sign. Ohio was supposed to go red. This is interesting. I will say Florida's ballot measures for both abortion and weed were slated to pass. It's still won by, I guess, it's still won majority. It just didn't win 60%. The ballot measure for requiring 60% didn't even pass under its own rules. It got 57%. I don't really understand how much more right-wing Florida has become. So much so that they are New York Times Guild says needle is fine. Okay, I guess we can look at the needle. Ed Ingermentum says the New York Times Guild says the needle is okay to look at. Not that it's showing anything good. The Electoral College estimate showing Trump with 277. Popular vote estimate with a 1.3 swing to Kamala Harris so far. Oh, went down to 276. Florida's right-wing migration has had really damaging results for the state. It's just getting worse and worse every single year. CNN has Trump up 12.5 in Florida. That's normal. I mean, it's over. Florida is always a lock. It's the Florida dump theory you've talked about. Yeah, that's a joke. I said that we should just transfer all the conservatives in the country into Florida and then shut off Florida from access to the rest of the country. I was just joking when I said that. I didn't realize that people are voluntarily migrating to the state of Florida. Except we've looked at these trends before, obviously. Florida has a plus 40 Republican lean, and this is like migration patterns. Okay? As in, like, the people leaving the state versus the people coming into the state of Florida are, like, the state of Florida has had a plus, like, all of the people that are coming into Florida are overwhelmingly right-wing. So right-wing that it's like a plus 40. It's the highest in the nation. Higher than double the amount of Texas. For those of you who are wondering, this is the Florida Project.
Oh, shit. Yeah, look at that. Hasan, what are some other theories you have?
I have an idea called the Florida Project.
Okay.
So Donald Trump built all these miles and miles of wall, right? On the U.S.-Mexico border.
Who's that?
He's the previous president. He's very cool. He's a poster. He built all this wall. I say we take all the wall, okay, and we wall around Florida, and we amplify that wall. Like, it's like 4 times of wall. Have you guys ever seen Attack on Titan?
I have.
Yeah. It's like that, like multiple layers of wall, right? And then what we end up doing is we put every conservative in America in Florida. We extract everyone that doesn't want to live in Florida outside of Florida.
Okay.
We put every conservative in Florida. They can live their best libertarian lives.
Wow.
And then we routinely helicopter in and extract children because they don't need to be subjected to
You're
that
going
abuse.
to take children from their parents.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you're going to helicopter them out.
No. Re-education camps.
Okay.
Because, like, you know, they don't. They
kind of like
be...
an internship.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a word.
Kind
so
of
tell
like
us
that.
the spider story again.
That's the Florida Project, which is happening voluntarily at this point. You sound genuinely joyous in the clip. I mean, it's hard to be genuinely joyous all the time, you know? You ever just rip a line of Sudafed and talk about big dumps in Maricopa County? Always. I'm going to need you to send the helicopter to get me out of here. Don't worry, I got you. We're going to do if the abortion bill doesn't, if the abortion amendment doesn't pass in the state of Florida either, then we might as well. More fucking bomb threats. Arizona authorities report 4 non-credible bomb threats. Brother, what is going on? At this point, motherfuckers are like, oh, you know, something I don't like, bomb threat time. Is actually fucking crazy, dude. What the hell? These guys have lost their dang minds, dude. What the fuck is going on? They're just like, yep, calling a bomb threat, I guess. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes said in a news conference the bomb threats were directed at Navajo County. He said they came from a RU email address, but added that doesn't necessarily mean that they came from Russia. Federal and state authorities have indicated that these are not credible. By the way, people say it's Russia, but what they don't realize is that, like, you use RU email addresses in this situation because it's like non-traceable. Obviously, if it was a fucking federal crime that you were engaging in with an American email address, you could subpoena an American fucking, you could subpoena Google to track it down and then the person would go to jail. So it's like they're using it for illegal shit. This doesn't mean that it's like fucking KGB or FSB or whatever the fuck. It just means that, like, whoever is doing this, all these trolls that are doing this are using an RU email address. Yeah. It's not always just simply from Russia. It's usually nerds in a fucking American nerds or European nerds in a goddamn Discord server. So, Oklahoma is another state to pass a citizenship amendment. Oklahoma joins several other conservative states in passing a citizenship requirement to vote. Yeah. Good. I mean, okay, sure. NBC News exit poll. Majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. Okay. Legal in most cases at 38%. Legal in all cases at 26%. Illegal in most cases at 26%. Illegal in all cases 8%. That's a really fucking damning exit poll for the Republican Party. Not that it fucking matters. So this seems like a very bad sign regarding Latino men. NBC News, Latino men are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54-44, in a major reversal from 4 years ago, according to the NBC News exit poll. In 2020, Latino men backed Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin, 59-36. Holy moly. I mean, again, exit poll, don't know if that's like correct or not. Don't know how accurate it is, but also it could literally be... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. Across all counties, precincts, and townships counted so far, Trump is running 0.3 points ahead of our expectations, and perhaps that's all Florida. Anyway, when my wife and I were voting today, our polling place was not super busy, but we have 5 new voters get cheered while they were there in Michigan, and they were all young women. Do you think Swiftie contingent is going to have a meaningful impact? I don't think it's Swiftie contingency necessarily, but I think it's the abortion. I think it's the abortion situation. That's what I think is going on here. So anyway, what I was saying is, like a lot of people have wondered why Donald Trump is doing so well with the Latino men. And I'm also trying to fucking pull it up, and I'm having a hard time pulling it up. God damn it, dude. Where's the fucking song? Oh, here. I found a new version. I'm just saying that could be the reason. Like, you know, do not discount the power that an absolute banger like Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump might have. Anyway, my polling place in Illinois was busier than I'd ever seen. I see and vote at 5, and I'm usually between 40 and 70th for the day. I was voter 610. Read the room? What do you mean? Do people for real think young women are only voting because of Taylor Swift? That's irritating. I'm not gonna lie. No, I don't think people actually think that. So many Latino men at my work in Fort Lauderdale have Trump hats on today, and they were singing that song. Okay. Modeling a split ticket, Locky Jane says, would very much say you'd rather be Trump than Harris in Georgia at the moment. I'm not seeing the margins for Harris that she really needs in Atlanta suburbs to counteract the rural red shift yet. The same goes in North Carolina, though that's looking a bit tighter at the moment. Reminder, we had Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, Arizona all going red in our split ticket forecast, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin going blue. We'll get more data in the blue wall soon, but the Sun Belt doesn't look great for her right now and broadly matches pre-election polls and the midterm patterns to some extent. Isn't Trump running away in men in general? Yes. Oh, also, Congressional Swinger Vote Caucus lives on. Decision Desk headquarters projects Nancy Mace, our favorite swinger, to win the U.S. House election in South Carolina's 1st congressional district. Thank God, at least one of the Gooners made it through this tumultuous time. We obviously lost one in Mark Robinson in his gubernatorial race, but it seems to me like Nancy Mace is resilient, holding strong, and is pulling the goon. Trump is running away with men. Sounds very gay. It is. Also, Donald Trump. You had a blurb on MSNBC earlier today. Wait, really? Positive? Here's some good news. Summerlee wins re-election in the U.S. House of Representatives in Pennsylvania's 12th district. You'd be surprised at how many Latino men are conservative. I'm not surprised at all. This is the exact same thing that has been happening for non-college educated men across the board. For white non-college educated men, they've swung wildly in favor of Trump, or have always been in favor of Trump and have only increased their margins. The difference is that for Latino, non-college educated Latino men, they have moved by dramatic numbers over to the Republican side. The smallest margins come from the non-college educated black men. And yet that has been a massive point of contention this entire time. Hold on. Here, AP's latest calls. Kamala Harris is winning Illinois. Almost every region of Florida has shifted to the right. In comparison to 2020, nearly all of Florida has moved right during this presidential election cycle. Miami-Dade County saw the greatest increase with an 18 percentage point shift right. It was enough to move the county from the Democrats' column in 2020 to the Republicans this year. Steve Kornacki's back on MSNBC. Let's take a look at what he has to say. But hold on. There it is.
Fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it.
Oh, MSNBC gave me a nice little shout out.
concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these 3 counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020. A potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. And there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin.
Thank you, Qatari
Big
Cat.
question here is, can Trump
For the
get this
69
back to
give the
2016
subs.
levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of this stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of
Purple Plasma, thank you for the 25
states.
gifted.
We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
PA Jewish vote, exit polls show 78% for Harris, versus 22% for Trump. It's not surprising in the least bit that that is the case. That tracks with the rest of the country. So, is PA locked in for Harris? What are your early predictions? There's no way that I can tell you anything like that yet. There's been a ton of demographic shift in rural Georgia A lot of white flight. Amendment 4 for Florida is currently at 47% yes with 90% reporting. Brother, I am Brian. Kill me if we can't even pass this basic ass shit. Wait. Abortion is at fucking less than it. Abortion is sub 50% in Florida. You mean 57%? That's not looking too good either. Anyway, let's continue. This is, I mean, Ohio is like very strange. Like there's a market shift towards blue in Ohio. Whereas the places that were red to begin with, have become increasingly more red. There's obviously some population changes happening. But the places to look out for here are going to be for North Carolina and Georgia. But once again, remember, this kind of shift blue in Ohio could mean good things for, what the fuck? Oh, here it is. Could mean good things for the blue wall here. Okay. This is it. This is the Kamala Harris pathway to victory. Okay. This right here is what will take out Donald Trump. That's what they need. It's good that Georgia is competitive. I mean, it'd be nice. I'm an Ohioan. I'm telling you, man, it can't swing. The JD Vance effect is what they're calling it. They're calling it the greatest vice presidential pick of all time. Like better than Sarah Palin. What Sarah Palin did to the Maverick McCain campaign, JD Vance is doing specifically to Donald Trump in one key state. VA called for Harris by decision desk. Wee woo. Virginia has been called by decision desk for Kamala Harris. Even though CNN has not called it yet. DeSantis is now saying Amendment 3 has failed and Amendment 4 has failed. He said this an hour ago. Amendment 3 and 4 failing shows that Floridians aren't buying into the political games anymore. People want real solutions, not just empty promises. The fuck are you talking about? It's the most that is the most hardline real solution you can get. It's a fucking constitutional amendment in the form of a ballot measure, you goddamn idiot. God, oh my God. Ay. Por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay. Okay. Sorry. Let's see if Edinger Mentum is around. Can you speak German? No. Next round of polls are closing at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is in 10 minutes. Arizona, Colorado, which we won't know about for a while. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New York, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wyoming, and Wisconsin. Delaware race is called, perhaps bittersweet for Biden. Must be bittersweet for Joe Biden to watch as the vice president carries his home state of Delaware. Okay. Kim Jong-un apparently voted in Las Vegas. This is really, really devastating. I'm not gonna lie. This is a sad state of affairs. Florida rejecting the abortion measure is fucking crazy. Oh, they are so cooked. Florida is so fucking cooked. It is the most cooked state in the nation. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, the weed thing is also shocking, but the abortion thing, god damn, dude. God fucking damn. Our split ticket pre-election forecast was D+5 in New Hampshire. Gotta say, that was one of those things that raised my eyebrows. I thought from my priors we were on track to undershoot her there. Guess not. Yeah. New Hampshire was New Hampshire potentially underperforming for Kamala Harris was a scary sign, and it turns out that the New York Times Needle has Harris projected at a margin of 3.9 in New Hampshire and 5.1 in VA. Very big swing towards Trump predicted by pre-election polls, but not to this extent in light blue states. Floridians get what they voted for, law. I know, but you have to remember it's a fucking massive state, and there's plenty of people who don't agree. And also, again, these constitutional measures, these constitutional amendments in the form of ballot measures are still incredibly popular. Once again, it's literally almost 60% popularity. The problem with Florida is it has to reach 60%. So when something is 57% and it doesn't pass, it's still ridiculous. Okay? Like, both amendments are above 55%, both weed legalization, marijuana legalization, and also abortion protections. They were both above 55%, abortion at 57%, and yet it still it doesn't pass because it has to be over 60%. So it is inherently undemocratic when the majority of the Floridian population is like, we want this, and then they still don't get it. It is still shocking to me that it couldn't reach 50%, though. That's what I mean. What I'm saying about how cooked fucking Florida is it should pass 60% in Florida. That's what's shocking to me. Like, are they that polarized? Are Americans that polarized, especially for a state like Florida? Are they that fucking right wing that they couldn't reach over the 60% margin in a state like Florida? This is unheard of. Like, an abortion state constitutional amendment not passing 60% in Florida is unthinkable. Maybe 4 years ago, and especially 8 years ago. It's unthinkable. Way too many fucking Republicans, I guess, moved to Florida. And like the worst kind of Republicans, not even like normal Republicans. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro said there have been multiple bomb threats called in the polling locations across the state, but said so far there's no credible threat to the public. Shapiro, Democrat, spoke at a news conference. There's fucking bomb threats everywhere. Holy shit. Free MAGA merge at Trump's watch party. Yeah, Florida is experiencing the biggest migration in a generation. Here are 10 state locals are moving to. Florida has had the most right-wing shift, the most right-wing migration shift in the entire country, doubling the migration pattern, politically speaking, in comparison to even Texas, which has also had a 20-plus Republican, 20-point migration shift. So that is pretty consequential for the state. It changes the state makeup dramatically. New York Times says with more than 95% of results reported in Florida, the state has clearly moved to the right since 2020. That year, Donald Trump won by about 3 percentage points. He seems to be on track to carry it by about 13 percent points. Thoughts at the moment. Florida was a bloodbath. Trump is slightly favored in GA. Harris will win VA comfortably, though it'll shift right by several points from 2020. Not looking good early for Brown in Ohio in terms of separation with Harris. Blue wall looms large. Outside of the blue wall, North Carolina is looking tight and polls are still open in Arizona and Nevada. Not the way you'd prefer to start the night if you're Harris, but a lot of game left to play. Yeah. If Trump wins, will he actually declassify the JFK files or is this just hopium? Yes, he's a fucking liar. He said that about 9/11 too. Do you not remember? Donald Trump literally went on Alex Jones's TV show in 2016 and said he was going to declassify 9/11 files, and then he did not. So he just lies all the time to curry favor with like right wing, to curry favor with like right wing weirdos, like the conspiracy people. Isn't it bad overall for the Republicans if they condense all the people into a few states? I mean, that's not really happening either. So we shall see. Why is she doing so bad right now? The reason why it looks like she's doing bad, and we'll see. These next couple of hours is the make it or break it. Okay. The next couple of hours is going to be the make it or break it situation. Because if the blue wall, which is the only pathway to victory for Kamala Harris, does not, it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, as I said. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania, as I said earlier. If the blue wall stands strong, then Kamala Harris wins 270 plus electoral college votes. If it doesn't, then it's fucking Jover. I'm calling it in Germantum right now. Blue wall is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. All right. Josh, you are live.
Yeah.
How are things looking on your end?
Yeah, general takeaways. Trump, if you look at the rural areas, I'm looking specifically at Georgia now. If you look at the rural areas, he's not outrunning 2020 by all that much. Most of the rural areas are only showing a shift in his favor by about a couple points. That, ideally would not be a huge deal, but the problem is that when you look at, the result in 2020, you had such a close race that these rural areas shifting a couple points and maybe having higher turnout can tilt the race towards him. Kamala's hope, and this is what Dr. Bullock at University of Georgia, my old Southern politics professor, he told me when I asked about the state of the race, she will need, in the Atlanta metro area, she will need election day vote, which doesn't make up a huge percentage of the vote there, to give her enough of a shift in the metro area to possibly, and enough turnout to possibly counteract those shifts in the rural areas. We don't have any fully completed Atlanta metro area counties right now, but I will say that she is not outrunning in these counties. Warnock did this. The path here, the idea here is that Warnock in 2022, when he faced Herschel Walker, Senator Warnock, he faced losses in rural areas, but he was able to outrun in the metro area by enough to actually outperform Biden by a large amount. He won by 3 points. He only won by 0.1. The problem for the vice president is that she is not, in the current totals, is not outrunning in the metro area, Biden's performance in the metro area by as much as Warnock did in 2022. We will see. There is a possibility that she could increase her margins and do slightly better in the case of a blue shift in the Atlanta metro area. If these final 20%, 30% of votes in these metro area counties are more Democratic than the results we have now, that could counteract these rural shifts. They're not especially huge, but I would say that Trump for this, like, we don't have any completed counties in the metro area right now. Some counties, as more votes have come in, have shown a blue shift. Some have shown a slight red shift. If she was getting Warnock numbers in the Atlanta metro area, I think that she could be in a position to win Georgia. The problem is that she's not getting Warnock numbers.
Georgia's not looking great for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
AP is called Donald Trump for South Dakota, and AP is called Donald Trump for Louisiana and Wyoming, and Donald Trump has won the statewide vote in Nebraska and the 2 electoral votes. For the 3rd consecutive election, he won the popular vote on Tuesday, receiving 2 electoral college votes. Nebraska is one of the 2 states that divide electoral votes, with 2 votes going to the statewide winner and 1 apiece of the winner of each congressional district. Trump won Nebraska by 25 points in 2016, 19 points 4 years later. I don't know if he's like slated to outperform his.
Yeah. Well, I will say, and this is a credit to pollsters, I had an article, and it was an article that did very well. It doubted the new methodologies that pollsters were using that I thought, going off the track record of 2022, could be artificially deflating the Democratic vote, because that's what they did in 2022. They showed more Republican-friendly numbers in a lot of states that were just based off of right-wing media narratives, and they ended up being quite off. What they're doing now, with the methods that they use to capture the right-wing vote, the possible missing Trump voters, his support, by using these somewhat questionable methods, do seem to have been capable of capturing some degree of support that polling methods from 2020 might have missed. Yeah, Texas is not surprising here.
Texas is over. Blue Texas is over. The dream is dead.
Yeah, I will say that I was very much a Blexus denier back in 2023, and the liberals got very mad at me for that. But Texas, like, for all the dreams and all of the long-term election stuff people have talked about with Blexus, Texas shifted a lot to the right in 2016, actually. It shifted a lot to the right in 2016. 2020, it trended to the left a little bit. And then since then, it's been stagnant. This is a consistent Trump, like, relative to the country, R+9, R+8, R+10 state. You are not, like, seeing, New York Times says shift from 2020. Like, in terms of Texas, you are not seeing like the types of trends that people expected to see. This is a long-term difficulty for Democrats. I think this is a result of racial depolarization, where you have these traditionally Democratic non-white populations moving away from the party. We saw inklings of this in 2022. The reason why Democrats were so successful in 2022 was because of their success with white voters. And the hope for the party, the Democratic Party, and the vice president here is that they can get something like 2022, where you have these collapses in states like Florida, these Republican strength in states like Texas, and Republican states that are uncompetitive in general. But in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they manage to hold their ground. Republican rural shifts are not that significant, and they manage to keep some strength in the suburban, urban areas. That's enough for them to carry these states. That's her path. That's why I'd still describe this race as a toss-up. I think that the potential world, and I had Kamala, I saw her as a slight favorite coming into this race, largely because of the Seltzer poll. The Seltzer poll, Ann Seltzer looks like she's kind of run out of luck. We'll see what Iowa looks like specifically. There may be some results in there. I think, Hasan, you have Iowa on the Axios thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spencer is here. He worked with me on the Chapo project that we've been doing on the religious right. He says that Cruz is likely to win. Again, this is something polling predicted. Yeah, that's Spencer. Say hi to Spencer.
Hi, Spencer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, this is, I mean, the way I looked at the situation, this is not unexpected at all from where I'm standing. I never thought that. I mean, like the way I saw it is like Georgia and North Carolina would be close and potentially a nice additional cherry on top. But like what has to stay strong in this situation is, of course, going to be Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, she can't lose any of that, but especially Pennsylvania, I think, considering like the performance thus far in all these other states. Do you feel like there's anything that, like, if the pollsters were not weighing for Trump support or were actually correct in their additional points for Trump in the way that they weighed in favor of Donald Trump because of his, because he's a turnout machine.
Yeah.
What does that say for Pennsylvania's chances?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, Pennsylvania, this is probably going to be tight in these areas. I'm a little worried about. I think Wisconsin is maybe the place to worry about here. Joshua Smithy, who's very good in Pennsylvania, says that he thinks she's hitting her targets. I think she's very much in the race at Pennsylvania. Michigan, I think the New York Times still has her slightly favored. That matches with polling as well. So she still has that Midwestern path. She's not losing any of these safe states that could potentially compromise that.
Now Dems are doing the wait in line to vote tweets.
Yeah.
It's over. It's Jover.
Oh yeah.
It was early on in the day. It was the Republicans that were pumping out the "if you're in line, stay in line" tweets, and now the Democrats are pumping them.
Maybe not be by enough that she, as much as she may need to counteract these. Like, I think this case in Georgia is that you have a death by 1,000 cuts of these rural shifts, these rural areas that are all moving to the right by 2, 3, 4 points. If you had a Warnock level performance in the Atlanta metro area, you could definitely counteract that. I think Warnock actually faced even more intense rural shifts in some parts of the state. But Kamala, as it stands in the metro area counties where we do have like 70, 80% turnout, she's not outrunning by as much as Warnock did. And that is her problem. Like Cobb County, I have the Washington Post swing thing here, 73% in. She's outrunning Biden by 2. That's fine. That's respectable. If you go by a even shift of this, she would win Georgia by 2 if every county in the state shifted like Cobb did. But when you have all these rural counties that are shifting to the right by 2 or 4 points, you're going to need like larger like shifts to the left in these metro area counties compared to 2020 than you currently have right now, especially when Fulton and DeKalb are basically running even with Biden in 2020. Her hope here, and I think Greg Bluestein, who's a reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, said she needs to rely on an election day Hail Mary, where the election day votes for her are better than the early day votes for her. That's possible, but the level of votes that are counted in these states makes me skeptical that it could have that much of a shift.
So you're now you're still in the tank for Kamala Harris, but you've leaned even further to the center away from Kamala Harris's slight favor to win.
I would say that at this point, I consider this race to be a toss-up, as the New York Times says. I would have Trump as probably favored to win Georgia, unless we see something we don't expect in the metro area in terms of the election day turnout. There's maybe signs of a slight blue shift there. North Carolina, I think, is still in play. You had Orange County, which is one of the Research Triangle places that shifted towards her compared to 2020. You had some counties, Mitchell County, in the Appalachian areas that shifted towards her. There are some rough results for her in the rural areas, but we don't have anything. We don't have much out of Mecklenburg. We don't have anything out of Mecklenburg yet. We don't have anything out of Durham. Wake County is showing a shift towards her. I think North Carolina is possible, and that would be huge for her. That'd be very, very big. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, we just don't have much in yet, and it's hard to make many judgments.
Okay. All right, so it's Jover, is what you're saying. It's Jover.
I don't think it's Jover. I think this is kind of the world that polling predicted, where you have these movement towards Trump in these uncompetitive states. You have slightly reduced margins compared to 2020, but like a narrow but possible path through the Midwest. We don't have anything out of Wisconsin yet. Michigan, Pennsylvania, very early in their vote counts. Both could possibly go towards her. And the West is still completely up to question. We don't know how that'll go. But the big dream that people thought where she could potentially compete in Texas, she could potentially compete in Iowa.
Well, yeah. I think her being competitive in Texas was always fucking stupid. That was never going to be a thing.
I was always of the belief of that. People gave me shit for that.
I've never been a Blegzis believer. I have routinely shied away from that, and I wasn't even like a firm committed believer in Georgia nor North Carolina. So none of those things are important to me. The way I said, the way I see it is like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania and
Wisconsin, I think Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin. Yes, exactly. And a lot of people yelled at me when I said Wisconsin is heavily dominated by rural and suburban voters, and Donald Trump does a really good job of captivating rural and suburban voters, and therefore Wisconsin is going to be a trickier battle. But pollsters, if they're correct on every other aspect of this, have also consistently put Kamala Harris as Kamala Harris's chances above Donald Trump by multiple points in Wisconsin. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was,
and the same goes for Michigan as well. Like Kamala Harris's chances in Michigan have, according to polls, looked a lot better. So is she going to underperform the polls, or is she going to perform as expected? And then Florida becomes still a toss up.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean much, but like for the whole race, it's moving to lean
We can't.
I think that makes sense. We'll just need more out of the Midwest before we see that. Yeah, the first results in Wisconsin are coming in.
Yeah, Trump doubles black support in Wisconsin according to the NBC exit poll. This year, Trump is pulling 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump won about 8% of black voters in the Badger State.
Yeah, this is all very much in line with what polling said.
Early voting in Nebraska heavily D. Fisher is only 5 points behind Ricketts, with Ricketts expected to win easily, likely no Osborne upset.
Yeah. The polls kind of broke away from her at the very end there. I don't think Democrats, like with the way that Ohio going to Trump, we'll see what the margin is there. Unless there's some insane upset in Montana, the Senate should probably go Republican.
So let's talk about New Hampshire. New Hampshire has some, I guess, like New Hampshire, Kamala Harris seemingly is underperforming.
Yeah. Well, she's performing about in line with the polling. Let me check what the New York Times projects in that state. But the rural areas there, you are seeing a shift towards Trump. I think like the story of the election we're seeing right now, and the Midwest could be an exception here. We'll see what that ends up looking like. Is that it has her at +4 in New Hampshire, which is a reduced margin compared to Biden, who won it by 7 points. What we are seeing here is that we have Kamala largely running in line with Biden support in urban areas and suburban areas, not really gaining on him like Democrats in 2022 did. Well, yeah, they called Texas for Trump, which is not much of a surprise. Not really gaining on him in these areas like Biden did over Clinton, while facing losses in rural areas that move these states, I would say, in Trump's direction. I don't think she's out of the race at all. I think that the Midwest, if this is all very much in line with polling in the Midwest, very much presented a world where she could win while doing poorly in like these non-competitive states and these less white states. But racial depolarization, I would say, is very much real. Rural shift towards Trump, I would say, is real in a way that we didn't see in 2022. And it's tough for Democrats. It presents as kind of a strange world where they might actually be in a very good position in lower turnout elections like midterms and special elections. But when the electorate opens up in a presidential race like it has now, they face this larger universe of voters who aren't quite as partisan. I wouldn't say this is the young men thing. I would say this is more about a minorities thing and rural voters, where this larger electorate is not as favorable to them as the midterm electorate was in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, what's NBC saying? I have to go to the restroom real quickly. If you could take me off for a second.
Okay. Yeah. Just give me a call back when you're ready. All right. Energy momentum, everybody. Let's check in with the news. See what the fuck's going on there.
Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the Triad. You got Greensboro.
I got to pee
we
as
don't
well.
have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes, and we are getting a lot more clarity in the Metro Atlanta area. A couple of things we talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that Election Day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39 points. He's winning it. You could see almost the same. It's about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump
Needle
campaign,
showing leading Trump.
Let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost.
Is there a threshold for you to feel proper nervous? I feel a little nervous.
Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point.
I have time and time again repeated
That's
that
an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some
I don't
of
think
them
this
here.
is 2016.
Again,
the reason why I don't think it's 2016 is because it's not like everyone was super hopeful.
In 2020, you see he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County,
2016
almost
was
all
like
in. Again,
looking
Trump
like
had
a banger for
slippage
Hillary
here
Clinton.
In 2020, a little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here at Walton County again.
How do we read these results? Is it even worth watching? Yes.
Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying.
SNL, I can't. Celebrity endorsement, Twitch shows.
Douglas have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is We were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in.
How soon is it polite
Trump
to start blaming leftists?
Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change.
I'm sure the Democrats have already
so
decided
seeing a bit,
exactly what flavor of leftist they're going to shit on. It's coming, though. They will always blame the left.
Right now.
And they will always tack right. Which is ironically the reason why they're, I think, losing motion and momentum in a lot of these states.
Similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16.5 with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia, 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
Okay. I was joking earlier, but now I think Brother Banks was really the canary in the coal mines. No, Brother Banks is in Florida. I mean, not in Florida, sorry, in fucking California. But it does mean something when people are not worried about Donald Trump to a degree where, like, even someone who wants to be brand friendly to a certain degree or doesn't want to come across like someone who's hateful is confident enough to be able to outwardly show support to Donald Trump. This means that a lot of people don't view Donald Trump as a danger to America, especially in our demographic, in our age group. That in and of itself is terrifying. It's also kind of funny because Brother Banks's assessment on the situation was damn near identical to all the fucking criticisms that I had of the Democratic Party in terms of like being hypocritical on the issue of immigration, in terms of like not outwardly communicating that they're anti-war and that like this type of shit tracks, this type of lack of communication on that agenda, on that front, gives Donald Trump the opportunity to say he's the fucking peaceful dove candidate. A lot of these were issues that I routinely talked about, that I said Kamala Harris was running a bad campaign. And for some weird reason, everyone was like, no, Hasan, you're wrong. Kamala Harris is running a good campaign. I still believe, in spite of all of that, that there are a lot of people who are like, I don't want to fuck with this Trump shit at all. But it was way too tricky. It was a massive gamble. Something that I reiterated over and over again for the past couple of months. Non-fucking stop. And people said that I was completely wrong. And that, no, it's actually good to tack to the center. It's actually good. Why would anybody vote for you as the anti-migrant party if the other side is constantly increasing the pressure on migrants? So all of that are massive flaws in the way that Kamala Harris has campaigned thus far. Decision Desk is calling North Carolina for Donald Trump, saying that Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina. Once again, North Carolina and Georgia, competitive states, but overall, they were a part of the 7 swing states that we were talking about. But the ones that are important in Pennsylvania, I have said this for months. And if Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's when you know it's 100% Jover. Okay? Speaking of Pennsylvania, oh my God, Kaya, chill. Speaking of Pennsylvania, Michael from Pennsylvania, I'm calling him now. He is going to be the naysayer tonight. I'm just letting you know. Okay? Don't freak out. But his attitude and mine are pretty close. Our analysis is almost identical, but he has on the Trump is going to win side of this argument, and I'm on the Kamala Harris is slated to win side of this argument. But like I said, this is all coming down to Pennsylvania. So let's hear his analysis on the matter. I don't know why he's not picking up after saying, when am I going to come on? This motherfucker's in the chat being like, yo, pull me in. And then I call him and he doesn't pick up. Where? Literally in the chat going, hey, pull me in, pull me in, pull me in. And then when I'm like, all right, let's have you on, he's like, never mind. That's crazy. How are you going to be in the chat being like, yo, can I come on? When can I come on? And then when I pull you in, you're not even there.
Okay, first of all, could I just say that I was, listen, I was malding a little bit. So I left the room for a minute and then I called Caroline.
All right, let's hear it.
Now you're ready. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic. Hi, everybody. Mike from PA Central_Committee on Twitch. I'm not trying to I don't feel good. I feel terrible.
All right. I think it's still too early to pull I told you so's in terms of.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I told you so's or anything.
You and I, like I've repeated over and over again, are in agreement in terms of Kamala Harris's outreach strategy being absolutely dog shit, and the dangers presented by Donald Trump. But you were always on the Donald Trump is slightly favored to win train, where I was always on the Kamala Harris is still slightly favored to win train, even though her chances of her slight favor shifted in Trump's direction, especially in the last month. Having said that, however, all of this is going to still come down to the state of Pennsylvania. This is your forte as someone, for those of you who don't know, Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee, has worked in Pennsylvania politics for many years. So he understands the situation on the ground pretty well. And he has been warning about Kamala Harris's chances in Pennsylvania for quite some time. So with all that said, let's hear what your assessment is on Pennsylvania. Or actually, you know what? What is your I told you so moment, if you want to talk about that too?
Well, okay. So I think there was, I got a lot of shit for basically bucking a lot of the trend and being like, actually, I think the evidence is that the polls are accurate or underestimating Trump.
Fair.
And a lot of people were like, no. Like there was the Seltzer, whatever her name is, Momentum, that one poll from Iowa. There was but mostly like I looked into it pretty extensively, and I've bought polls myself and run them. So it's not just like, me as like an amateur looking at it. It's somebody who's like ordered them and designed them and run them. And I think her polling method is archaic. It's, I agree with part of what she does, but basically she does this thing called random digit dialing, which is something that we did like 20 years ago. And it doesn't have like this, it doesn't have like the internet component, and it's not very good at like matching up for people that are harder to contact. Like a lot of pollsters reacted to 2020 and 2016 by realizing that there was a pool of low propensity Republican voters that Donald Trump was tapping into that were not being contacted. And there was absolutely no evidence to believe that those people were being successfully contacted. And so we always thought like that, and they weren't doing anything like putting a blanket weight on the polls. Like the polls were not in any way like manipulated. They were just trying to figure out how to be accurate. And I think a lot of the pollsters have been vindicated. If anything, they still might have an underestimation of Trump.
You think the polls are still underestimating Trump?
Well, I mean, okay, so basically the world that we're in is like, this morning Nate Silver said that he ran 80,000 simulations and 40,000 of them showed Kamala Harris winning, right? Well, we're now in the world where about 20,000 of those simulations where she won are completely off the table.
Yeah.
So
if you're talking about like Georgia and North Carolina, like I have
East
never
Coast strategy is gone.
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
was actually a major source of like optimism for her. Like the idea that
Yeah.
Georgia and North Carolina might be available for her.
I
was a
never
huge boost to her
cared about
chances.
that. For the record, I always saw that as like bonus points if it happens, but it's not all that significant. And I think that the overall strategy here has always been the blue wall and to see if it holds or not. And looking at the performance of Kamala Harris in the other swing states that she did pump a shitload of ads into, with bad communication overall, with bad messaging overall. It doesn't matter if you're pumping $30 million of television ads into a area into a competitive race. If the message that you're pumping is not one that people are responding to, right?
Yeah.
And I
Which
think
they
that
weren't.
Yeah, no, for sure.
There was no evidence that she spent $1 billion. There was no evidence that any of her ad money moved the numbers at all.
No,
So
there was
the,
evidence
like,
that it didn't
strategy-
move. No, there
Yeah.
was actually evidence to the contrary, that all of the ads that she pumped into even Pennsylvania didn't actually shift the polls in her direction. As a matter of fact, it shifted the polls in Trump's direction in many instances, not because of those ads in particular, but that means that like obviously the message wasn't resonating with the voters.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if she pulls it out, my preference is that she pulls it out over Donald Trump. I don't want Donald Trump to be president, but I have to say that I didn't vote for her because of the genocide, and I know that I'm not alone. There's a lot of people that didn't vote for her because she refused to stand up for humanity, international law, the United Nations, and I'm proud to have voted for PSL. I didn't vote for
There's
Jill
300,000
Stein.
people in here that are going to try to figure out where you live to kill you. I'm just letting you know.
I just want people to know that
He's a swing state voter, chat.
No, and I've said
Get
this
him.
for months, and I
He's
said
a
this for
Pennsylvania
months,
voter.
and I said this for months, and that was like, if they don't break from Biden on here, I will not support them because it's just unconscionable and it's unsupportable. And I think, and I wasn't doing it because of me or privilege or any of those other things, but because if there is Arab and Muslim voters that are out there in Dearborn who are losing family members, I'm going to act in solidarity with them.
Okay.
I'm not going to act and stand aside. And
Okay.
and I'm sorry for getting off on that soapbox.
Yeah.
but
Well, let's get back to the analysis in Pennsylvania
I'm
right
looking
now.
at it right now. Yeah,
So
I'm trying to right now. We still have very few in the way of firm returns, and 75% of election day returns are 75% of the votes come on election day in Pennsylvania. So I'm looking at stuff right now.
Yeah.
And yeah. Wow.
There have been very little shocking results so far, as Associated Press has also said, and that AP race is calling Donald Trump winning the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska and the 1 electoral vote as well. AP race call Donald Trump wins the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska and 1
the third. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
the 3rd.
Omaha.
Yeah, he won the other votes as well. Rural 3rd congressional district on Tuesday, the former president easily defeated the Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris in the state's most conservative of his 3 districts, covering 80 counties and 2 time zones. The district is also one of the most conservative in the country and supported Trump by 3-1 in both 2016 and 2020. The last time the district voted for a Democrat that represented was in 1958. A decision desk says Harris is leading with about 1/5 of the estimated votes counted a little more than an hour after the polls closed. The earliest results included mailed ballots, which have historically favored Democratic candidates, but the gap is narrowing as expected with Election Day votes from across the state being added.
So I'm looking at Lehigh County, or Northampton County, rather, excuse me, results coming in, which is one of the key swing counties in Pennsylvania. There's something called the Lehigh Valley, which includes Northampton and Lehigh County and a little bit of Harbin County and maybe a little bit of Montgomery County, that kind of region. It's, you have like Philadelphia on the east side, that's southeast. Then you have the collar counties, and then you have like the Lehigh Valley is like central eastern. And that is like one of the key swing areas. And I'm looking at some of Northampton County results so far, and Donald Trump is leading in Election Day votes in so far that's been reported by let me see here. Let me do the math because I don't have.
Can I just? I want to pause briefly while you're looking for that.
Is what I'm.
I want to pause briefly, or you keep looking for that, and I want to address something in the chat. I see a lot of people saying like, "Congratulations, Michael from Pennsylvania." When Gaza is leveled by Donald Trump, I'm sure you'll have your moral victory. So the thing I want to explain to every single person here is, regardless of what your perspective is, okay, there is a fundamental mismatch in what I believe and what you believe if you don't think that Kamala Harris's job in this circumstance is to actively communicate to people exactly like Mike and many others that she is going to be different than Joe Biden. This was one of the major messaging flaws that I kept reiterating over and over and over again. There were no votes lost if she separated from Biden on Gaza policy, and only votes to gain. So you can get mad at him all day, every day. And that's understandable. Like, it's an emotional moment right now. And it's beyond emotional because Donald Trump is going to be incredibly damaging. And he's still, I'm not talking like he's winning. I'm not saying that he's going to win. But having said that, you have to recognize that this is a flaw of the campaign. If you consistently, if there's one thing that you remember from today, if there's one thing that you carry with you into the next election cycle and the election cycle after that, it is that this is, if there is a failure here from the Kamala Harris campaign, it is entirely in her hands. Okay, I say this as someone who still is slightly favoring Kamala Harris's chances to win, with the hopes that they pull through on the blue wall. But having said that, once again, harm reduction voting on certain aspects on this issue or that issue is not a resounding message that is going to drive turnout. That's it.
Yeah. I don't mind if people are mad at me. Obviously, like the thing that I would say is, first of all, it doesn't appear that the green votes are enough to make up the difference. Number one, and the second thing is like, I'm looking at the numbers here in Northampton, and basically she's winning 44% of the day of vote in Northampton County, which is 75% of the expected. So that's like, 75% of the vote will be that day of vote. And so I would say she's behind where she needs to be in Northampton right now. I'm going to go take a look at 2020, pull that up as well. And like at the end of the day, when we look back at this election, we're going to see like when Kamala Harris first jumped in, she was very popular because people thought of her as like a fresh face who was going to break from Biden and possibly represent, she picked Tim
almost
Walz.
$1 billion in funds raised. All of that stuff was fantastic.
Yeah.
Most
and
importantly,
I would never vote for Jill Stein anyway, by the way. Jill Stein is a grifter.
We're in agreement on that as well. So
anyway,
let's look at Pennsylvania. Let's look at the Pennsylvania stuff, because like right now having an argument over Gaza policy is
it's worthless. It's worthless. You're right. I'm sorry.
All right. So let's hear it.
So I'm looking more as well at so basically right now we have approximately like 31% of the votes are in. And comparing that, let me just give me a second to pull this up. I had it pulled up.
like another thing that you have to remember once again is that one, those votes are not for granted. Like third party votes are not for granted. Those are not like automatic locks for the Democratic Party. Clearly, as these people did go out and vote for a third party candidate. It is up to the campaign to win those voters back. And not by just being like, oh, these guys are bad. And I don't like Jill Stein either. I've very openly communicated that time and time again. The point I'm trying to make is that this is an active messaging issue. If they do not take these voters seriously and they lose these voters, this is exactly what happened in 2016 as well. Be mad at the Democratic Party because no matter how hard people try outside of the Democratic Party's campaign strategies, you will never be able to outflank the Democrats on their top line messaging. That's it.
Yeah, I'm looking at New York Times. I'm looking at results from 2020 and comparing them in Allegheny County. And it looks like that Donald Trump right now, he is like pretty tight on, he's only 15,000 votes behind. 22,000 votes behind Karras on election day votes.
So
it's
not even a matchup. It's not even a matchup versus Donald Trump. But like when you look at past performance, for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania in these districts that you're looking at, do you see any movement or any momentum that favors her? Or when you look at this, are you only seeing a shift? Because I think what is happening in Georgia is most likely going to be happening everywhere around the country. And what I mean, and that's why it's a dangerous predicament to be in for Kamala Harris's campaign, which is that if Trump picks up more from the rural areas and Kamala Harris's base of support does not hold in the cities, and her strategy of trying to detangle white suburban women from the Republican Party is not successful enough, or she can't make up for that. She can't make up for the loss in the urban areas by picking up those voters in the suburbs, then she's fucking cooked. So what I'm looking at here is Donald Trump's turnout strategy, or is Donald Trump's turnout better than 2020? And is Kamala Harris's turnout better than Joe Biden's performance in 2020?
So I'm looking at Allegheny County, and I think basically we're going to see a slight drop off in turnout overall. I don't think it's going to end up being what it was in 2020. But Donald Trump's numbers aren't actually that far. He's probably only going to drop maybe like 10 or 20,000 votes out of like 700,000 in Allegheny County, whereas Harris is at, let me just do one more piece of math here. I'm doing this live, everybody, so this is how it works. Hold on, and Harris is looking like she will be down around 30,000 from 2020. So I would say that that number right there, so net, that's around like 10,000 out of Pittsburgh. She'll probably be below where Biden was. So I would say that we're definitely on track for a very tight one. Very, very tight. I think.
Okay, but what I'm asking for specifically is measuring 2020 performance in Pennsylvania in key districts that could in key districts that Kamala Harris has to perform in comparison to her 2024 performance. Do you have this information? If you don't, it's fine.
It's not all available yet because only 33% of the votes are in. So I'm trying to make reasonable projections. We do have more from Pittsburgh, which is why I was trying to use that as a kind of indicator. Basically, I would say that there's been a uniform swing toward Trump, probably.
Okay, so you're saying that off of, because look, you had you had a method for Kamala Harris losing. Like you were projecting Donald Trump winning the state of Pennsylvania. Like that was what your slight favor was, right? And my slight favoring for Kamala Harris winning was that even with like same day turnout in places even before we looked at the election day turnout in a lot of these places, college campuses and whatnot, my assessment of the situation was that like she will be able to perform decently well in the suburbs better than Joe Biden did even. And if that's not showing, then she's cooked.
It's not showing that. That's not showing. Like basically what I said, like just to reiterate it for the chat that wasn't here when I was on last, but basically my thought was that the turnout for like cities and for young people was going to be slightly down, but the rural areas is going to be higher and juiced because the Republicans have spent so much time trying to turn out votes early. And one of the main issues that we're seeing is that the suburban performance is in line with 2020 or like less than 2020. And, Joe Biden only won Pennsylvania by approximately 80,000 votes. So if you see a further boost in the rural areas, you see a slight decline in turnout in the cities. And then you see like suburbans not really outperforming what they did prior, not seeing the big swing. That's kind of what we saw in Georgia. That's kind of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Like the theory of the case that I had seems to be the one that's bearing out, which it sucks because I don't want it to happen. But
okay, all right. Well, at least as more votes come in, I'll be able to analyze it better because it's only 33% right now. All right, I'm gonna give you a call back when there are.
If you want to give me a call back,
I'll give you a call back when there's more vote dumps coming out.
When we have more vote dumps, I'll let you know. And I appreciate that people. I appreciate people are frustrated with this election. I get it.
All right, thank you, Michael from Pennsylvania, Central_Committee. Peace.
Yep, see you soon.
Okay. Okay. Is Kamala losing? Is it too early to say? For Pennsylvania, we do not know, but Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. Okay, if Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's it. If Pennsylvania falls, it's Jover. That's it. That is the race in front of us right now. Okay. On the flip side, if Penn stands, she wins. Well, no. On the flip side, if Pennsylvania stands, it's still not entirely done. So, New York Times predicts a Penn/Michigan win for Trump. That would be, there is a slight Republican leaning for Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as it stands, but we'll see what happens as more votes come in. Okay, never mind. That's not. Is the race close for both of them? So the electoral college pathways, obviously, given that land votes, favors the Republican side. That's why Democrats need to usually win by like +5 on the popular vote in order to secure a victory in the electoral college. Or at least like the dynamic and the makeup of the way that states look ideologically. So having all of these battleground states be this close was always going to be was always going to be an issue.
Out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we
Tammy
are.
Baldwin
this race, too
in
close to call.
Wisconsin.
She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio.
If Pennsylvania is no longer closed, we will know if someone is the president tonight.
Against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look.
It just won't be the person that you would want to be president.
One seat with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again,
can you explain why the Pennsylvania is the tipping point? Because out of all of the states, given the electoral college, the way it works, there's a proportional number of electors that you get from each individual state. It's winner take all, and the way that the states work is that if a state is close enough, if a state is like a deep red state, it doesn't matter. That's going to be Trump. That's going to be Trump victory no matter what. If a state is a deep blue state, then it doesn't matter. Like California, nobody gives a shit. You know, Democrats are going to win California. There's like 6 million fucking additional Democratic voters in the state of California in comparison to the, I guess like what, 4 or 5 million Republican voters in the state of California. So like, it's like 11 million to 6 million. So that's a given. That's like what, 53, I believe, electors that you're getting, like no matter what. You need a total of 270 plus out of the 538. And because that is how it looks like, out of all of the states that Kamala Harris seemingly was competitive in, out of all the states that Kamala Harris was seemingly competitive in, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the 3 most important. This is known as the blue wall, okay? These states usually are dictated by, if the Democrats win Pennsylvania, that usually, given the demographic makeup of these other states that are quite similar to one another, the rural-urban divide that is quite similar to one another, these other states are slated to go in the same direction. Now, that's basically what people are waiting for right now. If she did enough turnout in Pennsylvania, if she had a successful turnout in Pennsylvania, and she wins Pennsylvania, then that performance is enough to extrapolate that she most likely will win Michigan and most likely will win Wisconsin as well. Seltzer Iowa poll was a fraud. Well, the Seltzer poll looks like it might have been among the worst of the cycle. Harris is likely to lose Iowa by 8 to 10 at this point. Very different from the D+3 results she had. I give her credit for posing a non-herd poll. To be honest, it will give legitimate insight into polling at large. Yeah, I mean, no, that's copium. It was bunk. It was a disastrous failure in terms of polling.
He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points.
This is what I was waiting for.
Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in
That's not
Pennsylvania
looking
right
good.
now. And I think we said at the start of the night,
90% in,
it's a
Kamala
very
Harris is
key one because
underperforming
this-
in comparison to past performance, in comparison to performance from Joe Biden. That is a really bad sign. Sorry, I have to be fucking honest. That is a really, really bad sign. I mean, it's...
Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day as what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020.
Hogs are going to clip and goon to this moment.
Harris has improved on it.
What do you mean?
You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County.
How many votes did you get in for
This is key
Jill?
for Democrats
What?
because of the sheer size of Fulton County.
Dude,
a drop.
there's nothing funnier than blaming me for this when I have like openly been anti-Jill from the jump. Like you're now hallucinating officially. Like, shut the fuck up. I like that people immediately started assuming that Kamala Harris is going to lose, and they're now officially looking to blame someone immediately, and it's never the fucking campaign. Never. Like, immediately.
Fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Excuse me, Douglas. Cobb County, we also have, look at this.
Oh no. Currently watching Alan Lakeman, who has been live streaming on YouTube with his son for about 3 hours. The vibes here are not good. No mention of the keys or turning them in quite some time. I'm worried about everything, Lichtman says. I don't get it. The keys have nothing to do with like the fucking electoral college. Why is he worried? If he trusts the keys, then he shouldn't be worried at all. I don't understand. Why is he all of a sudden looking at the polls? Why is he all of a sudden looking at electoral college performance? I thought the keys were, that's it. I thought the keys were the keys, you know? The worst people gathered at Mar-a-Lago. Oh my God. At Mar-a-Lago tonight, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy, Caitlyn Jenner, Eduardo Bolsonaro, Nigel Farage, Dana White, Byron Donalds, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, my heart can't handle it. Oh, my God. We're about to have the worst motherfuckers. Oh, my God. Nightmare blunt rotation. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is so bad. It's so fucking bad, dude. Oh, no. I do not want 4 years of that shit. Holy fuck. Oh, this is another damning thing that I wanted to explain. CBS News exit poll in Michigan per our polling team. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump right now. This deficit for Harris is in large part to younger men in Michigan who are more for Trump. Before people start talking about how this is the Arab vote, okay, if you say this is the Arab vote, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. I just want to let you know, wait till the fucking exit polls come out. You'll probably see a bunch of people that did swing for third-party votes in Michigan. But once again, they were all there for the picking for Kamala Harris. But it's not going to be them. It's going to be young white men and young Latino men that are going without a college degree, going heavily for Donald Trump, as is what the pollsters have shown time and time again. There is a massive gender crisis in this country. I've been ringing the alarm bells about that, alongside the massive misinformation crisis that we're experiencing. And, you know, you just gotta remember that. There's not that many Latinos in Michigan. Yeah, it's just white men in general, young white men in general. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fuck, man, we should have known sexism would kill the campaign. No. Sexism plays a role in this, but we all knew that already. Hasan mauled, yes. Hasan mauled, little boy mauled. Brother, I need you to understand something, okay? And I'm going to be very clear with you. Donald Trump potentially winning this election is not going to change the reality that your family is embarrassed to be around you and have told the rest of the family in Thanksgiving dinner that you moved away for the duration while they keep you locked in the fucking basement because your vibes are so pathetic. Okay? Donald Trump winning the presidency is not going to change that reality. If anything, it's probably going to make your situation worse. I just need you to understand that real quick. You need to fix your own damn life. Okay? That's it. Like, you need to fix it. You're not. Hit the fucking gym, little man. Okay? Fix your fucking life. Donald Trump winning or losing is not going to make it better. All right? PA showing lots of counties with 80+% vote counts moving further red. Haha, already coping, talking about some other's family. Once again, we lived under the Trump administration for 4 years. None of your lives got better when that happened. You owned the libs, and you thought owning the libs would potentially make your life better. The only thing that happened was Donald Trump gave massive tax cuts to the omega wealthy and corporations. Donald Trump deregulated key sectors, poisoned your water, probably gave you even more lead poisoning so you hallucinate these fucking weirdo positions. America is on a path to complete fucking collapse. And you're over here thinking that voting for the orange man is going to somehow materially benefit you. It's not, okay? This is the same principle that so many people exhibit, okay? You handsome and I love your opinions, though. Okay, thank you. But remember, Donald Trump winning the presidency is not going to improve your life. It's actually going to continue making it worse because there are fundamental problems that you have that you're experiencing in here, okay? And major material issues that you are experiencing as well. And neither party is actually providing any adequate solutions to that. But all you are thinking is maybe if I fucking own people that have less than I do, then my life will be at least noticeably better. It will not. Okay? You need to understand that. It is not going to improve your life at all. Owning the libs is not going to improve your life. It is a way for Donald Trump and the Republican Party to distract you away as they pick your fucking pockets and rob you blind. He doesn't give a fuck about you. You don't make $10 million a year. He does not give a fuck about you. You could die and he wouldn't give a shit. I thought you were the smart one. If Kamala wins, the world will be destroyed by wars. The world is being destroyed by wars currently. Kamala Harris is not the president, and it doesn't fucking change that dynamic even a little bit. All right. Donald Trump wins Montana, which was expected. Electoral College estimate showing Trump within 288. Popular vote estimate for Harris has gone down to plus 0.1. Pennsylvania is 56% Republican lean. What are the odds of Trump winning the whole thing? The odds are in favor of Donald Trump, certainly.
What Tom just mentioned about the exit poll, and again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit, but here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago.
We aren't crazy, right? We see he's a fascist. Yes.
You can pull up Nevada. You can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala
Voting
Harris.
to deport their families.
46%. But again, it's about the overperformance.
Well, bro, you claim you're not left, but your cries and groans and screams you are. I am left. I don't think you know what that means. I'm more to the left than the Democratic Party is, that's for sure.
Around the Trump campaign, what did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters, Latino men. An interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
You seem to be right that Harris could lose the popular vote and still win. Yeah, I mean,
two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania.
that is if she fucking wins Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she lost. She lost the popular vote and the fucking Electoral College. I said that the funniest likely outcome would be Kamala Harris losing the general election because of Trump's fucking turnout demon behavior. Okay. Oh, fuck. I got to talk to the Canadian broadcast in like, what a fucking terrible time. I am going to do a Zoom call live in front of 300,000 people with CBC right now, as a matter of fact. In like the next
overall number with those
13
seniors.
minutes.
So those are three things that I'm
Or
seeing
not
very
even 13.
early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers
What a night.
in rural.
What a night,
better
ladies
than
and
he did in
gentlemen.
2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats at some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected at the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both
Okay, I'm done
sides
calling shit. I literally said, what if all the young people that are voting at college campuses are voting for Donald Trump? I didn't mean it when I said that. I meant like, haha, like, wouldn't it be funny? Like, that's probably not real. And now it's looking like that might have been happening. And I was just, that's my bad, guys. Fuck it. That's my bad. The CBS reporter on a PA college campus said a lot of students were bringing up the Joe Rogan interview as an influence. Oh my God, stop. El political analyst, bitch, what do you mean? Like, I hope you feel vindicated. I don't, because being correct in this issue, being correct on any number of different things that I've said that were horrible decisions made by the Kamala Harris campaign is not a victory at all. You want to know why it's not a victory at all? Because Donald Trump wants to deport 20 million people, okay? He wants to build concentration camps. it is being right on this issue still does not feel good at all. It feels very bad, as a matter of fact. Especially because it just shows that, like, we have no way of reaching out to a lot of these people and that things are going to get far worse in the upcoming years. They're going to get much, much worse if Kamala Harris loses Pennsylvania.
Coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts, to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground, states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them
Exit
to do.
poll in New York,
but
Jewish
watch
voters.
and wait, and
Harris
increasingly,
56%, Trump
optimistic
43%.
atmosphere
Holy
both here at West Palm
moly.
Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in. Savannah.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's
Muslim
go with
voters,
Peter Alexander now. He's
64%
with
for
the
Kamala Harris,
campaign
by
in
the way.
Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, the Democrat, winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states, obviously, is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses.
Needle
up
is
there,
going
knock on
firmly
doors
in
to
the Trump
swell the
camp.
number. They're really
Firmly.
relying on big numbers in places
Firmly
like
in the Trump
Philadelphia
camp.
and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some
295 electoral college estimate. Trump popular vote estimate is now at plus
right now and in
0.04.
Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now.
Do you
We're
think
gonna keep a
racism
close
and
eye on
misogyny
that
are a big
as this
factor
night
in this
progresses.
election?
All right,
Racism
Peter
and
Alexander,
misogyny in
thanks
the
very
United
much.
States
I
of
think
America is a big factor in every election. Kamala Harris is a black woman. Everybody knows that. That was always going to be something that, obviously fucking dumb racist misogynist people were going to pay attention to and discount her for. You work within your benefits, you work within your the advantages you have, and you work against your disadvantages. That's just how campaigns work, okay? You can't magically change Kamala Harris into a white man. And you shouldn't say, I don't want this person to run because they're a black woman or a black man or not white, okay? You shouldn't say that. But the way you outcompete that is by making a case, making an argument that you're going to help people, okay? Trying to rely on suburban white women to come to your favor, to come to your side by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney is not the way to do that. You're actually so sped. Oh, great. So much of this is going to happen. Well, at least we got fucking Hogs back in the building. That's cool.
Same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive.
Don't even let them cope like this. The campaign was shit and didn't address any of the important topics that people actually cared about, and sometimes did the opposite. I know.
Massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years, and it has padded them. It's what Texas. Look, Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now.
It's funny to see Democrats, like, after running fucking, like, I fear that Democrats are going to run the most racist campaign you've ever done fucking seen after this realignment.
And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor, difference 171,000 votes there.
I'm worried.
So here's the Senate at this hour. The Republicans have picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control.
Quick
of the
recap of how you're
Senate.
feeling.
And the
I
ones hanging in
am
the
not
balance right now in
confident.
terms of that
I am
are
now going to be
Ohio, Sherrod
tuning
Brown in the
into
fight for his
the
political
Canadian
career in Ohio.
broadcaster.
We've got Michigan we're watching. Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after.
I'm going to be tuning into the Canadian broadcaster right now to do a Zoom meeting with them. Okay. I'm going to launch this meeting. Hopefully it'll work. Why is it not working? Hello. Join from the browser. This meeting link is invalid. Okay. Meeting link is invalid. It is not working. That's not good. With the guns out? Yeah, with the guns out, baby. You already know. Okay, well, we'll continue while I wait for that. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. At least we can still watch Hasan Piker while the country burns. Move to Canada if you hate the hogs, lol. Well, the irony is Canada is also fucking infested with hogs. So there's that problem too. Hogs are impossible to avoid, okay? Hogs are like the top of the hour ad break, impossible to avoid unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. The needle is now officially at 79% projecting a Trump victory. Holy fuck. Twitch Prime is free. I'm not running a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but you can still subscribe if you'd like to. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, and it's getting worse and worse. Leftists need to organize them fast. I mean, you never stop organizing, win or lose. It doesn't matter. That doesn't change the reality. Are we cooked? I mean, is the country cooked? Yes. But the country was cooked, as I said, time and time again. Whether Kamala Harris wins or loses, the country is cooked. It's just a matter of how much worse it is going to get. With Donald Trump, it is definitely slated to get significantly worse. Not just this country that's cooked, though. Many other countries are cooked as well. Is Austin coming on too? Austin has not replied. Not if Chuck Schumer passes the anti-Semitism bill gets passed through Mississippi, we might not be able to legally watch you. There's also that too. Aren't these already projected red? The
Democrats made gains here.
The issue is Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over. The race is over. It's done.
Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you can take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses.
There's no
they were suffering,
pathway
stop
to 270 votes for Kamala Harris without Pennsylvania. It's the most populous out of all of the electoral colleges, out of all of the electoral college swing states, and it's the one that she absolutely needs, including Michigan and Wisconsin. If she wins Pennsylvania, the likelihood that she wins Michigan and Wisconsin is higher. I'm calling it adjournmentum for additional analysis now. Did it look this bad in 2020 for Biden at this time, or was it significantly better? I don't remember, but 2020 was a little different because there was heavy early voting. I'm waiting for CBC to send me a new link because the Zoom link that they sent me is broken. Okay, so all right, you're back on. At adjournmentum, everybody. So I just want to let you know quick that like I might have to abruptly end the call because I have I'm supposed to be zooming into the Canadian broadcaster in a little bit. And oh shit, they actually did send me a new link. Hold on. Just give us a quick update on what you think is happening in terms of
the polling broadly was right. The shit pollsters that were hurting seemed to kind of get things right. The higher quality ones that did really well in 2022 seems to have overclocked Kamala a bit. The path here is really like the shitty, narrow Joe Biden 270 path. It's hypothetically possible that she could get through the blue wall through Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. All those states are still rated as toss-ups by the New York Times. They should be correlated with each other. These are not toss-ups that lean
which
towards
ministers,
her,
which
I
officials
think. I
are
think
doing what work.
Michigan, they have no. The Michigan is wrong state. My browser fucked up.
Oh shit. Okay. I have to run really quickly because they're ready for me, the Canadian broadcaster. But I'm gonna call you back in a second. Okay.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, what is going on here?
Part of a future Trump administration should Donald Trump win. That relationship has been
Hello, can you hear me?
maintained with an eye towards the future.
Hi,
Hello?
Hasan. This is Gabby over in radio. Just double checking that you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. No problem. Hello.
I do that for an
I'm muting the desktop audio real quick so you don't. I'm muting the desktop audio. I'm muting them so that you don't hear them. Hani şu anda konuşamam. Canadian Broadcast ile konuşuyorum. Ne var? Yok, aç kapıyı, Alkay'ı ne olur.
phone call was like two old friends, really very cordial. And we know the relationship has been mercurial. So some of that relationship building is really something that I think people around Justin Trudeau will be leaning on and trying to,
They want me to count for them. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Going into developing. We appreciate you counting. Thank you so much. We'll come to you shortly.
Okay,
efforts
thank
have been
you.
made. And of course, those two have been in the room together before. And I've spoken to Canadian officials.
I told them that I'm live in front of 300,000 people.
Somebody who really wants to get down to business, really wants to get things done. In that case, there is more of a sense that there are shared values there. They know she's very concerned about issues like labor rights and the environment, things that matter a lot to Justin Trudeau.
They wanted me to
but
count
at the same
so
time,
that I
they
could.
appreciate that there could be pressure there going forward. I know when they attempted to, build more of these relationships and have more meetings with the Biden administration, the incoming Biden administration last time around, though they were told that there just wasn't an interest in having conversations with foreign government, that the transitional period was not the time to do that. whoever wins, though, I think, and we have to be honest, particularly if it is Donald Trump, you will see Canadian officials, perhaps it will happen quietly, a lot more of them heading to the United States. This work has been going on for months, this Team Canada approach that was really built during the first Trump administration, but there will be more leaning in as the results are known.
Thanks, Catherine. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Well, when we were talking to Noah, the 13-year-old, a little while ago, the young people are getting their information in very different ways, and maybe the three of us around the table here do. We're all on some of the social media, but we get it through traditional media for the most part. But I now want to reach out to someone else who is providing information on a platform that I'm not that familiar with. You may not be either. I don't know. Hasan Piker has been reaching thousands of young people through this election period. He's a left-leaning Twitch streamer with more than 2.7 million followers on the platform. Hasan, I think that 300,000 people are with you now. Is that right?
That's right. There's currently 300,000 people watching the live stream and listening to CBC Radio Election Night.
Well, hello to all of you. Glad to have you with us, and you as well. Hasan, it's a broad group of people, but what are you and your followers watching most closely tonight?
I am locked in on the blue wall, specifically Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin tonight. That is what I've been paying close attention to this entire time. I think the race is going to hinge on that. For the Canadians out there who don't know, we have a very weird system called the Electoral College. It's quite undemocratic, as a matter of fact. And these are the three states that Kamala Harris must win in order to secure a victory in the general election. She has to win these states to go over the 270 barrier.
You are reaching tens of thousands of young people. So a lot of Gen Z, or Gen Z, as we say up here in Canada, Gen Alpha. These are groups that politicians of all stripes are trying to get to listen to them, trying to reach. What do you think politicians are missing in their efforts to reach young people?
I think politicians everywhere, specifically in the Western world, are not really addressing a lot of the material inequalities and the harms that the younger generations are facing. I think that I speak for a lot of people when I say that if you're under the age of 35, the likelihood that you will retire at a reasonable age has become basically a dream. It's not going to happen. The likelihood that you'll ever own a home is seemingly also impossible. And I think that there's a major crisis there that no one seems to want to address. So in the absence of that, I think a lot of reactionary sentiment reaches to these vulnerable young men in particular and causes them to choose a right-wing slant. And we're kind of seeing that right now in at least the exit polls coming out of Michigan, where the majority of the young male voters in the state of Michigan are saying that they're actually in favor of Donald Trump in the 18 to 35 demographic. This is really dangerous for the future of not only this country, but for most other countries as well.
And Hasan, I introduced you as a left-leaning Twitch streamer. So I only say that because I want to ask you this question: is what are the issues, the people you're hearing from on your stream? What are the issues that they care a lot about?
Yeah. Can you hear me well, by the way? I might have changed my microphone.
I can. I think you just switched over microphones. You sound great.
I did. Okay. So the question was, what are the issues that
what are you
young
hearing
people
from the people who follow you in terms of issues that they care about?
I would say that obviously abortion rights are a major problem here in the country. Our Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and abortion protections that we all took for granted. And beyond that, I think another very important issue is America's foreign policy, specifically as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. A lot of young people do care about that quite a bit. But outside of that, in terms of domestic issues, I think that healthcare is a major problem here in this country. Young people face the exact same problems that older generations face. In terms of access to medical care. There's a massive divide in terms of like rural healthcare, for example. We have a lot of hospital closures happening in rural areas. And beyond that, we obviously still have a an insane thing called medical debt in this country, and I think that's all because of private interests. And this is something that young people definitely care about. We have a crisis in terms of inflation. We have an affordability crisis, and more importantly than anything else, housing is a major problem.
All right, Hasan, we'll have to leave it there. Appreciate you so much for taking part in this tonight.
All right, thank you for having me.
That's Hasan Piker, a left-leaning Twitch streamer with 300,000 people watching that Twitch stream. You ever been on Twitch?
I'm still in here, but I'm muted
Answer
now.
that question.
Well, I wouldn't even know how to go on Rob Russo.
No. All right, I'm out. They ended it. That was short, awkward. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Hasan, for doing this for my country. Yeah, you know, I try my best. All right, let's get back to the devastating consequences of running a objectively bad campaign. It wasn't awkward at all. I don't think it was awkward. I think chatters will consider it to be awkward because, you know, you just have to be short, clear, concise. Mic swap back, you're quiet. What do you mean? No, this is the microphone I was using. Oh no, did that thing happen where my microphone is now quieter than it was before? Oh no. I wonder if volume went down when you switched. Fuck. That literally is okay, I brought it up. I brought the gain up. Hopefully it'll fix itself. All right. No, they're fucking lying. I don't think anything changed. I think I'm looking at the audio levels. It is changing. So here it is. The Biden headwind hurting Harris tonight. Biden's approval rating 38.5%. Disapproval 56.3%. Seems to me like maybe she should have separated herself further from Joseph Robinette Brandon, the person that she replaced. The person that she replaced, remember, was as in there was such a major problem. There was such a major issue originally with Biden that Biden had to unceremoniously drop out and have Kamala Harris replace Windows sound suppression when joining calls. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You signed it tinny at first, but then switched and was all good. Appreciate you not missing word. A lot of issues are shared between the countries. They had to get rid of you after you mentioned Palestine? No. Michigan is leading Trump now. I mean, if Pennsylvania is gone, then Michigan is gone too. I would doubt a system where like she ends up fucking. I doubt that she loses Pennsylvania and then keeps Michigan as well. CBC is very anti-Palestine. Okay, well, who knows? PA 3.1 to 2.8 are now. Kamala lost this election when she said she wouldn't have changed a single thing over the last 4 years. Georgia called for Trump. Decision Desk is projecting a Donald J. Trump victory in Georgia. Georgia had 3 million early votes. I expect to flip. I don't know about that. All right, let's do it. Let's bring him. Let's bring in Edinger Mentum real quick. Let's call him back up. Now that I talked to the communist nation of Canada. Hello. I'm back from my brief stint with the communist territories of Canada.
Yeah. Let me check what Georgia is, but the story here is very simple in Georgia, and you can say everybody say hello to Bobby in the background. That's my dog. She's a sweetheart. But what happened in Georgia is very similar to 2022 with the Warnock race, but in one direction. We see in the state that Trump made gains in the rural areas, like Herschel Walker did. Senator Warnock managed to survive those gains by outperforming Biden in the entire metro area, both the suburbs and the inner city, by mid-single, high single digits. That was enough to get him to a 3-point win in the runoff. Kamala Harris, her margins in the metro area would have been enough for her to carry the state if she did not lose ground in the rural Georgia, if she did not lose ground across the state other than Atlanta. She lost ground in essentially everywhere in South Georgia, south of Atlanta. She was inconsistent in North Georgia, and I don't think that she is going to, did all that well in the small cities. It was a death by 1,000 cuts. It looks similar in North Carolina here. To the extent she has a path, it's by doing what she failed to do in Georgia and North Carolina, although I will say that these states are not called yet, where she's able to counteract Republican swings in rural Pennsylvania, Michigan, and seems to be Wisconsin, although only one county is done, and it's a Native American county. It was a
So
small swing.
I have a question for you, real quick.
Yeah.
So Kamala Harris's method of suburban turnout was a demonstrable fucking failure in Georgia.
Absolutely, absolutely,
an unimaginable failure. So the reason why, I mean, I don't want to do the "I told you so" route in this situation, not to you in particular.
We should.
But
we can't do
like,
the "I told you so" route because we did. I was
because
trying to be bullish on her. I fundamentally believed in the world of 2022. I believe in the world where Americans, with given a generic Democrat, would choose them over Trump. We've seen that time and time again. We saw that in 2022. Democrats had the best midterm election since the Great Depression. But you can't fucking force it with your ideological, centrist, center-right, neocon preferences. You can't force this interventionist bullshit ideology down people's throats. You have to meet them where they are. You have to run somebody people see as a capable, charismatic leader. You can't be trying to fucking convince them to bring back the Iraq War era. They rejected that in 2008. You won off of a platform that said that we should spend money at home and not overseas. You get elected 12 years later off of a platform where you're saying we're going to create an interventionism of foreign policy for the middle class. Meet people where they are. They've clearly rejected you. Before Biden, who was the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, who spearheaded the Iraq War resolution at the objection of every single Democrat who was around from the Kennedy era, they were every single president since 2004, when Bush barely won after 9/11, ran on an anti-interventionist platform. Obama ran out of pulling out of wars.
Donald
Obama
Trump
in 2012 ran out of not going to war with Russia.
Donald Trump literally in 2016. Donald Trump in 2016 ran to the fucking left of Hillary Clinton, presenting himself as a peaceful dove to the Hillary Clinton's warmongering ways. This was massively beneficial in making him look like a moderate. Yes.
He was seen as a moderate. He was widely seen as a moderate. And the reason why Democrats came back in 2018, 2020, 2022, winning nearly every single state that matters, often by landslide margins, between 2016 and 2024, Democrats had not lost a meaningful statewide race in Pennsylvania. They had not lost a single statewide race in Michigan. They had not lost practically any meaningful statewide races in Wisconsin besides 2022 when an incumbent, Ron Johnson, barely won against a leftist, Mandela Barnes. They won both Senate seats in Georgia. They won the governor's race in North Carolina. They won both Senate seats in Arizona, both Senate seats in Nevada, the governor's race in Arizona. Their mainstream liberalism is a formula that wins when you run somebody who is seen as capable and competent. Americans don't want Trumpism. They rejected Trumpism for nearly a decade straight. But you can't beat Trumpism when you try to force these hated D.C. Washington swamp psychos with -20 favorable and approval ratings down their throats because it's what you want. Because it's what they want. They want this center-right, Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney foreign policy. They want these wars overseas. They want this support for Israel. They want endless war everywhere. They want these endless commitments. They want American hegemony as the sole purpose of the American state. It's an ideology that has been rejected time and time and time again. and they can't get over it, and they're throwing us all off into the fucking abyss because they can't get over it. They need to grow up. They need to be rooted out, root and stem. That is our project. If she can't pull out a fucking miracle in these 3 Midwestern states off of abortion, if she can't pull a rabbit out of a goddamn hat, our project for the next 4 years is making it clear that the centrists were the ones who failed us. We gave them the ball. We gave them the ball in 2020. They promised they could be electable. They barely beat Trump. They came into office with massive public support after January 6th, and they failed time and time and time again. They ran an 80-year-old man for re-election. A hated 80-year-old man. They credited a midterm victory that was so clearly the result of people running away from Biden. Not a single person in the Democratic Party in 2022 ran on the Joe Biden platform. Everybody from Raphael Warnock to Gretchen Whitmer to John Fetterman did not run with Joe Biden. They didn't even say they supported him for re-election, and they won because people saw them as different. And then you run the person who they see as a failure, you're going to fail.
Yeah, there was no constituency, and not only was there never really a constituency, it was like a purely ideological grift from the Democratic Party. They just... One thing that I think is really interesting about this is that they always claim that people like myself, people like yourself, are these like idealistic fucking losers who just want a unicorn, right? Like that's what Hillary Clinton said about Medicare for all. Oh, what's next? You want a unicorn? And it's like the things that we are advocating for are not only morally correct, but they're also massively beneficial in terms of the race, in terms of winning races. Even if you are not genuinely interested in pushing the needle towards like a more just society, towards expansion of Medicare in a very significant way, not like at-home care or whatever the fuck focus tested shit that Kamala Harris was pushing for,
like focus grouped shitty fucking things.
Even if that wasn't the case, like even if you weren't going to do that, like you couldn't even fucking lie about it, which blows my goddamn mind. Like at least fucking lie about it. And the fact that they chose not to even do that, the fact that they chose not to even dignify the base of support with lies to get them excited at the prospect like Barack Obama did in 2008 is genuinely shocking. We are not the idealists here.
We are the pragmatists.
Centrists, yes, we are pragmatic.
They are the fucking idealists. They are the ideologues. They are the people doing what they accuse the left of, where they prioritize their bullshit ideological crusades over pragmatic winning and stopping fascism. These people prioritized their stupid fucking neocon bullshit over actually doing what needed to be done.
Yeah,
they prioritized it at every fucking turn.
We also have some more damning news from David Day, and House is starting to slip away from the Dems. This result in what was considered a safe seat in Illinois is the big shocker so far, with Joshua Lloyd with 72% of the votes in. The Republican candidate is clobbering Nikki Budzinski.
Yeah, even the hope that existed under Biden that there would be some degree of separation between a generic liberal, someone like Bob Casey or Tammy Baldwin or any of these House members who won in 2022, they would be like separated from the Biden administration, something that made sense in theory, did not work in this high turnout electorate. When you have these low information voters, these low engagement voters, the kinds of voters who only show up every 4 years for presidential races and don't show up in special elections and runoffs and all these other races, when you have these voters showing up here, they just see the Democrat on the ticket as one and the same with this administration that they despise.
Yeah, but listen, you want to know what the silver lining in all of this is? Kamala Harris wanted to appoint a Republican to her cabinet, and honestly, now it's going to be all Republicans, and it seems like Democrats love that shit. So
yeah, they'll be fine. You're happy. You wanted Liz Cheney running the CIA. You're going to get more than enough of that.
Yeah.
The thing is with this, after 2016 was a legitimate upset. 2016 was something that was truly surprising. We didn't see it coming. Clinton was a very popular politician at some points in her career. She had the backing of this political machine that had won countless times. Trump was this person with minus 40% personal favorables. He was rejected by his party. Less than a month before the election, you had all these establishment figures who were telling him to drop out of the race. It was a legitimate question as to why he won. There were legitimate things Democrats needed to do. There wasn't a clear path forward because the party had been losing under Obama since 2010. They got blown out in 2010. They got blown out in 2014. They got killed in all these races leading up to 2016. What we have now, we have a party that is
Baczynski is
largely,
up, by the way. Sorry to cut you off, but that was error in reporting, data entry error. Baczynski's actually up.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference between this and 2016
And she won.
is that after 2016, reasonable people could disagree on what the proper path forward is. Centrists had a legitimate case that they had a perfectly viable, even the most viable ideology electorally, and that they had just been they just happened to run this person who was corrupt and personally unpopular, and it fucked them. They run Biden.
It doesn't make any sense. Biden, Kamala Harris would not be running for Kamala Harris would not be the presidential candidate right now if Joseph Robinette Brandon was not so unimaginably unpopular that he had to do the unceremonious, unique thing of dropping the fuck out. Why the fuck would you spend any of your truncated campaign running towards the fucking unpopular person? Why would you keep that unpopular person's own? Why would you keep his campaign? Why would you keep his campaign? Why would you run towards him? Why would you consistently say you are going to be just like him, but
they
maybe
sacrificed our future on the altar of their fucking petulant, childish fetish towards Joe Biden. They sacrificed a clear path towards winning that we've seen be successful time and time and time again because they didn't want to admit that they did something wrong, even when the signs were clear every single step of the way. They were children. They were childish. They chose their feelings over what could have been done to easily be successful. People don't like Donald Trump. They've never liked Donald Trump. There's not been a single moment of this man's career that he has ever had personal positive favorability. That has never been the case for any national politician of his length of his career before. But he's probably going to be a two-term president because they insist on their fucking ideological centrist bullshit.
There's still people in the chat going, bro, shut the fuck up. Joe beat Trump when no one else could in 2020. 42,000 votes, by the way.
4.5 during COVID.
42,000 votes over Donald Trump, who got COVID literally a week before, like the Comey letter. When COVID was like the top of mind, number one priority, Donald Trump literally got COVID right before the fucking election.
He beat him by 40,000 votes.
He beat him by 42,000 votes.
During a generational public health crisis.
Yeah, no, it is unimaginably infuriating to watch the Democrats throw so fucking consistently and so aggressively. And I know for a fact tomorrow's headlines are going to be that those stinky Muslim Arabs didn't fucking vote for the Democratic Party. Are you happy now? How many of you voted for Jill Stein or whatever?
She's getting
the fuck?
less than 1%.
Yeah. I know. They're gonna get. I think that in the aftermath of this, depolarization of racial boundaries, Democrats are gonna run an increasingly more racist campaign than the one that they ran this time around. If they don't get their fucking act in order, if they continue along the same trajectory, they will somehow, in the eve of the Republican Party's collapse, literally offer them permanent victory. The Republican Party is supposed to be collapsing in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade, in the aftermath of Trumpism. And they did. They did collapse. The Democratic Party as a machine and the Democratic Party as a party is not unpopular. It's just that the leadership decisions being made from the campaign has been objectively unpopular. Every single time I asked myself and I asked this community, who is this for? Whenever Kamala Harris came out and said, oh, I'm going to do a $50,000 tax cut for small businesses. I'm a small business. My mother was a small business. I'm a transnational gang and I will prosecute them. I was like, who's this for?
I'm from a middle-class family.
Yeah, I'm from a middle-class family.
Isn't that
I
amazing?
said, who's this for? Who is this for? Is that for you? No? Then stop imagining that it's actually for someone else. It's just objectively bad fucking messaging. Okay?
Yeah, and you know what? We saw politicians in this race who were unconnected from the Biden administration. We have Ruben Gallego running against Kerry Lake, who's essentially a Trump clone. He's up by 7 points. We're probably going to see Jackie Rosen in Nevada win. She's not even a fucking leftist. She's a Zionist. She's insanely Zionist. We have Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who's outrunning her by God knows how much. We have, like, even the shitty CIA politician who's running for Senate in Michigan is outrunning her. The two incumbents in Pennsylvania and Michigan are outrunning her. There's a constituency here who are perfectly willing to vote for Democrats. They just don't want to vote for an administration that they've seen as a failure since the fall of Kabul. And like, people will fucking like pillory, they'll crucify me for saying this, but like, I don't entirely blame them. I get it. Biden looked inept. Kamala Harris is an inexperienced politician. She's only been in elected office since 2016 nationally. She's won 2 races against Republicans, one of which was in California that she nearly lost. She did nothing during her vice presidency. She was connected to Biden's biggest failures. When she ran for president, there was a moment of excitement that she could break from him, that she could represent something new, maybe a more
that moment of
left-wing
excitement came with almost $1 billion in fundraising from small donors, and they literally looked at that and were like, all right, we're good now.
Yeah, I don't get why they picked fucking walls. What was the point of that? Why'd you do that?
Exactly. Remember when the vice presidential debate was happening, or even leading up to that, when they objectively moved to a attack to the center, attack to the right strategy, as they always do.
Yeah.
I said, why the fuck didn't you pick Josh Shapiro? He would have been better. He would have been better than Tim Walz. If you were going to go to the center, then yeah, go with the conservative governor from the state of Pennsylvania. You get a 2-point bump regardless, because he's the governor of the fucking state that you have to win. And on top of that,
consistent. He loves Israel. He was a former IDF member. He loves charter schools.
Yeah.
He's not like, he doesn't have any.
More importantly, he would have been a better communicator. He could have done the fucking Barack Obama thing that he does all the time. And he would have been a better communicator of like the tepid neoliberalism of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know why they went with Tim Walz, who
like a progressive. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, of course I said Walz was good. Chatters, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Walz is a fucking gem. Are you stupid? Tim Walz, if he was at the top of the ticket right now, this would not even be a conversation that we're having. Tim Walz is a gem.
He was the sole candidate in this entire race who had positive personal favorables.
Yeah. They wasted it. They wasted his opportunity. They literally turned around and backpocketed him. And they forced him to fucking repeat talking points that were coming from the top of the ticket. And yeah, I said it time and time again. Tim Walz, when he talks about like giving people healthcare, when he talks about housing, you can see how hard he pops off. When he talks about like, you know, Israel's first strike policy against Iran, he's like, he sounds like a fucking asshole in a suit, just like everyone else. Josh Shapiro at least would have been a more charismatic facilitator of that kind of thing. Yeah. He literally would have done a better job than Tim Walz to be like, yeah, I would love to fucking nuke Iran, or I would love to have a muscular border policy. Tim Walz sucked at that.
I wouldn't I'm not too fucking proud. I'm not going to say some bullshit like you have to run a fucking socialist in every election to win. You just have to run somebody who looks competent. Josh Shapiro won in Pennsylvania against a Trump toady by 15 points. This isn't complicated. We don't need like some fucking magic sauce. We just need somebody who's capable of like looking like they can govern the country. Not this fucking old man, 81-year-old failure who's been in Washington since the Nixon administration. Not his unqualified running mate who's done nothing and nobody knows and refused to make a clear profile for herself.
I don't care about that. Like, Kamala Harris being a blank slate is not necessarily an issue when generic Democrats were like outperforming Joe Biden by 28 points. Kamala Harris is the generic Democrat. The problem is, but as a generic Democrat, she had a fucking blank slate. She had a blank slate, and instead of messaging specifically to specifically communicating a direct fissure between her and the administration that she was a part of, whether it be on Gaza or even on immigration, or even like expanding on the former accomplishments of the prior administration and saying we've done a lot, but we have so much more to do, and this is what I'm going to do, and talk about like expanding fucking Medicare or something.
Medicare for all. she endorsed.
I know. Medicare for All would have been an absolute banger. She wouldn't have looked like a fucking flip-flopper from 2019 when everyone was trying to be woke and radical and progressive instead of running away from all of those messages. But even if she's not going to do that, at least say, like, at least do the Sherrod Brown thing. Say you're going to lower the Medicare age to 55. That's radical enough for a lot of Americans to fucking get mad at you. But you,
enough of a difference. It's a meaningful enough difference from your shitty policy, your shitty administration. It's so frustrating because I would love to say that this is because they weren't left wing enough. I would love to say they just have to endorse all of my own personal policies. They just have to back what I like and what I personally back, and they'd be a-okay. But it's not that. It's not that complicated. It's not that elaborate or that like esoteric. This is a very easy opposition. It's an opposition that had lost for nearly a decade. They had only managed to win against incredibly unpopular DC-aligned Democrats, and lo and behold, that's exactly what you gave them for the third time in a row. You barely lost the first time you did it, barely won the second time. Now you're probably going to lose like by more the third time. It's not rocket science. It's not complicated. They just refuse to acknowledge the reality staring them in the face.
all right. So the question is it Jover? Also, the Senate is officially flipped. Sherrod Brown, speaking of Sherrod Brown, has lost to fucking Bernie Moreno.
Didn't need to happen. Probably is going to outrun her by a shit ton.
Bernie fucking Moreno, dude. Bernie Moreno.
Car dealer who's done every form of fraud on planet Earth.
And also a closeted gay man.
Yes, I said DL Moreno.
Yeah.
DL Vance.
Yeah, he is a closeted gay man who was like super pro gay rights, and then immediately, as soon as he fucking flipped over to the Republican side, became like an anti-trans nutter. Okay, straight up, like there is mountains of opposition research on this motherfucker, and he wasn't even like the best slated to win this seat from the Ohio primaries. They just
He was the worst performing candidate in the Ohio primaries. He was losing the entire way through. He was losing when Biden was in the race. I mean, like, certainly the polling was probably wrong there. It was probably the case that the polls were only reaching a group of voters who were more likely to be ticket splitters, and they missed the low information voters who only turn out during presidential races, who only vote party line. That was what happened in 2020 to a degree, although it didn't cost them everything. It very nearly did. So polling has a bit of an issue here. Polling really did like show this degree of Democratic strength against Kamala that either wasn't the case or that like the candidate at the top of the ballot being connected to the administration like just fucked them up. The question now at this point is if Baldwin and Casey can win. That's not a guarantee. And we need them like at this point it's like are Democrats in a position to maybe like possibly win back the Senate in 2026? Because if Kamala can't pull a rabbit out of the hat here, like Trump is gonna like he like if he wins, he's gonna have the Senate. He's gonna be able to replace Alito and Thomas with his own people. Like the contradictions have been completely heightened here. There is no possibility of a traditional reform through the system. We're not going to be able to just bide our time and win every election for the next 10 years and hope things fall into place. We're going to need radical court reform if there's going to be anything done. We're going to need some really, really a huge reform of the DNC that's put together so they can actually appeal to people instead of trying to prioritize their Cheneyite crusades over everything else that's going on. I hope that I wish there could be a middle ground. I really did. I thought there maybe could be a middle ground, but there just wasn't.
Yeah.
But it's
Nate
nothing
Cohn,
we
for the
already
first time
know.
tonight. Nate Cohn says, for the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He's an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to win. Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, like Shai is saying, she's just underrunning Biden across the board, no matter the demographic. It's a shift away from her. There are some demographics where this is more pronounced. There are some demographics where it's lessened. There are some areas, some suburban areas, where she's doing a little bit better than him. But the general story is this is an unpopular administration. This is an largely unpopular, inexperienced candidate people didn't know. And this is an environment in which people were very unsatisfied with the direction of the country, and the candidate who maybe might have been in a position to possibly represent change only did so in the most abstract sense instead of meeting stuff directly.
Looks like Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn, an area 90+% Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. I wonder how that happened. Maybe we shouldn't have fucking sent Richie Torres and then Bill Clinton to Michigan to be like, Arabs are dogs that need to be put down. It seems like that was a bad.
Lose by so much that the Arab vote didn't make the difference. So
by the
they
way,
can't blame it on it.
yeah, there's also that too. But here's the issue. It's not like this is fucking hindsight, you know, this is foresight. This is just sight. Like, these are all of the specific things that we yelled about for years, but especially more importantly in this last election cycle. It was just like, and everybody kept telling me I'm fucking wrong. Everybody was like, no, you don't understand. They have a method to this madness. Like, there's adults in the room. I'm sure they know better. And I kept saying, like, in 2016, they didn't know better.
Yeah, I wrote like in April 2023, before Biden announced his campaign, that 2022 put them in a good position to win, but this administration, and Joe Biden in particular, was just so unpopular and toxic that I think the West Coast just came in. The polls just closed in California and Washington. Adam Schiff is going to be the new senator.
I know. I can't wait. I voted for him on stream, and I was like, this motherfucker is going to put me in jail one day when, like, Chuck Schumer's anti-Semitism bill comes into effect if the Democrats win. But now he can still vote to put me in jail as a Democrat after I voted for him.
God, they're going to have the fucking Senate, the lame duck Biden administration with the Senate majority and with the president-elect Trump, and they use that time to pass the anti-Semitism bill. That's a perfect end to all this. God. It's just not. You shouldn't have run a 78-year-old man. Shouldn't have run a 78-year-old man who was wrong on every single policy position and for his entire life. It just doesn't work out.
Yeah, the I told you so it just rings so fucking hollow because I just know that the Democrats are probably actively strategizing on how to fucking create a tailor-made message as to why, like, somehow I was responsible and people like me were responsible for them fucking losing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this was like, it felt like compelling and new, like fucking like 8 years ago. Like, oh my God, you guys won under Obama twice, but it turns out centrism actually isn't good. What an amazing concept. Who could have ever thought? God, he's going to probably win the popular vote.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was I said that was likely regardless. But I still thought that, like, the fucking suburb vote would be holding through, you know?
The thing is that if the country voted like the suburbs did, if the country voted like the entire country voted like the Atlanta suburbs, if the entire country voted like these, like, specific areas in Virginia and like Wisconsin and like North Carolina, if the whole country voted like that, she probably ends up winning. The thing is, the country just didn't end up voting like that. The country didn't do that. The country didn't, like, there was everywhere besides the suburbs moved away from 2020. Everywhere besides the suburbs moved to the right. The rural areas, the urban areas, New York, everything from New York City to fucking like rural Indiana and Kentucky, like, move to the right. And if you're not putting up like massive margins that, like, and it counteract that, which she didn't do, you're not going to win. You can't win. You can't win with that. And now we're probably in a situation where Trump's going to win at all the 7 swing states. Polymarket was right. Like, God, the polling was right. Guess we can go forward like fucking worshiping Atlas Intel.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about the pollsters and how correct they were. I don't care that they were correct in their analysis, because regardless of what they were saying, there's still a likelihood that they also predicted that this was a close enough race where Kamala Harris could still win the Electoral College. And right now it's just looking increasingly less likely, directly as a consequence of, like, how horrible she's performing in the areas that she was supposed to be performing in. I don't think it's going to be able to make up with the mail-in voters.
No, election day voters, whatever. Like it's death by 1,000 cuts. Like just looking at Georgia, she did like relatively okay in the Atlanta area, but just like you can't survive the rest of the entire state moving away from you by as much as it does. God, she's probably gonna only win New Jersey by 7.
Yeah, I saw something earlier. Oh, this is it. This is the one. Kamala Harris with 95% of precincts reporting is polling at 67.8% of the vote in New York City. If that holds, that would be the worst performance for a Democratic presidential candidate in the 5 boroughs since 1988.
Remember when fucking like Kathy Hochul said like I'm the fucking boss, I'm gonna win all these seats.
Yeah, it's like they looked at 2022, they looked at the worst performing aspects of 2022, which was New York, and they literally were like, let's nationalize that strategy. Let's tap to the center. Let's do the crime panic shit that was a demonstrable failure in New York in 2022 in the midterms. That and let's just do that on a national campaign. This is why I always told my chat, Democrats do not fucking learn lessons. They never learned the lesson from 2016. They never learned that lesson. There was a brief progressive momentum in the Trump administration because like obviously they were falling apart so disastrously, so spectacularly that like there were a lot of victories, a lot of races that were secured by like the Justice Democrats or groups like that, but ultimately this was very closely resembling a 2016 run in many respects, with not as an unpopular candidate with Kamala Harris. Like at least she didn't have, you talked about Hillary Clinton's like electoral successes, but like at least she didn't have conspiracy theories and all of the other shit, all the other undesirable shit that was associated with the Clintons in general, or even NAFTA, right? Like she didn't have any of that baggage. But even then, she still desperately tacked to Joe Biden over and over again.
It was like she was explicitly saying shit like, the vice president can't break from the president. That's not what we can do. Why not? Why can't you break from the fucking president? Nobody likes him. You're trying to win the election, aren't you? Maybe you're not. Maybe you don't give a fuck about that. Like, Jesus Christ. It's just like these imaginary rules they placed around themselves where it's like so impossible to ever imagine like fucking doing anything meaningful to break from Biden, where while like everything else can be compromised on, anti-interventionism can be compromised.
No. You can break from the president when you're Joe Biden and you're breaking in the right-wing direction. That's the only way that you can break. Chuck Todd blames Latinx for Democratic losses among Hispanics. Yeah, dude, that's right. There was not a single fucking campaign message that had Latinx on it. Shut the fuck up,
Joe Biden
dumbass.
hasn't said Latinx since 2020.
Yes, Joe Biden ended this fucking woke shit, like literally. He's 800 years old. He's barely stopping himself from saying fucking slurs, okay? There was no identity politics anywhere in this fucking campaign.
Yeah,
even
she
though
never
the media
talked about how she would be the first woman president. They praised Kamala Harris for breaking from identity politics.
I praise Kamala Harris for not doing that. It was smart. It was a smart thing to do.
It was the consensus. This was the consensus. The consensus was that, like,
this is a right-wing slant. They're doing it already. They're like, oh, the Democrats were too woke. That's why they lost. They need to be more fascist.
Yeah, see, this is what I hate. And I wrote about this. I wrote 2 articles at the end of the election. I wrote an explanation for why Trump loses. I wrote an explanation for why Kamala loses, and I blamed it mostly on Biden. Every time there's a result, people always say shit like this. If Kamala won, they would have been saying shit like, oh, she won because she broke from wokeism and she was so fucking smart to do that. But now that she loses, like, fucking, like, it's because she was too woke. You can't win. You can't fucking win. We did what you guys wanted to do since 2020. This is where it gets us. You're not that fucking smart.
Look, they're doing it. Open letter to Democrats. Spending 4 years defending trans issues was a huge loser. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. They're so dumb. Everyone is so fucking stupid.
Defend it.
No, the Democratic Party is literally the same as the Republican Party on this issue, where you know how the Republicans say like, oh, what's the solution to gun violence? More guns, more of the same problem. The Democrats look at the problem, where they do not actually have a competitive race, where they showcase any sort of polarization from the Republicans. They literally run towards the Republicans. They want to hug and kiss them. And then they turn
ran
around
on
and
James
go, you know what was the
Lankford's
problem? We
bill.
didn't go right enough.
Yeah, that's the only fucking conclusion they can come to. Like the shit, like saying up to 2024, you had it so there was not a single Republican who ran on trans panic that did well. You had fucking Andy Beshear in Kentucky who ran on saying that these Republicans are
The
bullying
most popular
children.
governor in the country.
Yeah, Andy Beshear, who they passed on, like, whatever. I don't even know what point I'm making there. But Andy Beshear in Kentucky, like, he said they're bullying children. They're bullying children. That's what they're doing. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not playing your games.
Tim Walz,
Told
also
to
very
apologize.
popular, also pro-trans.
Yeah.
It does not fucking matter. The trans panic shit does not track. It doesn't fucking matter. All you're doing is exposing yourself when you talk about shit like this. All you're doing is exposing yourself as someone who really cares about it, okay? The Democrats did not run a fucking pro-trans campaign. What the fuck are we talking about? They literally were beating the Republicans by 16 points.
It. They made tweets saying that Trump was more pro-trans than them.
Yeah. And they were still beating the Republicans by 16 points on that because the Republicans were fucking constantly clobbering on the trans issues when no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. Stop fucking hyper focusing on shit that Republicans are putting in front of you, please. Like they are so motivated by
trans shit. Is the reason why you were competitive in this race. You lost because you wouldn't break away from your fucking comfort character.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's
This
not
is the
just
worst
Joe
part of it.
Biden. It's not just Joe Biden. It's
Yeah.
like I think Kamala Harris is a fucking adult. I think she is a human being who is 60 fucking years old. Like she is. Yeah, I cannot in good conscience say that it's just because of Joe Biden. I think Kamala Harris had the worst fucking political instincts.
She came into a bad situation. Sure, I was willing to say that it was an unprecedentedly bad situation. No nominee had ever dropped out and forced somebody to come in as late as they did. But you know what? Nobody forced her to run. You could have had an open convention where fucking any number of your fucking glup shittos could have gotten the nomination and would have probably done really well. There were polls that had Josh Shapiro up by 10 points in Pennsylvania. Governor Whitmer in Michigan was winning by 5-7 points in Michigan. All these are states that she's probably going to lose. She was the one who made the party consolidate around her. She's the one who prioritized her own fucking ambitions over, like, actually beating this shit. We have to compromise for them on the most bullshit things while they can fucking throw whatever our priorities are out the window.
Yeah. And by the way, our priorities are not just our priorities. Like, is not when I advocate for Medicare for all, I'm not just doing it because like I'm selfishly wanting healthcare for myself.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's also a very popular policy. That's why I'm advocating for it. And it plays well. It polls incredibly fucking well. It's just so goddamn frustrating that they refuse to do this shit. Anyway, here's what NBC anchor just noticed. A memo from the Harris campaign is almost verbatim what Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign had sent, urging panic against. We're focused on the blue wall, which is here. I'm going to read it now. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philly and overperformed our early vote expectations in Bucks County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. You did not deserve those votes. You got them regardless. You got them in spite of your campaign, for the record. Anyway, you got them because those people were anti-Trump and they wanted to punish Trump for abortion restrictions.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on from that. But regardless,
you want to know what? I'm going to go into some deep lore. You guys ever, like any of you people who, like me, live in a swing state, one of these 7 fucking states where they spend all their money, you guys probably saw some ads by a firm named Future Forward. This was the dominant ad, not just in the Democratic messaging world, but in the entire Democratic Party. What they said went as practically gospel for everything that they did. They had $600 million, largely from venture capitalist firms. And they were run by a firm named Blue Rose Politics, run by a man named David Shore. David Shore is somebody who, in early 2021, said he would rather live in a world where the global climate increased by 4 4 points Celsius than one where China was a global hegemon. He's a center-rightist, and his message to the entire party was that if they didn't do exactly what he said and brought back Clintonism, that they would lose Trump would win the election with 60 seats. Then 2022 happens. He's proven completely wrong. Democrats gain seats. They lose only one swing state and by a narrow margin. But instead of throwing this guy out for getting practically everything wrong his entire career, writing shit that is used as a justification for every single anti-trans bill that is passed in the United States, being ostensibly cited by the American Principles Project, which were the people that pushed the anti-trans panic for years, they put him in charge of the largest super PAC in the United States. He was the person who was running this campaign. This is his fault. He is who was too clever by half and threw us all in the fucking abyss because they cared more about being center right than winning. They would rather have a right-wing Democratic Party than a Democratic Party in power.
I'm glad that we sent Richie Torres to Michigan. I think that was a really good idea.
Sending an 80-year-old Bill Clinton talking about Judea and Samaria and King David?
No, you don't understand. That was a sound decision. These guys
You know what they were doing with that? That was a totem because David Shore said, "Oh, you know what? I thought that being more left-wing was a really good idea back in 2012, but I eventually learned that all the Clinton people were actually right because they were anti-wokeness. They brought out this corpse that nobody likes, this serial rapist going around the country saying bullshit about Zionism and how evil Hamas is in the closest election in a fucking generation." Because it was proof to the world that they were not like fucking like lefties. That's what they cared about.
Hey, Atlas Intel, Harris versus Trump in swing states. Trump is leading Harris in every swing state. Nice.
Yeah, these guys, you know what? These guys probably got it right. I thought they were fucking annoying. They didn't understand politics. Thought they were putting out fake surveys. They're probably going to be pretty close to reality.
69 Wisconsin, 68 Pennsylvania leaning right, 67 Michigan, Nevada.
It's funny that it's not like totally over, but it's like it's over.
I mean, yeah, the only path for success out of this is just like if there is this massive fucking Hail Mary and the youth voters like still ended up carrying the Democratic Party to a victory that they did not deserve, that they desperately actually they desperately pushed young voters away, sometimes directly arresting them, sometimes calling them fucking Klansmen, like in terms of the pro-Palestinian campus protesters and shit. And they probably still sucked it the fuck up and went out and voted. But ultimately these results they're not looking too good. I think it's all in on Pennsylvania at this point, and I don't know what it looks like. Do you have any performance updates for Pennsylvania?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Times has all those states, like you said, it's 65, 70% Trump. I think Pennsylvania just kind of fell back in the toss-up status. I mean, like, I guess maybe if like the final votes here are like really, really, really good for her, like beyond anything we've really seen anywhere else, maybe these could break her way. But like, it's like
Forecaster Enton in Pennsylvania now, there are 23 counties where 95 plus of the vote is in. Trump needs to do 1.2 points better than last time around to win statewide. In the counties where 95% of the vote is in, he's doing 2.5 points better than his 2020 total.
Yeah, it's not like it's super impressive. He just is just you had in 2020, you had an unpopular Trump who was seen as running an administration who was a failure, against a Democrat who was largely liked. The Democrat who was largely liked barely wins. And like now you're at the point like you have that Democrat is widely unpopular, governs over years and years of economic depression. And like,
I mean,
it's
in the
just
off
a simple
chance,
story.
that she pulls a Hail Mary out of this, like out of the mail-in voters and I don't know, in some of the districts that she's some of the districts with like extra turnout, and it's not like fucking Trump supporters that are coming in from these college towns, then then maybe the Democrat or maybe the Republicans will choose to abolish the Electoral College, so that's cool.
Yeah, I guess that'd be fun.
Yeah,
Literally,
if
like, it would-
if the Democrats win the Electoral College and lose a popular vote, as I said could likely happen,
That'd be awesome.
I think the Republicans will try to abolish it, which will be cool.
Yeah, it's just like this isn't like a 2016 thing where it's like this is so out of left field and what do we do next? This is just so predictable. It's just so predictable. It's like Keir Starmer becoming unpopular. Like we've been through this before. It was novel the first time. It was like really confusing and we didn't know what to do. But it's been like 10 years. We've beaten these people pretty thoroughly like a bunch of times. Like,
AOC's outperforming Kamala in New York 14. AOC has 68% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 65% of the vote.
God. I don't even know if like Democrat. You know what? I shit on Cook Political Report for like having fucking like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania as toss-ups, but like that was probably real. That was real. You know what? I tip my cap. I'm not going to doubt them anymore.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's dive back into the commentary from NBC News.
Kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270
I feel like they're
votes.
excited. I don't see them dooming and glooming. I feel like they're excited, fantasizing about like what kind of ratings the Trump administration is going to bring.
White House veterans, I believe we have them right now. Oh, not yet. We're going to go to that they're coming up.
We're going to go to Peter Alexander.
Peter Alexander.
Like I feel like I'm way more upset about the Democratic Party's performance so far than fucking NBC News is. I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key collar counties, those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
What was the point?
Yeah, that seems right. And you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and, in fact, winning the youth vote, according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink. But I do think that I
You're
think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we have another call to make. I believe we're going to get a state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now. A difference of about 473,000 votes. In the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214.
I stand by this. And it's going to come across as silly when I say this, but she should have 100% at least sent Tim Walz on Joe Rogan if she wasn't going to go on Joe Rogan.
Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try to understand where this is going?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Levitt just made. Because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you to bear with me for a second because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There's the breakdown right now.
We're
about
back,
a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us, the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214.
She only has like
Harris
100 more
now with
fucking votes to make up.
Electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. Look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. They go red and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now, they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think she's, the last I looked, was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia, still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember,
it's
I
got
told you
me
Harris has to
thinking,
drive
damn,
the vote
maybe we
in the
did
Atlanta
steal
metro
that
area.
last
50% of the vote is going to
election.
come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020.
The
Tonight he's at
Democrats should
69.
let me run
and
the
they almost got
campaign.
all the vote counted
let
there.
us run it
I want to
for
move down,
once.
though,
It's
because
not
there
like
is
they're
something interesting
winning
happening in the
anything.
Black Belt
You
of
know what
Georgia.
I mean?
I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier.
Idea.
They should let us. They should let her. Like, they fucked up so much. They should just let us run it. You know?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not give it a shot? See if it fucking works out. I'm
yeah,
here.
We didn't lose to Trump twice. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know, they got the Seltzer poll. They did well in 2022. Like, maybe they can do it. But it's like, nope. They just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Maybe you should care about winning next time instead of whatever
I don't.
bullshit.
I mean, I don't get it. I just don't understand. I would have if you asked me, I wouldn't have fucking run with the right wing immigration bill. I think.
Yeah.
In a country where even the Fox News exit polls are showing nationally that like more people are saying that they're on board with a pathway to citizenship rather than mass deportation, kind of seems weird when like one party is running mass deportation and the other party's like marginally less deportation. Kind of seems like there isn't, there's like a underrepresented aspect there that they could have maybe taken advantage of,
It just didn't make it. Just none of what they did made sense logically. It's like if the question is like if the question is here that you suddenly back this restrictionist policy, why didn't you do it? Like it was legitimately a good question. Why didn't they do it like during their first 3 years in power? What were they doing? Like what were they trying to accomplish?
I don't know what happened, but like it was October 5th, 2023, when Joe Biden, I think, like got zapped in the brain or something. And I guess a couple months before that, they were like basically gearing up for this like right-wing border bill that they were going to unveil. And it was going to be a massive fucking victory for them. And their whole, you fake fucking leftists are why the Gaza genocide will be fully completed. Brother, don't act like you care about Gaza.
He's winning every swing state by like 2 to 4 points. It's not because of Jill Stein.
Yeah.
PSL.
Like there's like plenty of fucking states where she's losing where like her turnout strategy should have been more successful, right? North Carolina and Georgia. Her like we're gonna make the suburbs scream. We're gonna unleash ourselves upon the suburbs and make them fucking sing the praises of Mao Zedong. What happened? What happened to that technique? It didn't work. It didn't work at all. Seems like they're still very much Hitlerian. The suburbs seemingly have remained pro Adolf Hitler. Okay.
Yeah,
Turns out trotting out Liz Cheney wasn't successful. Shocking.
No, her father left public office with a 13% approval rating. It's just this doesn't need to be hard. This shouldn't have been hard. This shouldn't have been so complicated. They didn't need to make the compromises that they made. They didn't need to do what they did. It was just it never needed to be this difficult. It was never this complex. The roadmap was always there. Like, God, she's winning fucking New Jersey in single digits. You think that's because of wokeness?
People don't understand. I need you guys who are watching to understand something, okay? We're not over here gloating because the Democrats are fucking losing. Like, oh, we wanted them to lose. We're saying that, like, if the Democrats if the Democrats implemented a better turnout strategy than this, like, demonstrable fucking failure, it would have been probably a better safeguard against growing fascism in this country.
Or just had like a coherent understanding of what they were even trying to do or accomplish. Just any kind of like vision for what they were doing other than just staying in power, prioritizing something above just like this neocon fantasy that they've become obsessed with. This is just not what anybody was asking for. It's like the centrist parody of like a Bernie Sanders administration where he lets Republicans win because he's not willing to give up on Medicare for all. They did that, but
look at this. Michigan exit poll showing Trump Latino support at 60% to Harris 35%. This fucking anti-Trump account literally says send them back.
Dude.
It's happening. It's happening. Liberals are going to start being insanely racist. You're probably a terrorist. That's an interesting take. Why probably? Like, if you like, I like that you're not saying I'm definitely a terrorist. You're like, you're probably a terrorist. That's cool. Sorry. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, he gave you some wiggle room.
Yeah, he was like, I'm not fully invested in the fact that you're a terrorist, but you probably are one.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw Democratic political strategists blame the fact that black voters in Wisconsin are breaking for Trump on illiteracy. If Trump does end up getting anything close to the share of black voters that polls predicted, libs are about to get real racist real quick. Ditto for Arabs. Yeah.
Yeah. A friend of mine sent a map of the swing here, and what's really notable about it, I'm just looking at it. There's some states where like there's like clear right shift. There's like a clear rightward swing, like more than others. But it's just the larger story, even among like the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt. It's just a general secular shift towards Trump, not like some like huge like it's not like some Joe Rogan demographic or even like these insane like huge shifts, like this giant realignment where you have like a 40-point swing among one demographic. The larger story here is just that like there's just voters who are up for grabs every year, and they saw this administration as a failure, and they saw Trump as somebody who they were willing to go back as a last resort. I don't know what the Senate race looks like. I don't know, like, the hope for Democrats, honestly, at this point has got to be that they can hold on to enough of these Senate races that, like, they can maybe have a shot at winning the chamber in 2026 with a really, really good year.
I'm going to pull in our lib correspondent real quick in here. His name is Austin Show. I'm gonna call
people said my voice sounds like his.
Okay, I'm gonna call both of you guys. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of reason is here, okay? My normie friends are blaming me for the Democratic Party's losses right now because I was like, listen, I told you that they were running a dog shit campaign, and my normie friends are in the group chats saying I did this. Just so you guys have a better understanding of what the fuck we're looking at. Hello, Austin Show.
Hasan Piker. Look, I mean, I thought we were fucked probably from the moment they started counting votes. It just has never looked good. the entire evening. Hello?
Yeah, no,
Oh.
I'm here. I'm listening. Here, I'm popping you out.
Oh, can you hear me? Is my internet okay?
Also, Austin Show, Josh Edinger Mentum, Austin Show.
Hello, Austin.
Hey, how are you?
As well as I can be, I guess.
Nice to meet you. I'm Austin Show. Once every 4 years, I become a Democratic political strategist.
Yeah.
It was fun the first time I became one, but now I'm seeing the other side.
Yeah.
Of when you get your ass whooped.
Yeah, you had there's a good run.
I mean,
they're calling North Carolina.
Yeah, I think they did that a minute
Well, it's
ago.
about damn time.
Yeah.
Am I lagging?
No, you're a little bit. Yeah.
Well, let me close some windows here. I don't know what the.
God damn! How many goddamn windows you have open, Austin? Holy shit!
I have a ton. I was comparing data from like 2020 to 2024. I was like doing it all.
Austin, why do you have a sign that says Christmas behind you?
My look, November 1st, I operate on the Mariah Carey Christmas holiday. When Mariah Carey says it's time, it's fucking time, Hasan. So my house is fucking decorated from top to bottom with fucking Christmas decorations. All right. I tell you what, like literally, like I have 3 Christmas trees. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. One in my room. I have 5 Christmas trees up. I've got garland going up my stairs.
Okay.
I've
We have
reindeer
300,000 people in here. It's time to lock in. All right.
Okay. Sorry. Look.
Before Josh video games himself.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
This is the deal. I thought before this election happened, okay, I thought, oh my God, Harris has run a fucking awful campaign. I said this over and over again in this broadcast. I agreed with you. I said it in Mike's broadcast. If any of you watched me in Mike's broadcast, even this morning, I said she run a shitty campaign. However, I thought that shitty campaign wasn't as shitty as the Trump campaign that they ran. And I still think that campaign was shitty, but it was like a shit throwing contest that the Democrats were just somehow shittier, and they fucking lost, and they're going to lose. I just wish they'd call the election because it's over. It's fucking over. I have no copium to share with you. There is not one single statistic at this point that I can point to say that there's any like trend that would go in her way, in her direction. And like, I don't know what the fuck that campaign message was. There's not like the person on NBC said it. There's no, like, she's losing ground in the biggest part of the vote that she needs, like in Philadelphia. She's losing ground. She's losing ground.
Austin, we brought you in to do hopium, dude.
No, there's no fucking hopium. Election.
I think New York Times Needle is at like 90% Trump.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, look, the only thing I'm happy about is I didn't fucking get on a plane to be miserable. At least I can go to bed in my own bed tonight.
Yeah, son of a bitch. You were supposed to be here. We would have won if you were here.
Yeah, we may have. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, something I just noted. This is for those who know, but Jeff Jackson actually won his race for North Carolina Attorney General. The TikTok Democrat. He won by like 3 points.
Is that, well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, aren't they on track to like win the House and the Senate as well?
I think the Senate at this point, I think, is the Republicans are clearly going to win. Like the question going now is like, can Democrats hold on in like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania at the Senate level and not like totally like get in a position where Trump is like at 55 Senate seats, where maybe like you can have the more moderate members of the GOP like vote against some of his craziest shit. Yeah. And like you are in a position to win back the Senate in 2026. Yeah. It's very much a live wire. I don't even know I don't know if Casey and Baldwin are even outperforming him by that much. Like they're down
what
by
sort
2.
of crazy shit are they going to try to pass, do you think?
It's tough for them because they still have to deal with the filibuster in the Senate. Democrats at worst case scenario are going to have like 45 seats here. So there's not going to be like them passing bills with a filibuster proof majority. But they're going to have full control over like financial spending because they're probably going to win the House here. They're going to be able to extend the Trump tax cuts for like another 10 years.
The Republicans are going to abolish the filibuster.
Yeah, they're going to abolish the filibuster, the pass anti-Medicare for all.
Just kidding. They don't have to do that. You want to know why? Because Democrats will caucus with them every single fucking time. Remember in 2017 when Trump was like, we're going to do the tax cuts? And Chuck Schumer's response was, well, why don't you send us the bill earlier so we can agree with it? I was like, that's it. That's what the fuck. It's so cooked. Like, there's always room for the Democrats to concede to the Republicans on right-wing legislation. Fear not. They don't need to ever fucking abolish the filibuster.
Yeah, I mean, Americans do what Americans do, and they did it again. The Democrats provided no alternative, no alternative that excited anybody.
It was,
I mean,
the only shit they were running on was like the most abstract bullshit, like about like, oh, we represent turning the page from the Trump era, this last 8 years. But it's not the Trump era, this last 8 years. You were in power for half of that time. You governed during most of, like, during the inflation crisis, generationally high interest rates. Like, it wasn't him. That's not how people saw it. If you wanted to make an actual, like, break from him, you had to do it in a way that mattered.
Ted Cruz has won re-election in Texas.
Yeah. She's gonna win. She's gonna lose Texas by like 15 points.
Yeah, the entire electorate moved to the left. Didn't you say Minnesota? I overheard you saying Minnesota's a toss-up.
Minnesota on New York Times. Let me check what they have it as. Minnesota is lean D now. She is currently projected to win a state that Biden won by 3.7. So I guess maybe there was a little bit of a Walls boost. Goodness. Yeah. So I guess she won't lose anything beyond the main swing states, even though she really cut it close in New Hampshire, New Mexico. Yeah.
The story of the Texas Senate race. Ted Cruz won Latino voters by 6 points per NBC News exit polls. In his last race in 2018, Cruz lost Latinos by 29 points.
That's an insane swing.
A 35-point swing.
Cruz has never been good as a politician. He underperformed Romney. He barely beat Beto.
It's the Cruz mentum. I think it's his world. We're living in it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
He's just the best.
So, do you think they're going to try to go like full fascist and like not let us vote again?
I don't know. I mean, I think.
Well, that's not a good answer. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Well, the thing with that is that, like, if they were going to do it, they would have done it the first time. They're still not going to have a filibuster-proof majority. But like Alito and Thomas are probably going to retire, and they're going to have like a Supreme Court super far-right majority. I mean, like, this is the post J6 Trump. This is like a guy who tried to overturn the election, kill his own vice president, and like has immunity from the Supreme Court. Like, who knows what he'll try? But like,
oh yeah.
I mean,
I forgot that the Supreme Court gave him additional extra protections when he's engaging in presidential acts. That's gonna be fucking fun.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll go to jail. I don't know. Fuck it.
His sentencing is next
I
month.
guess.
What is Biden gonna say about this? Biden's just gonna say he would have won.
That'd be funny.
You shouldn't have made me dropped out, Jack.
Yeah, Biden doesn't know what fucking year it is. Okay, Biden already said that he wasn't even attending the Kamala Harris party because he knew that she was gonna lose.
Yeah. This is for those who know.
Bonnie Willis won her re-election.
Yeah, in Fulton County, good job. You won by 50 points.
Yeah.
Hey, Oregon won. Huh? She won Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon. She's at 200 electoral votes now. Awesome.
That's right. Oregon's standing strong.
Just shy of the 70 that she needs. A lot of people in the chat are asking, like, is this the red mirage? Is this the red mirage? Now, normally I would tell you, wait for all the votes to be counted, but you still have to look at her current performance, right? Like, she needs to reach a certain level in her current performance for this to be just a simple red mirage and not like a victory for Donald Trump. And right now, she's not meeting those expectations.
Yeah, we're just consistently seeing rightward swings that are large enough for Trump to win in all these swing states, just across like practically everywhere in the country. There are areas where he's winning by like a shit ton. There are areas where he's making massive swings to the right. There are areas where like he's making smaller swings to the right. But the areas where he's not, that aren't swinging to the right, are like few and far between. Like you, at this point, you just have to see such a localized like blue wave in these specific areas. Like it's just it's just really,
That's usually
really
not how that works, is the point.
it's not how it works. You're asking for a miracle.
Yeah, it's hopium.
Yeah.
Jackie Heinrich, senior White House correspondent for Fox News, says 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she needs to do in PA, Michigan, Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in PA and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
at this point, like if you're a Democrat, you just need to worry about managing your losses, like in Congress, to see if you can make a comeback within the foreseeable future. Because like past this point, like at the presidential level, it's just so narrow. It's just not there.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get back to what NBC News is saying while I go pee.
Senator Bernie Sanders, for example, he does caucus with the Democrats, just to give people
Holy
a sense
fuck.
of what that
Minnesota
looks like
moves too close to call by
So we continue
NBC.
to watch that race very closely.
Let's see what
Let's
New
take
York
a moment
Times
right
says
here. We want
about
to let
that.
some of our other stations catch up as we put the map up. Let's look at the road
Election
to
alert.
270. And we will wait a few moments and let some other stations join us. That is where the map stands at this hour, about 10 minutes till midnight here on the East Coast. And
I don't think
we've
it's
got a
going to go
lot
in
to
his
get to. We want to go to
column,
San Brock
but,
and
like, this is
Asheville, North
definitely not
Carolina.
a
Of course, the
situation
western
where it
part of
looks
North
like
Carolina,
Walls
hard
really
hit by
need
Hurricane
much
Helene. We've
help.
got, if you're just joining us, we've
This
made a
is, like,
projection
kind
in
of
North
bordering on,
Carolina.
like, the
Donald
Trump
Trump will
rank map
keep
landslide
North Carolina
world.
in the win column, which
Yes,
significantly
like
narrows the potential
one
path for
where he
Kamala
just,
Harris
I mean,
to take the presidency.
like runs the
We've also had a
table
governor's
on
race decided
all
there.
the swing states.
Sam, what you got?
Yeah, well, that like is a bare minimum, and then like winning
Yeah,
like
that's very
some
apropos,
bullshit like
actually,
New
Savannah. I'm
Mexico
going to talk
or
about the
New
governor's race
Hampshire,
in a second, but a
Minnesota.
few
I don't
reflections
think
here.
we're at
First,
that point
the
where you're seeing those
Democratic
insane
strongholds
upsets. I don't
in
think
North
they did
Carolina,
that
Buncombe
poorly.
County and Asheville being one of
But
them,
like,
Mecklenburg with Charlotte, of course,
he's
and Wake
probably
and
going to run the
Raleigh
table on the
were
swing
almost
states.
identical
Like
in
I
terms
guess
of the
Nevada
splits.
doesn't have anything in
60,
yet, but
38
like
for Democrat
that's
versus
probably not
Republican
happening.
here.
Even when people thought that
66%, I believe,
like
for
this was a
Mecklenburg and
way
Charlotte,
more favorable
62,
election for them,
63%.
they
In
like
Wake,
John
it's almost
Ralston only
identical
had
to
her
what it
by
was 4
up
years
by
ago,
0.3.
but it's the margins in the rural parts of the state that really
Oh, they wanna
drove
watch.
this
Hold
victory,
on.
at least by a couple of
Yeah.
percentage points for Trump, which sounds pretty familiar. Tom was talking about that a second ago. That's thought one. Thought two is the Democratic race. You know, the governor's race, excuse me, there was a lot of thoughts about split tickets and whether Mark Robinson would be potentially dragging down President Trump or even affecting the down ballot races. We have updates here, and it's not just Mark Robinson losing convincingly to Josh Stein, 55 to 39% with 85% or so of the votes in so far, but it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there, Rachel Hunt. Jeff Jackson, the AG, he's up a couple percentage points over his Republican opponent. So you're seeing truly Republican or voters here in North Carolina going across the board for statewide Democrats and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, you have roughly 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic, not Republican. Democrats, registered Democrats in the state had gone down about
I think we should all just
80,000 or
grift
so, I
right.
believe, votes
That's what I was
from the
thinking
previous election.
while I was
Republicans
pissing.
had gained 100,000 plus registered
I'm going to be the
voters, but
right wing
the
election
reality
dude.
here is now
I want to. I think I'm gonna
do
that.
I'll be a gaze for Trump guy. I think that could be cool.
Yeah, that way we can avoid a lengthy prison sentence. Like we're still going to jail, but like at least for not like a super long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll be able to do some plea bargain.
Am I going to jail too, or can I?
You're gay.
I know, but hold on.
You're gay, dog. You're going to jail and hell. Okay.
Okay.
You're going to both.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna use all the rest of my.
See, I'm doing it already. I'm doing such a good job. I'd be such a good fucking right wing girl.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get on the. I've got a lot of points on American Airlines through Alaska. I think I'm gonna use them all, and I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah. The only wins Democrats had, they had Josh Stein who beat Rob the Gooner. They had the TikTok guy who won in North Carolina. And I think Gallego is going to beat Carrie Lake because I guess people didn't fuck with her for some reason. But that's it. That's all liberalism has now. This 200-year tradition stretching back to Franklin Roosevelt and Thomas Jefferson. They have these three races.
Yeah. Dude, in virtually every county that you look at that they pull up on the screen, even the ones where she's just even by 0.02, she's she's trailing, running behind Biden by like 0.02 here, 1 point here, 0.7 here. It's like you said, a death by 1,000 cuts. She is not doing better virtually anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Virtually everywhere she's losing ground.
You had some Democrats who were able to survive that by cranking up the margins in like some really blue areas by a crazy degree, but she just wasn't able to do that. I'm looking at the map of like the swings like across the entire country. Like practically the only areas that moved left are like there's the Atlanta metro area. That's entirely probably because of migration. There's some areas in North Carolina. There's some areas in Virginia. There's a couple rural counties, and that's probably just due to variance. This is just a broad rejection of an administration people just don't like.
Yep.
It's not like something like in 2016 where you saw this huge realignment. It's just that basic kind of map, that canvas the Democrats have managed to win with before, just shifting to the right.
Yep.
It's nothing like we don't know about.
I think it was the FaZe Banks constituency. I'll say it.
That was it.
FaZe Banks, when he fucking phased out for Donald Trump, he brought out the vote. He did that shit, dude. He fucking phased up, and we phased up with him, and America's now phasing up for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's the unfortunate set of circumstances.
Do you think he's actually going to put tariffs on China?
That's all the fuck he cares about. Trump learned about history for the first time to become a weeaboo for William McKinley. This is like his motivating purpose. This is all he wants to do.
Yeah, he just wants to do tariffs on China. Which, I mean, again, silver lining, it is going to destroy the Trump merchandising business, which is the backbone of rural America. You go to Galveston, you're going to see only fucking Trump merch stores, okay? This is like the most resilient industry in, plus 35 red counties all across the fucking nation. They have like, they don't even have a hospital anymore. They don't even have like a functioning grocery store because Walmart came in and then they gutted the competition and they fucked off when they couldn't fucking eke out a profit margin. But they have 11 Trump merchandise stores. And every single one of those 11 Trump merchandise stores is going to be destroyed. So that's the one silver lining. I like to look at that. I like to look at, the good and the bad. I like to weigh it together. So when the tariffs come kicking in, you know what's not going to be hurt? Ideology.shop. The merchandise that I make is American made, baby. American made, American garment manufacturers, union made. Ideology.shop. The election collection is available. It's American. Unlike, the Trump merchandise.
That's where I got this sweatshirt.
Yeah, drop shippers are going to get fucking destroyed. That's another thing. Like all the crypto drop shipper guys, all the podcasters that sell cryptocurrency. FaZe Banks is texting me right now. He's watching. But yeah, that industry is also in the shitter. Trump won because you kept playing that Fire Donald Trump song. This is on you, buddy. I know. I did this. I was a responsible party.
Dude,
Yeah,
I woke up with that song stuck in my head. That should have been my first indication.
Yeah.
I was singing it this morning in the shower. I was singing it.
Yeah, it's catchy as
Thinking-
fuck, bro. That's why
thinking
the
that she
Latino
was gonna
vote
win.
is swinging to the fucking dude. We joke, but I mean, some's got to be the reason why Latino men are swinging by like 20 points, 30 points to the fucking Republican Party. Where's that coming from? I'm gonna tell you where that's coming from. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to fucking pull it. I'm trying to pull it. All right, here it is. Here it is. Wait, what the fuck? That's not the right one. God damn it. Oh, here.
Again. The big question now is what happens in for the race for, if like Trump wins the race for Vance's seat.
What happens? What was your question?
We're gonna get Senator Vivek.
Oh
Vance is gonna
God!
have to vote.
All the worst, dude. RFK Jr. running like the fucking FDA and
God.
the CDC. We're so fucked, dude. We are so fucked. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's over. This country over party.
Yeah, country over party is finally happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I gotta eat my feelings, dude. I'm ordering barbecue or some shit.
Yeah. I'm getting that.
God damn it, I keep thinking of all the things that we've heard over the last several months about what would happen, and
Elon
each
Musk.
one of them-
He said Herschel
go.
Walker Jr. is going to be responsible for the missiles. I don't even know what that means. I don't even want to contemplate.
Creating
What,
the American Iron Dome.
and I keep reiterating this point, but the most annoying, dumbest people you know are going to be celebrating so fucking hard tonight and tomorrow. And for like at least until the midterms, you know what I mean? Like there's at least a 2-year celebration period for the dumbest fucking idiots who are just going to consistently badger you with misinformation, nonsensical bullshit, racial animus at every fucking corner. And you know, and then on the other side, you're gonna have the resistance libs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those people are gonna be like they are gonna be. I think they're gonna go back to their Bush era roots. They're gonna be like anti-corporate now. Also, Harris only got 15% of the vote in Dearborn. It was 45 Trump, 33 Stein, 15 Harris.
Oh God, yeah. I don't think they're gonna go anti-corporate. I think they're gonna go more anti-Arab, more overtly anti-Arab,
Yeah.
more overtly fucking anti-Muslim, more overtly anti-Latino. That's coming too. They're, I can. Ay, ay, ay. Ay,
So
ay,
they're
ay,
gonna
por
further-
Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. San Francisco Chronicle crawled the race for California Prop 36, increasing criminal penalties. It passed. Yeah, I mean, it was slated to pass. It was gonna pass. I mean, it's fucking terrible, but.
Where's my fucking charger?
Ay, 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 por Dios. Okay. I'm going to have to relearn the nod when they say the most outrageous shit with a straight face. Yeah. Time to cry. I mean, one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that for me, at least, like I was already pretty fucking bummed out by the state of affairs in this country, whether Kamala Harris won or Donald Trump won. I think that we're pretty cooked. We're fucking fried. We're cooked. It's done. Throw it in the pooper. Throw it in the trash. Regardless of who wins, right? So
I
this
felt
is
like
just making me more bummed out than I was already at.
I thought her winning at least bought us a little bit more time for hope. If that makes sense. But now
Yeah.
it's fully lost.
Like the idea with her was like, oh, she wins, she maybe does well in Congress, and then like they lower interest rates and the economy does well, and then like you can maybe like ride backlash of Dobbs to some kind of majority. But like, yeah, I mean, it's ripping the Band-Aid off. It's hiding the contradictions. Like something was going to have to give with this Democratic establishment. They were never going to be capable of like sustaining this long term because they cared more about war than winning. And like, this is what you get.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Kornacki.
But it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it, 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these sort of,
I don't know
of
why
these
you
three,
guys
of
don't
Delaware,
understand.
of Chester.
This is not like random doomerism for no particular reason. The reason why everyone is doomed out is because the state of affairs shows Kamala Harris slated to lose Pennsylvania and potentially Michigan and also Wisconsin as well. Not that it matters. If you fucking lose if you lose Pennsylvania, it's over anyway. So, that's the reason why we are upset. Like, there is no, like, I see no purpose in trying to tell you that, like, oh, here's how it's going to happen. Here's how we're going to find a victory for the Democrats here. Like, there's nothing on the map that shows that.
Yeah, exactly. And you have like cases like Gallego where he is like, I mean, he kind of ran to the center, but he beat Carrie Lake, who is like a Trump toady. You're probably going to have a number of Senate Democrats. I don't know if it'll be all of them, but at least some of them who are going to be able to win in these swing states where Trump is winning. We have a whole suite of Democrats who won in 2022 in these states that are voting for Trump. Warnock, Whitmer, I don't know, like Kelly, even goddamn Fetterman. There's a path here. We know how to win against these guys in these kinds of elections. You just can't do it like this. You just can't do it like this. You can't do it by prioritizing this bullshit ideology over everything else. Yeah, I know Fetterman sucks, but like he won Pennsylvania by 5.
Yeah, New York Times showing that Trump is slated to win. 85% of the estimated vote totals have been reported so far. Oh no, that's looking at Pennsylvania alone. Hold on, where's the fucking needle? God damn it. Yeah, Trump's chances of winning is at 90% chance of victory, and the Electoral College gains looks to be about 301, which would mean that, you know, like Minnesota still leans D, Wisconsin is leaning R, Michigan is leaning R, and Pennsylvania is leaning R. The fact that, I mean, Minnesota being lean D is also with 55% of the votes in. I mean, I didn't hear no bell.
Pennsylvania's got 85% of the vote in. They counted fast.
Yeah, they really fixed the laws after 2020.
They counted quick.
Yeah. AUKUS votes haven't been tallied yet. Dude, this shit went downhill after they fucking locked up my boy Ryan Ruth. You know what I mean? We're now living in the ashes of a post Ryan Ruth universe. You know, the man was just walking around with exercising his right to bear arms, and they were like, "Nope, you can't do that around the president. Sorry, you're going to fucking jail." You know, Ryan Ruth had 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan voters ready to fucking go, ready to be deployed into every swing state. He could have done it. He could have done the damn thing. He would have put the 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers in the swing states. Oh, let's hear what Jen Psaki has to say.
Page economic plan or
Oh,
whatever their other
boy.
plan is.
Good job.
And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
It's
I do
okay.
think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down.
How do you
for a
reconcile what they were too online? They still were. This is not like
They still were, yeah.
This is not a fantastic result for the fucking Trump campaign either. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they should have won by more. Biden was minus 18 approval. Like, oh, you won all these states that were close 4 years ago. Awesome. Against Kamala Harris. Like, they could have. I mean, this is obviously like a good result for them, but it's like there's something is going to give with that. It's not going to work in governance. Like, if you thought that they were full of themselves after 2016, they let that like fluke victory, like they rode off that shit for like fucking like 8 years. They are never going to even consider moderating anything ever again now.
Yeah. Cope. No, you're right, actually. Constantly chirping about like immigrants eating cats and dogs, which even fucking the Republican base of support said was weird, was actually really positive.
Yeah.
Dude,
that
you guys live in a fucking totally different universe, I think. Like I just don't understand it.
Yeah, this is the thing that's annoying because every time like you have like an election like this where one side wins, even if it's like a close race like this is, like even like all these states are probably going to come within 2 points. It's not like 2016 close, but it's like still relatively close. Like people act like everything the winning campaign did like is genius, but like that's just not how it works out. People treated the Trump 2016 campaign like that, and like he was really unpopular throughout his term and he got booted out after 1 year. Like there's a give and take here. Like these were two, I would say these were both two very poorly managed campaigns. Like we don't need to pretend like everything they did was smart.
Yeah. I mean, I said both campaigns were I said both campaigns were doing poorly. And I thought that the Trump campaign was outperforming the Kamala Harris campaign on the being poor margin. But it seemingly did not matter at the end. There were enough. It seems like there were enough podcast voters that were like, "Nah, actually, I will take a shot in the dark at this guy. You know, he's gonna fix the economy. He's gonna do tariffs." That's so funny. Yeah, his brilliant campaign was literally just constantly talking about trans people and like immigrants and stuff. When everyone was like, "Please fix the prices." So, in the absence of Kamala Harris having like a good communication strategy on how to fix those prices, and also Donald Trump routinely refusing to say anything about it, I guess people were like, yeah, well, I guess he didn't fuck up the prices. I remember the presidency fondly. You know, shit wasn't as expensive as it is.
That's really the American voter.
Bro.
American voter economy.
Dude, Decision Desk HQ says that Democrats might win the House.
How? Where?
Decision Desk HQ said that Democrats are favorites in the House.
If they won the House, I feel like we'd kind of win tonight.
Yeah, that would be the split mandate where like they say we don't fuck with Biden, but we don't want fucking like Republicans in charge.
The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically,
okay, I guess we're gonna have to wait a fucking week for like whatever results come out from there.
That they believe the blue wall states are their best going forward at this time.
Oh, you son of a bitch! You got pizza?
Yeah, it's cold because I ordered it when I thought she was gonna win, and I haven't been able to eat.
We're gonna keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Jen, how important are notes like that?
My dad voted for
our
Trump in the
consumption,
Democratic
but for
House
the
candidate.
consumption
I
of the
wish I was
campaign.
joking, but he said he voted for him because he was good on Israel. That's my favorite.
Presidential campaigns are losing
That's
ones, so
my
it's better when you win.
favorite
Just save the
situation that Kamala Harris literally was like, "Please, I promise you, I fucking hate Arabs. Like I hate Arabs. I love Israel." And like, still, people that only care about that just went and voted for Donald Trump. Just like when Kamala Harris was like, "I'm going to be the border mutilator. Okay, arm me with an M60, put me in a fucking Black Hawk. I am going to rip Guatemalan migrants into shreds with my automatic machine gun." And then the Republicans would be like, "No, you're not going to do that. I'm going to do concentration camps and Adolf Hitler on every person that is even remotely brown." And everyone that wanted that was like, "Okay, I'm going to go with the fucking concentration camp guy."
There was never an expressed reason as to why like that wasn't a good policy. They just said that they also supported it too.
Yeah, and then they said the Republicans are hypocrites. It's like, no, dumbass, you're the hypocrite. You said the wall is racist for years.
Yeah, she called it a medieval strategy.
And then when talking to Anderson
Yeah.
Cooper in that CNN town hall, she was like, "Well, some ideas are good." It's like, oh my God, it's not. That the worst aspect of this, aside from the sheer cruelty that we are going to subject millions of Americans to, is the fact that it is born out of nothing. Like, there is no evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever that immigrants constitute a national security threat. It is pure panic narratives set forth by psychopathic Republicans hallucinating this like white nativist reality, and the Democrats did not even fight against it at all. And instead, they geared their base to be open-minded to that kind of death and destruction for no reason. No reason whatsoever.
Hasan, question.
Yeah.
was trying to-
I'm looking at the House right now quickly, and Democrats might pull it out because they're actually so far doing pretty decent in California. So good job, Hasan. Your state may save America.
Yeah, well, we're fucking also abolishing slavery, so
Yeah,
that was pretty chill.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln State, California.
Yeah, except we're I voted to abolish slavery, but also the ballot measure that was like, would you like to punish criminals more in like one of the most draconian criminal justice states in the fucking entire nation, and that passed like already. That was so popular.
God. Yeah, Democrats are kind of holding up in the House, which is like weird in a way that they aren't really doing in the Senate. Like you have like in the Senate, you had these Democrats like who were outrunning Harris and Biden by a ton like the entire time, but kind of ended up coming down to the wire with them at the end of the campaign, like Baldwin and Casey, which like I would say is, I mean, I was personally always of the belief that like it was just Biden's the problem and the Democrats are fine, but like that's like kind of a blow to that. Like I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the Republicans spent a lot of money in those races. They were probably able to drive down the favorables and connect them to Kamala. But in these House races, you do have these people like who are running ahead of her. If they can win the House, that would be huge. That would really like it wouldn't freeze out the Trump administration because Trump would still be able to get all of his appointments through the Senate, but it would stop them from passing any meaningful laws. It would be gridlock once again.
So I was going to ask you.
Republicans have officially won the U.S. Senate majority, seizing control of the chamber for the first time in 4 years. Oh my God.
Yeah. The Democrats just need to make sure they don't get fucking killed.
Gentlemen, I do have a question.
Yes.
So, what you mentioned, so if he wins the presidency, but they're able to keep or flip the House, what things can he do as president? So he can appoint
Supreme Court justices. He can get his cabinet. He can get his cabinet through. He can do. It's kind of like a feedback. He's not going to be able to pass any meaningful laws. He might have like even basic. Like he won't be able to pass any like reconciliation bills, like repealing Obamacare or repealing like getting his tax cuts through. He's going to have to go through a big fight to like get his tax cuts put back together. depending on the size, if Democrats do end up winning the majority, the size of the majority, even like if Republicans do win, it's going to be a very, very small majority in the House, and they will have to fight very hard to get any bills passed. This is going to be an administration that is very much like the imperial presidency. It's going to be an administration that rules through the executive, through a pliant judiciary, and isn't passing any new laws, but is ruling through the enforcement of those laws.
Abortion rights are beating Kamala in every single state that voted on them. Progressive policies aren't unelectable. Unpopular Democratic politicians are. I mean, I guess this is a communications failure to a certain degree. Like, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck you get like I don't know how you re-elect the guy who, you know, made this an issue to begin with while simultaneously voting against the issue.
Yeah. Well, it's an issue. It's a question of salience. You have these number of voters who might have been pro-abortion, but they didn't vote on abortion because they didn't see it as the predominant issue. They did so in 2022 because these were all local races, Senate races. They were thinking about local politics. They weren't necessarily blaming all of these local Democrats for whatever economic trials and tribulations they were going through because of the inflation crisis. But when you are facing the national level choice of Kamala Harris and you have somebody like Trump, and this was a point that I made last month, I wrote about this like it was kind of tongue in cheek. But Trump is distinct from a lot of these candidates who ran in 2022, that he's a former president who is governed and isn't someone like Carrie Lake or J.D. Vance, where like they're just like a blogger or a TV show host, and he's seen as just a credible person who has been in office before.
Yeah, the fact that he's been in office before kind of softens the impact. That's why I was like so worried about FaZe Banks's analysis. Ironically enough, like I'm not even fucking kidding when I say this. Like a lot of people that otherwise would be wary of openly supporting Donald Trump do not feel that way because that means that like he has the background now. Like you can't fucking turn around and be like he's going to be a dictator because people will say, "What do you mean he was president for 4 years? Like what the fuck are you talking about?" You said
it's
that
different
last
than
time.
2016. It's different than 2016 in a big way.
For the record, I do want you to understand, like chatters, I do think he is going to be a dictator. Just so you know, like I don't. That's make no mistake on that front. I'm not saying that he's not.
He's a fascist.
What is this? Amy Klobuchar is outrunning the Harris-Walz ticket by 11 points on her way to re-election in Minnesota. Have to wonder if she makes.
Wait, that's it?
Have to wonder if she makes a rerun for president in 2028. Oh my God. Here's a fun liberal copium moment. Biggest fear is that when Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Phoenix finally report results and the slingshot effects boost Harris in each state, Trump and MAGA will claim fraud or rigged election because in the Trump world, only votes counted by 11 p.m. are valid.
No, I think there was some more stuff you had to be afraid of there, man. That was not the biggest fear, I don't think. God, Brown only lost by 4. God, shit.
The
man.
Liz Cheney, they're calling it the Liz Cheney effect. This is insane. I mean, I know Land doesn't vote, but like, come on, dude.
No, Land does vote here. Literally, like, look at New York. Like, look at these urban areas. You saw massive Republican swings in New York.
Yeah.
That Land does vote. That sure as hell votes.
Bro.
And New York already saw a big Republican swing in 2020.
This is the scariest image I've seen from this election. Like, this is so, oh my God.
It's not as bad as 2016. She kind of did hold up among whites. There's like, it's funny, the electoral college bias that was like so scary is actually probably a lot less now. Like, she probably could have won the election while just barely winning the popular vote. Like, in terms of just the efficiency of the coalition, it's not as bad as it was in 2020. But like, yeah, she did not really hold up any water among anybody except for the most suburban counties in the country.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know where we go from here. This is just like the scariest fucking image of all time. We're waiting on Donald Trump chat, who's going to be delivering a speech.
Latino.
Oh,
They're watching Jake Tapper.
4 years ago.
Oh
At the Trump
no, they're
HQ.
watching CNN at the Trump rally. Oh hell no. Oh no,
Guys,
no,
I'm gonna
no.
leave. I'm gonna leave you to it because I have no analysis to provide.
Okay, Josh, I'll call you back in a little bit. All right.
Yeah,
As well.
yeah.
Bye,
I'm gonna-
everybody. See you
Yeah.
soon.
Battlegrounds within the battleground.
Okay.
Yep. Joe Biden at
That fucking Peanut the squirrel, man. He fucking threw the entire goddamn race, dude. He's just
Now we're not completely done there.
the Peanut was the November surprise. Everybody talks about the October surprise. Turns out it was the fucking November surprise from that goddamn stupid ass Peanut.
Move on up, right?
Yeah, one lesson that we learned is basically all of the trends in the polls people said were fake without any substantiation ended up being real. I personally also thought that there was definitely a Trump bump. It turns out there is no Trump bump. The bump was real. It was a real fucking thing that was going on. But regardless of the Trump bump or not, regardless of what the polls were showing, one of the things that I actively talked about in our analysis over and over again was the fact that Kamala Harris was dumping $30 million here, $30 million there into fucking ad spend. And basically, in that fucking process, she was not making any inroads with the voters in the polls. It obviously was not good messaging. It was bad messaging. If the message is bad, it doesn't matter how much you fucking spend on your ads, right? Is still close to call overall? No, dude. What? No. That's not how the Electoral College works. Chatters. The Electoral College doesn't work that way. Okay. And before people say like, bring in new people, I'm going to take a break from bringing in people because everybody gets fucking annoyed when I have guests on. Okay. We're going to continue doing normal news coverage by myself for a little bit, and then I'll have some fucking guests on. Shut the fuck up. Half of chat literally complains when I have a guest on, and then the other half of the chat is like, bring this guest on instead. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Let me run my goddamn show, please. Everybody calm down. It's going to be all right. Okay. We're going to survive this. Anyway. Oh, Lib Dejder is back. Also, I was wrong. I admit it. I believed in the good of the people. I am sorry. I really believed in the suburbs and continuous shifts, and the public proved that they're right-wing reactionaries. I did door knock good people, but my area was too blue. I told you, Lib Dejder. I told you. And for the record, this analysis is fucking wrong. According to 44% of voters, Kamala is seen as too liberal. According to New York Times CNN, the autopsy from consultants, pundits, pollsters would be that Kamala, by focusing on reproductive rights and Trump's authoritarianism, was too liberal of a candidate. That is not the reason why people thought she was too liberal. Okay? Americans do not understand what the fuck these concepts mean. They're dumb as shit. Look to what they actually respond positively to, please. They are not like slammed into the New York Times. They're not like focusing on whatever the fuck floats in the liberal halls of academia. Okay. They thought Kamala Harris was too liberal because she is a black woman from California. Okay. That's why they thought she was too liberal, but it doesn't matter. She could have overcome that issue by having policies that truly spoke to Americans and their pain and the frustration that they experience. I can't believe I keep repeating this. This is literally like, this is what democracy is about. I don't understand why people refuse to recognize this. Okay? If your goal, if you're a fucking loser, I did not say that. Wait, what? I'm not talking to you. I don't know who the fuck you are. What's wrong with you? What is happening? All right, there's 260,000 people in here, chat. Please, I'm not personally talking directly to you. I know it sounds like it because I'm like probably in your living room speaking to you directly from your television, but like I'm not talking to you directly, please. Anyway. So Obama's electoral success makes no sense if you believe these people believe Kamala being too liberal. Yeah, Obama's electoral victories does make sense because as a black man, he came in to a situation that was so fucked permanently for 8 years. The economy was destroyed. Unpopular wars were being advanced by the Republican Party. Everyone was sick and tired of the Bush administration. Okay? And he represented hope and change. He communicated progressive policies. Okay? He said he was going to do card check. He was going to do so many things. I mean, obviously he didn't follow through on it, but yeah, look at this. I cannot believe what I'm seeing, but Kamala Harris is going to win New York by the thinnest margin in a generation. Looks like the state is seeing roughly a 10-point shift to the right. Neighboring New Jersey, much the same. May get D+6, down D+16 with Biden. Obama ran a campaign, a progressive campaign. I've been here the whole night. You just were busy. I am sad and just drinking, so whatever. Sadly, I know I will be okay as an older white man with good income, but marginalized people I know will die because of Trump, and I don't know what to do. Help. Okay. We're just going to do what we did when Donald Trump became president in 2016. Okay. If you don't believe me when I say this, look at the past performance from the 2021 or from the 2022 midterms, okay? The reason why polling wasn't trash, it was 100% correct. What are you talking about? Why is polling so bad? Polling was slammed. It was right on the fucking money, Chad. It was right on the money. It's definitely, I ordered a burger. Polling wasn't trash at all. Polling was so correct. All I need. No, I don't want anything else. Bro, the only reason we made it through 2017 to 2021 under Trump is because he made the mistake of surrounding himself with people who weren't complete lackeys. He won't make that mistake this time around. It's going to be worse than 2016. I think so too. I think he's also going to be significantly more vindictive, significantly more vengeful this time around. But I don't know, man. Maybe he'll fucking kill me, and you know, I'll be rid of all these issues that I'm experiencing. But in the meantime, I will be eating this triple cheeseburger with bacon. Okay, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be focusing on the little pleasures that I do have. Holy fuck, this is so big. If he kills you, I'm sliding. That's what Ryan said. I probably shouldn't have gotten a triple. It's too much. All right, let's take a look.
Here, back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys. Yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight. And at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states. And it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy. Places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York. Again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it again will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida, and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you.
Dude, that's Laura, like crazy. Florida.
We got a new guest on our panel. We got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary,
worse
Democrat
off
Julian
than
Castro,
fucking
and
Missouri,
Republican Mark
dude.
Platter remains with us. He was the communications director director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this. But I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted.
That's it. I'm grifting to the right,
breakdown
dude.
right now, 118,000 vote margin. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's blue wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on and putting Donald Trump even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm gaming
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
math
here. I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina. For former President Trump to go back to the White House, look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016. Honestly, it feels like 2016. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today. And so it's possible that you have significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania.
What's next is we do January 6th, boys. Let's go.
And that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020.
It's our turn now.
And
Stop the steal.
For Democrats, has to be worrisome.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. I mean, but when you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did, and they have this superior organization, most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
Yeah, I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg
Kamala
up to
Harris is the vice president. She can refuse to certify. Mike Pence style.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that
False
Nebraska pickup.
electors?
Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close, where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate.
Do the right thing, Mama.
So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here with.
Someone in the chat said that meat is hitting him.
So Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere.
He covers it. The building.
Covers Capitol Hill.
Covers it.
Right, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate majority leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie
isn't
Lake,
it? I mean, it's not
the
looking
candidate
good.
there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington.
That means
as
that
a
they're
result of what we
kooky.
see playing out here.
Yeah,
They're
different
crazier.
leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then
That's
you
all
have
we
that
do the
kind of
tasteful nude
partnership
photo
where
shoot
he
if
will have
Pennsylvania?
more of an opportunity
No.
to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the
CNN just
White
put
House.
up a map of
For
inflation versus
Republicans,
wage
as
increases.
Ryan
The parts in the
mentioned and as
blue
we've talked
are where
about
wages
tonight,
outpace
the
inflation. Parts in
expectation was
orange
that
are
this
where
was
inflation
likely because there's a third of the
outpaces
Senate that
wages.
is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have.
Okay, let's look at this. Exit polls from the 2024 presidential election. Kamala Harris, 44%, or 54% women. Donald Trump, 54% men. How different age groups are voting. In the United States, holy fuck, 18 to 29, 42% going to Trump on the exit polls. 18 to 29, 42%. Kamala Harris is beating in 65 plus. The bottom fell out, dude. That's it. The bottom fucking fell out. I hope women stop dating men at this point because men vote against them every time. That's not how this works, chatters. Like, you have to actively tell them, like, you know, shit's gonna be fine. Okay, you're gonna get a job. We're gonna get you a job. We're gonna fix your educational situation. We're gonna give you a trade school. We're gonna give you a pathway to you know, a better pathway for your future. In Michigan, 51% of the 18 to 29 demo went to Trump. People forgot hundreds of thousands of people also did not vote. It's not just them. It's people that go out and vote for the Republican Party. The Latino vote is one that is going to be talked about quite a bit. If you recall, I talked to Greg Kazar, who won his race again in Texas, about this specific issue. What did I tell you? This is something that I've been talking about for years and years and years. The Latino vote, especially in a place like Texas, is very unique. They want more government initiatives, but they also have a tendency to be more socially conservative. If one side is hamming up the social conservatism and the other side is not talking about government initiatives that might help them, yeah, they're going to go and fucking vote for the guy that's like offering them shit. It's that simple. When you don't make an argument as to why people need to vote for you over the other party, they're not going to do it. They're just not going to do it. The Texas GOP Latino outreach has been so successful, they basically nationalized that entire structure. Young men who voted for Kamala on top right now, hella cred with the shorties. I don't think that's how it's going to work, but Kamala Harris is no longer speaking at Howard University tonight. Large crowds have already begun to leave. It's another sign that it might be fucking Jover. Is the election done? I mean, it's not fully done yet, but once Pennsylvania falls, it's over. But yeah, they know it's over. I mean, that's why for the past like couple of hours I've been telling you that it's kind of Jover. Yeah, 160K behind MPA with 700K left. She needs to win with a 70-30 margin. Too big to rig. Yep, they did it. Browsing r/Kamala. I feel bad making fun of this person. Like, I feel bad making fun of this person. It's like, it's sad, you know? Like, you look at that and you're like, it's cute. Aw, it's a cute. It's a cute image. Blexis is real and it can't hurt you. Yeah, dude. Bro, when are we going to start to steal? I'm starting to get worried. Guys, I just don't understand. Can someone explain to me how Kamala Harris lost this election? Because, like, I thought it would be awesome if she kept saying how similar to Joe Biden she is, you know, after she replaced him. Because when Americans were like, hey, you're too old, you can't run for president anymore, I wanted the person that replaced that person to be like, I'm just like that old guy you hated. But I also was a big fan of the former old guy's policy of we are also the border party now. We're the muscular border control party. I really like that because, you know, I also want to kill every undocumented immigrant in the country, but I'm also gay. That's the only difference. That's why I'm voting for the Democratic Party. Like, what argument were you presenting there? I just want to know. Like, I wanted to just make sure that the Customs and Border Patrol that's 52% Hispanic already was also gay. In which case it would have been fine for me. That was what I was advocating for. I wanted them to do land acknowledgements while they're fucking shoving Guatemalans into concentration camps. You know? That's my personal choice. That's why I wanted to. I just, you know, it felt like every step of the way, the Kamala Harris campaign was like tailor-made for me. Whenever she said, I've prosecuted transnational border gangs, I thought, I like that. Whenever she said, I'm a small business, I love small business. I love small business. I was like, that's so me. I'm small business. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm small business. That's what I said every time. But I never could have imagined my favorite politician that was undermined by Donald Trump and lost in a plus 40 red state, her own race, Liz Cheney, daughter of my second favorite politician, Dick Cheney, serial drunk driver, massive penis, killed not tens of millions, but like displaced tens of millions of people in the Middle East, destabilized the entire planet, made a tidy profit for Halliburton. That's my favorite. That's my guy. That's my second favorite guy. So when Kamala Harris started, after all of the other stuff that she had done, when she started trotting out Liz Cheney, I was like, oh my God, finally a breath of fresh air. This campaign is just for me. I can't believe it. These are all of the things I wanted. These are all the things I wanted from a campaign. And she gave it to me directly when she said, we're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire in Gaza, which never would have happened if Hamas, rapist, barbaric terrorists did not do October 7 because they hate Israel and Jewish people as a whole, and never call it an apartheid or a genocide, or else I will lock you in prison. I was like, that's my shit. I was like, that's me. I love that. When she kept saying, we're going to do a ceasefire and a two-state solution, when she kept saying that, and then Joe Biden would go, yeah, that's right, Jack. We're going to do a two-state, no state. How about stateless, borderless, moneyless society? I don't know what's going on. I'm 800 years old. And then Benjamin Netanyahu the next day would be like, two states, suck my dick, bitch. Give me fucking $8 billion more right now. Fuck you. And then Biden was like, look alive, Jack. You're right. You want to invade Turkey too? Go ahead. That's when I was like, that's my favorite type of foreign policy. I was like, please, more money. So imagine my surprise when the campaign gave me everything I want. I'm the median voter. That's what the media represented it as. They said this was a brilliant, bold move. Imagine my surprise when my favorite candidate that did everything for me has this devastating performance tonight. It's just shocking. When she said something that I've never heard a Democrat say, I want America to have the most lethal military. Okay, I was like, oh, thank God. What are militaries for? I mean, we should just change the Department of Defense back to the War Department, you know? Fuck it, YOLO. Don't even care about the optics anymore. So when I see this, I'm just confused. I'm like, how did this happen? Because why don't these people understand that, like, we want, as serious Americans, we want a managed, more moderate fascist government. That's what we want because we're smart, we're brilliant. We're the smart intellectual guys, not the fucking dumb guys over there. Look at them. Those dumb guys want something different. They want what we want, but not gay. Turns out, if those are the only two alternatives, America is going to go with the other side. Because I have no way of looking at what I experienced in this truncated 100-day campaign as anything but basically a fucking Republican primary. Kamala Harris looked at Nikki Haley's disastrous performance in the Republican primary and said, I want to be that, but with a Democrat next to my name. Think about it. She literally looked at Nikki Haley get absolutely destroyed in the Republican primaries and said, oh, that's my shit. I'll do that. I'll fucking do that. And it turns out the Republican primary redo on November 5th looks quite similar to the Republican primary that had happened that, you know, gave Donald Trump the resounding success. I'm glad the leftists can sleep tonight knowing they didn't vote for Kamala on pure principle. Turns out right-wingers don't care about that. They vote anyway. Brother, it's not about principle. The overwhelming majority of this community that consider themselves to be leftists voted for Kamala Harris. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You are doing the problem. You're deluding yourself into thinking that it's not the campaign's messaging. This is a 2016 defeat basically playing itself out. And the exact same copium is being pushed right now. If we don't provide an adequate counterbalance to growing American fascism and instead decide we're just going to do the same concentration camps and put a fucking rainbow flag on the side of it, we're cooked. We're cooked. Stop blaming your fellow Americans and start blaming the party. It is perhaps the absolute best, absolute greatest grift that these politicians have put together, where we never get mad at them for their shit-ass performance when we are yelling at them over and over again. I had friends text me saying hindsight is 2020. I was like, what do you mean hindsight? That's just sight. I said all of these fucking things while the campaign was going on. That's not hindsight, that's sight. It's sight. It's not even foresight, it's just sight. We got to start punishing the fucking losers amongst our ranks. Like, It's crazy. Yeah, there's also this. You give Kamala every third party vote in all battleground states, and she still would be behind in all of them. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? But once again, we blame fourth party voters. No, then you're going to start blaming the fucking non-voters. But the reality of the matter is, it is the campaign's job. I don't think third-party votes are the problem. I think turnout is the problem, and I do think it's more so the Dem Party's job to boost turnout than it is to try to convert third-party votes to them. Lamafeao. Exactly. Exactly. I like that there are chatters in here who are still like, well, pro-Palestinian people stayed at home and didn't vote. Yes, dude, it's because of the pro-Palestinian voters, okay? That's why. That's why Kamala Harris lost. I promise you. They should have sucked it the fuck up and been like, I'm going to go out and vote for you, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Thank you for sending Richie Torres to my neighborhood to tell me I suck shit and I deserve to die. Thank you for sending Bill Clinton to my neighborhood. We should never, ever, under any circumstance, ever get mad at the campaign for making these massive fucking erroneous mistakes that you can very clearly fucking telegraph from a mile away. You know? You do suck shit and didn't help, dude. Brother, my friend, I'm a political commentator. I cannot outflank the Democratic Party, no matter how hard I try. And let me tell you, okay, I tried in 2020, I tried in 2016. Okay, it didn't work in 2016. The fuck are you talking about? It's not working now. I need you guys to understand something, okay? This is something I've heard a million times over. This is something that I've heard a million times over. I've heard it every fucking election cycle. Oh, it's got to be the left. It's the left. Why the fuck won't they vote for us? It's not the left. Many of these people don't consider themselves leftists. Most people that you know that don't go out and vote, living in fucking swing states, are not like, oh, it's because I'm a radical Maoist third worldist and I cannot vote for the fucking Demo KKK rats, okay? They don't say that's not how this goes. You have deluded yourself. You've done too much Reddit. Okay. Most people are just like, I don't care. Neither party fucking represents my interests. I don't give a shit. You have to convince them to get the fuck off the couch and go out and vote. That's up to the campaign. And you know who does that, by the way? Donald Trump does that. He does. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I think it's fucking damaging to the country. But he does it. He gets asses off the fucking seats. So maybe learn from that. I don't see Donald Trump ever fucking talking about, I don't see Republicans talking about like third party voters. How dare they? There was a third party correction there. What did he do? He captured it. He was like, RFK Jr., come in. I'll make you responsible for the vaccine rollout. Okay. They sent Liz Cheney on a 3-state tour. They sent Kathy Hochul to PA. They sent Richie Torres to Michigan to start flossing in front of people who had lost half their families. Yeah. And then we just sit here and we're like, how does this work? How did this happen? It doesn't make, it makes no dang sense. It's like they were at no point acting like they were a party that wanted to win. And I kept criticizing it over and over again, every step of the goddamn way. And people kept saying, I'm being harsh. I'm being too critical. I'm being too harsh to the campaign. I'm being too harsh. I'm being too harsh. And now that I'm like openly stating like what some of the major problems were, some of the major flaws were, it still doesn't matter. People are refusing to learn the right lessons. They're like actively trying to present the problem as they just didn't go far enough. They just didn't go far right enough. Okay. NBC News exit poll. Voters becoming less divided along racial and ethnic lines. Trump is currently on track to win 1 in 3 votes cast by voters of color this year. That's crazy. The depolarization of race is upon us. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll turn around and, I don't know, campaign different maybe? Like, what's the expectation? I just don't get it. Let's be real. Joe did the initial and permanent damage 100%, 1,000%, 1,000,000%. The problem is Kamala Harris is a whole ass adult. Okay. She's 60 goddamn years old. You think she doesn't know that? I'm a fucking idiot. I'm 33 years old. I'm a dumbass. I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm wearing a fucking tank top doing political commentary, okay? If you want to understand how fucking baboon brained I am. And if I can see it, how the fuck can she not see it? She doesn't have a single fucking person in her corner that's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't say that you're just like Joe Biden, considering that he had to drop out because everybody hates him. You know? Like, not one? No advisors there? Not a single person was like, hey, doesn't seem like the good idea when you say that, considering how fucking unpopular he is. You know, because you're the candidate now. You want to know why you're the candidate? Because he sucked. He sucked really bad. That Nancy Pelosi was like, I'm going to kill you if you keep running for president. I'm going to fucking smother you in your sleep with a pillow. And Joe Biden was like, I don't know what's going on. Okay, I guess I'm out. We beat Medicare. I said what I said. Never, okay, never forget the Democratic Party's capacity to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, okay? Do not ever underestimate the Democratic Party's capabilities of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Kamala Harris made up a 10-point swing that Joe Biden had left in that fucking cratering hole of a goddamn campaign. I told you. It's in news articles. Thank God I got interviewed at the time. So I was like, listen, this is bad. This is fucking terrible. The real L of the night is XCC losing his $1 million bet. No, that's kind of funny. He dumped $700,000 into a Kamala Harris win. Apparently, Trump is making the rounds at the rally. Oh, my God.
For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now.
Oh, God. Some of the fucking grossest weirdos are going to be fucking lit tonight.
Just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now.
I think he's waiting for Pennsylvania to be called by someone.
Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl?
Motherfuckers better not cry when Trump fucks up as president. He's 100% going to fuck up as president. Are you kidding me?
Was it close?
He did so much when he was already president. Of course he's going to fuck up again and again and again and again.
If it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go? on the Electoral College.
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Ball is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just
Moodang was right. I know. Fucking Moodang was right. And goddamn Alan Lichtman was wrong, even though I knew that already. I fucking told you that that was the case, but that's besides the point. Freaking Moodang, dude. Friggin' Moodang. That son of a bitch. Yeah, here's the fucking dumbass article. The left's biggest influencer on what Kamala Harris is doing wrong. If you want to know, before motherfuckers say, Hasan, that's called hindsight. It's not. It's just called sight. It's sight. Sorry. Go read this article. Alan Lichtman riding into the sunset on retirement with his 13-year-old Justin Bieber cosplay haircut and his 13 keys. Bro, I swear to God, Alan Lichtman needs to fucking cook up Moodang like a goddamn brisket, okay? He will never be able to, he will never be able to overcome this. God, he was so confident. I was like, dude, what the fuck? And so many people believed it. So many people believed it. Yeah, Trump winning tonight is so devastating because someone in the chat pointed this out. Jim Cramer said he would win. Moodang, we're getting that grill ready for you soon. Yeah, it's done. We're eating Moodang. Hasan, please link the article. Who are you texting, Steve Kornacki? Eyes on the prize, Steve. Fuck. Let's see what ABC's saying.
News can now project that Deb Fischer will win. She'll hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fischer holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She'd faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there. Did not say who he would caucus with. But Deb Fischer holds on to that race. I want to continue with this conversation that John Carl just started because he's spot on by sort of if Donald Trump is elected president for a second term here, and it's still an if. John paints a picture of a lot of these established Republicans being long gone, having left Washington. This was part of the closing argument on Kamala Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney. General John Kelly, who's not political, came out and talked about what he witnessed firsthand in that administration as chief of staff. Their campaign was, if you reelect him, he will not have the guardrails. Martha, clearly that argument.
Can California stop the mass deportation shit as a sanctuary state, brother? I can't begin to explain to you how fucking reactionary California politics is. Like, we're over here fucking not even able to abolish slavery in the form of a ballot measure. No more blue space on the New York Times needle. Oh my God. The needle is off the charts. Oh God. I guess there's like still hella people in here who like don't fully understand how the Electoral College works or how projections work. So I suspect that it'll be that's the reason I suspect that people are just like still thinking like, oh yeah, there's an opportunity here. All I will say is this: if you're from a marginalized background, if you're a trans person, if you're a woman of color, if you're an undocumented migrant in the chat right now, and you're thinking like, "Holy fuck, are we absolutely cooked? What do we do?" These are the same exact questions that that people were thinking about in 2016 as well, and I think that Donald Trump is worse than he is in 2016 now because he's got like a vendetta. He's got even more vengeance. He's more vindictive. And overall, you just got to rely on your neighbors, rely on your friends, rely on people in your orbit to protect one another. You just got to look out for one another. Obviously, our institutions are failing us. I mean, that much is very clear. Our institutions are failing us. The Democratic Party has failed us once again. So there is not really much else I can say other than you just got to fucking hold steadfast to your opinion and not shy away from your moral compass and organize all the time, organize everywhere. And, you know, we'll all make it through. I hope, I think. Huh? My mom is asking from the other room, how will we have the Democratic Party hear our voice? That's a long-term problem. That's a long-term problem. That is one that requires, again, organizing. It requires a tremendous amount of organizing. We need labor unions to apply pressure. We need Sean Fain. We need that general strike that he's talking about, you know? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen without that. There needs to be a mechanism for pressure. And without any sort of mechanism for pressure, the Democratic Party will never do the right thing. That's very obvious. For a positive thought tonight, multiple states codified abortion rights and protections for trans people tonight, but it doesn't really matter because like the Republicans win and then they're just going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. The only positive aspect of those ballot measures is basically the reality that like Americans are not as reactionary as the party apparatus is. And I mean it. I mean it for the Democratic Party and I mean it for the Republican Party. Like there are plenty of fucking Republican Party voters who do not agree with everything that the Republicans are presenting or maybe have never really imagined what it would look like if those policies were implemented. Maybe at the most they're negligent, right? And that, especially in this very moment, obviously causes you to feel a lot of animosity. You're like, what the fuck do you mean they're just negligent? Like that's still indifference in the face of injustice means you're siding with the oppressor and you're actively you're actively pushing for the oppressor if you're voting for the Republicans. And I understand that. I do. But the point is, oh my God, look at these fucking idiots. It cope. The funniest part about this whole, like, people coming in here and being like, cope, Trump W, like, Trump won, baby. The funniest aspect of this is that, like, he's not going to make anything happen for you. You know what I mean? You got no motion, big dog. You fucking suck. He is not going to help you out. And the only fucking shred of happiness that you can feel is that you're hypothesizing that, like, maybe some trans people get fucking dunked on. Maybe some, like, undocumented migrants will get deported, ripped away from their families. 1 in 15 people in this country live in a mixed status household. As in, 1 in 15 people in this country live with an undocumented migrant. So you think that's going to be sick? If Donald Trump actually follows through on his deportation policies, you think they go in through your fucking neighborhood, BORTAC units, okay, roaming through the fucking streets looking for anybody that's like even slightly brown, doing dragnet operations, mass deportations, concentration camps? You're like, hell yeah, dude. 1938 Nazi Germany, that's my shit? That's what you're saying? You think that's going to make your life better? Do you even want that? I don't think most Republicans do want that. I don't think they do at all. That's precisely the reason why the same polls also show always that more people, when faced with the option of mass deportation or mass amnesty, choose mass amnesty every single time. 60% of the population want mass deportations. That's not being dramatic, by the way. A lot of people are saying like, oh, you're dramatizing or whatever. Okay? Do you feel disgusting comparing our situation to 1938 Germany? No, I don't. Are you fucking stupid? Donald Trump has said he's going to mass deport 20 million migrants. Adolf Hitler said he was going to mass deport Jews originally under the Madagascar plan. How do you think he arrived at the final solution? It wasn't the first solution. It was the final solution. We're there. We're there right now. The fuck do you mean? A lot of dumbasses say, hey, you cannot compare this to Nazi Germany. Why? Is it because he doesn't have a goofy mustache? Is that what it is? Is that what will do it for you? Is it because he doesn't have outward animosity towards Jews? He's not saying he wants to mass deport Jews. He just wants to mass deport like Guatemalans, Mexicans, and the like. Is that what it is? Because it's not like Adolf Hitler only killed Jews. What is it? Is it not a one-to-one because he doesn't speak German? Is that what it is? This argument never holds because you're basically simply saying, I don't want to hear it because you're making me reckon with this reality. The comparison hurts my feelings because I'm kind of on board with this shit. And I don't want to feel like I'm on board with Nazi shit. It's a very stupid argument because, like, why else would we learn about Nazi Germany and the Holocaust at school if it wasn't to never repeat the mistakes ever again? The entire purpose of learning about this shit is so that we can see it when it's happening and go, oh, I know what that is. I know what's happening. I've seen it. You're reaching 20 million people being mass deported. That's what Donald Trump is running on. Now, you might not believe he's going to follow through on it, but that's what he's running on. And if you voted for him, that's what you voted for. Okay? The fuck do you mean you're reaching? 20 million mass deportation. How do you do that? There is no way to do that other than concentration camps. And at a certain point, when you've already reached that point of dehumanization, when you put them in the fucking concentration camps, you're going to say, it's too expensive to deport them. Let's just kill them. They're dying in the camps anyway. That's it. That's a 1-to-1. That's a 1-to-1 with Adolf Hitler. You might not like it, so maybe scratch the surface a little bit. Examine what makes you feel like Adolf Hitler is bad, but this policy is good. Obviously, you recognize that he's bad, but why do you think this policy is good? Scratch the surface and maybe you'll come to that conclusion. Maybe you'll recognize that, okay, it is there are a lot of similarities here. And Republicans are supposed to be the conspiracy theorists? Dude, what is happening? Trump isn't Hitler, dude. For fuck's sake, what are you on, lol? Trump's mass deportation policies, okay? Trump's mass deportation policies. And before you say Obama deported millions as well and nobody called him Hitler, Obama's deportation policies were also fucking disgusting. You're in a community that is at least led by someone who doesn't agree with that shit at all. I don't agree with the Democratic Party's opinion on the border bill either. But you need to understand, Barack Obama's deportation policies were extraction at the border directly, okay? Border crossings, you get caught, you're being sent back. Donald Trump is taking it even one step further. I don't even agree with that. Donald Trump is taking it one step further. He's saying there are 20 million undocumented migrants living inside of the U.S. borders right now. Okay? 20 million. Now, number one, that number probably not correct. I believe the number is around 13 to 15 million. That's the estimate. At least the last time Fox is just called Pennsylvania. Donald Trump will probably be live in a little bit. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll get back to the Hitlerian future in one moment. That's it. There it is.
That Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris.
It's done.
And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does
Is
not
Fox a
like the
reliable
limelight.
call? Yes, they are. Ryan Zinke losing. This would be big. Trinell ran a focused anti-corruption populist race. Trump has won a number of key pivot swing counties in PA. Harris was a dog from the moment the first votes came in. Yeah. It's over. Too late to start the steal. Start the seal! Start the steal! What are we doing? What are we doing? Start the steal! What the fuck, Democrats? It's too big to rig! No! Oh, I'm losing my fucking mind a little bit. I'm going to the Capitol! My mom is worried people are going to take what I'm saying seriously. Sam would get in trouble. Yeah. Goddamn, boys.
Thought maybe detracted from that, but tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters, and Democrats said he...
If anyone comes in here to brag, I will be triggered and cry because I'm a soy libtard. Yeah, me too. Don't do it. If you come in here and you tell me like, oh, Trump won, get fucking wrecked, stupid. I'm going to cry tears, dude. I'm going to fucking cry the most tears. You're going to own me so hard, dude. Oh, Trump is going to deport you, dude, for doing a Twitch stream. For doing a Twitch stream, Trump is going to deport you. He knows me personally. He's also going to make my mommy make me chicken nuggies again. And he's going to make sure that my mommy and daddy get back together, even though they had a divorce and they told me I was the reason why they had the divorce. Trump is going to make that right too, dude. Fucking watch out. He's going to make it right again. Bros Malding, you're fantasizing about a reality that's not happening. No, that's what I said. Hasan, you're correct. The only part you're missing is if Trump mass deports through camps. The thing is, We'll start out of concentration camps and become death camps after the economic downturn that's on the horizon. No, that's what I said. It starts off as concentration camps, deportation camps. It will turn into death camps when it's no longer economically viable nor feasible to keep maintaining the camps for deportation because you've already actively fucking dehumanized the migrants anyway. Is there any positive that you can derive from tonight? I mean, not really. I think that the Democratic Party is in a state of panic, and this creates maybe an opportunity for them to never repeat these mistakes ever again. But if, you know, I mean, history has shown that they don't give a fuck. They don't really care about losing. They make a lot of money when they lose, you know? They fucking lose. You lose your rights, and then they can campaign off that shit. I mean, holy goddamn, how many fucking times did you guys get text messages from the Democrats like, please, I'm begging you on my hands and knees. I need $5. I need $5 more. It's like, bro, Kamala Harris is $1 billion. Like, the fuck do you mean she needs $5 more? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here, dude. I need $5. The campaign over and over and over again. I need $5, please. Please. I'm fucking on my hands and knees. I'm begging, dude. Until he gets it changed, the only silver lining I can think of is that the rapist can't run again if we survive that long. I mean, that's crazy. That's like 4 extra years of the fucking psychopath in power, you know? And all the awfulness that is going to be associated with that is not good. Project 2025. Yo, Scott Pressler, why is he around? I thought he was going to jail. What happened to this motherfucker? I'm pleased to share that we have delivered Pennsylvania for you. Congratulations, sir. Scott, you're amazing. Don't go on the defensive. You were right about Kamala and the Dems. If shit libs want to blame the lose in the left, then embrace it and proudly say, yes, you lost because of us. You didn't do what we told you to do. P.S. Please watch Kamala say we're not going back, Lamar. No, I'm not going to fucking take ownership over that because I don't think it's appropriate and I don't think it's apt. I think the reality of the matter is the campaign fucking was bad. It was just bad. It ran a bad campaign. They ran a bad campaign. That's it. There's a shit ton of people who didn't fucking vote still. And there's a shit ton of people that probably would have voted for Kamala Harris, but they didn't for one reason or another. They have to... they have to win people, you know? They have to make an argument. That's the whole point of Muslims for Trump are going to get the Muslim ban on fleek. This is the Democratic elected official talking this way. The Queensboro president. Really returning to their roots once minorities stop voting for them. The beauty of this election is that Muslims is not allied with a political party. They show that they aren't to be taken for granted and can't vote just like any other swing vote. And we see how the Dixiecrats are handling that fact. It's true. It's true. Just wait. They're going to fucking get real spicy with the Latino shit too. It's happening. I think deep down inside, many people who voted for Trump that will come in here and be like, lol, you fucking lost, like, suck my dick. Like, they probably also realize that shit's not going to change. Like, shit's not going to get better for them. It's only just going to get worse. But at least their team won, you know? And I say this as someone who openly was already upset. I was already upset from the jump. I was openly upset if Kamala Harris won. And I was openly upset if Donald Trump won. I just know that Donald Trump is far, far, far worse. Like, I have told you time and time again, win or lose, we are headed down a devastating path. And it's not because like Kamala Harris personally sucks or anything like that. I was upset because she was running on a fucking right-wing border bill. She was running on a lot of like right-wing initiatives that I did not agree with, that I think is very consequential and very sad for the future of this country. This country was built by immigrants. This country was built around the principle of permanent migration. There's not a single person here that isn't a Native American or a black person, an African person, descendant of slaves, that isn't directly an immigrant. Like, that's crazy. That's it. So these guys trying to be like, man, no more of that. It's just stupid. What about the young male vote? What did they want? I think they're angry. I think young men are angry. They're frustrated. They fear that their future is cooked. And that's an understandable anger that people have. I think young women are also angry and scared about that too. The difference is one party is actively going, I'm literally going to stop you from doing whatever the fuck you want with your body. So for them, it's like, okay, it's a matter of survival. You know what I mean? It makes sense. For young men, they don't give a fuck about abortion. And maybe they even like it. They like that the other party is like dominating women to a certain degree. After all, women should know their place. Maybe that's how they feel about it. But for one reason or another, they're angry and they're vulnerable and they're fearful. And the Republican Party turns around and says, like, yeah, you're angry because these bitches, these dumb broads, these feminists, they're doing feminism to you. They're doing gender to you. We'll put them in their place. And then they go, yeah, okay, that's right. I think that's right. They're impressionable. They're scared. They're resentful. They're angry. And yeah, they're entitled for sure to a certain degree. And one side is just not even answering any of the material harm that they're experiencing. The other part is the other party at least is like pointing them in the direction of something to be angry at. That's what Donald Trump did really well in 2016 as well. That's what the Republicans do really well at. That's the whole purpose behind wedge issues. Both parties are going to rob you blind, okay? Both parties are never going to do anything. They're never going to do right by you, but at least one party is going to give you some goodies. If you like guns, one party is going to control those, okay? The other party wants to do lame-ass gun control, but one party will let you have an arsenal, right? If you're a gun guy, they got you. One party will tell you that like gay people and trans people are the problem, and they're going to dominate those people. Okay? That's it. If you're a socialist or a leftist, then why are you so opposed to an objective class analysis of the capitalist system? We already exist in this violent class system, edging on existent fascism. By calling Trump Hitler, you remove the weight of the oppression that already exists in the capitalist system. Shut the fuck up, nerd. God damn. There's 230,000 people in here, you fucking theory loser. God damn, suck my dick. Like, yes, dude, you're right. I would make a much more convincing argument to a bunch of fucking Red Scare propaganda-brained American liberals by saying every capitalist is Hitler, actually. What are you, a Disco Elysium side character? What the fuck is wrong with you? Literally, he just came in and was like, actually, every capital owner is Adolf Hitler. Why don't you say that? That will be a really good message. Like, you should go in there and say, you want to kill every small business owner because they're Adolf Hitler too. You are actually crying with your tissue? No, I ate a fucking fantastic burger and the tissue still smells like the burger, so I'm just reliving it over and over again. I haven't even washed my goddamn hands yet because that's how good the burger was. Anyway. It's okay. Your mansion is safe, brother. What does this mean? Like, is that a threat? Are you going to come fucking kill me? You're going to come suck my cock? Is that what you're going to do? Huh? You're going to come to my mansion and come suck my dick? What are you going to do? Fuck you mean? Like, what are you responding to? What have I said that you're responding to? You just... What kind of an argument is this? You're like, hey, man, you know you're rich. Yeah, I am. What are you going to do? What are we doing here? The fuck? If you think I'm rich, wait till you find out about these Democrats that just fucking sold your goddamn liberties by running an objectively dog shit fucking campaign. Wait till you find out how much money they're making. I make my money off of you. You want to give me fucking subscriptions? You can. I don't even run ads anymore. Okay? It's all voluntary, baby. I flex. You give me subscriptions for free sometimes, too. Twitch Prime is literally free. If you want to fucking subscribe, you can do that. And I'll flex for you. Democrats make money and Republicans make money. Politicians make money by, trading on information not readily available to the public in the stock market, and also making certain decisions that might be beneficial for their stock portfolio. I feel like one is a little bit more ethical than the other. Maybe you should stop fucking chirping at me, the goddamn Twitch streamer, telling you why shit sucks, and instead start chirping at some fucking politicians. I don't have motion like that. First time a Republican won a popular vote in a long while. History-making night. I know. It's true. It is kind of crazy when you think about it. It is kind of crazy. Like, a lot of motion there from the Dems. They put a big, oh God, they wasted so much money, dude. How many fucking text messages? I'm begging you on my hands and knees, please give me $5, please. Only to put up LeBron numbers, but in terms of loss, and LeBron would never lose. So that's actually not a good argument. I should have never said that. Except for when LeBron endorsed Kamala Harris, and then Ohio was not secured in that process, which is crazy. Ohio is so ungrateful to Akron's very own most famous son. It is kind of disrespectful that LeBron was like, I love Kamala Harris, like, vote for her. And then Ohio was like, no, you don't deserve LeBron James, Ohio. I'll say it. I'll say it. You don't deserve him. You don't. It's true. He's a Californian now. How about that? You think Jimmy Carter's going to make it to January 20th? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hell no. Beyonce is never giving her songs out ever again. That's the biggest loss of the day. Yeah, bro. Beyonce opened for Kamala Harris and she still lost. That shit's crazy. Something relieving about the results tonight is that it's apparent nothing I could have done to help her any more than I did, like phone bang and door knock more, would have even been a drop in the ocean here. I always had an inkling of a feeling of I could have done more if she lost. But after tonight, Jesus fucking Christ, Democrats. Megaphonics. You're in here every day. You listen to me every day. I tell you, you cannot outflank the campaign. If the campaign is dog shit, it doesn't matter. You can knock on every fucking door. It's not going to work. This is what I mean. What is this? Elon Musk said, felt this. You are the media now. Felt this. Oh, God. Bradley Martin. Check the price of Bitcoin. It's surging. Oh, ugh. 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 I'm telling you, dude, it's like we're a villain society. Also, I can't believe I roasted Megaphonics in front of 220,000 people, okay? I will protect Megaphonics. Megaphonics, get behind me. Bro, oh my God, we are literally We are straight. Oh, dude. Yeah, Seamus said, making my cynical pro-Trump pivot as of tonight. No juice left in the proverbial tank, so to speak. What was bad about the campaign? Oh, my God. Where do I begin? I'm not going to do this again. I was interviewed by Newsweek. I was interviewed by Newsweek on October 20th. You can go read that article. Look up Newsweek Hasan Piker, where I detailed many of the problems. So the most important takeaway is this. Asita Nwanevu does it again. Brilliant guy. Very excited to have him on the broadcast in the upcoming days. Many Americans of all races do not believe our norms and institutions work, and a message about protecting them from a force promising to upend them will not be effective. This is the most important fucking aspect of this election. Donald Trump is a sledgehammer. Americans are like, this shit is fucked up. I tried to describe to people this back in 2016. I tried to remind people that, you know, the economy is rebounding. You don't understand. It's like, dude, it doesn't fucking matter. When the economy was quote unquote good in 2016, people were still like, my shit is fucked up. I want health care. My shit is fucked up. Why is college $7 million to go to? What the fuck? Why? Why do I have to go and join the military, get my fucking dick blown off so I can get a communications degree and then have fucking crippling PTSD for the rest of my goddamn life and also still not be able to retain a fucking job in the same job market with people that are 4 years younger than me that didn't have to get their shit fucking blown up? Why? Why? It sucks. All this shit sucks. Everything sucks. America sucks. We're the richest nation on earth. We got medical bankruptcy. We're the richest nation on earth. There's 600,000 people tonight that are sleeping outside. 600,000. Wealthiest nation on earth. You think that shit's normal? It's not. Wake the fuck up. People were mad in 2016 too. That's why they were like, I want the fucking orange guy. He's going to fuck shit up. I'm going to take a shot in the dark. And now they're still mad. 2024, they're still mad. Okay? 2024, they're still fucking mad. So now they're like, yeah, I'm going to go back to the sledgehammer. Fuck this shit. It's not right. It's fucked up. But what do you expect? Oh. Yeah, the nation is rich, but the people are poor. The people are poor. What is this? You're complicit in this for your disgusting coverage this year where you presented Kamala to be just as bad as Trump. I hope it was worth it. Yeah, I played a huge role in the outcome of this. Yeah, I always did that. You're right. Maybe she shouldn't have fucking said, I'm going to be the border person after literally openly communicating that the border was a stupid fucking idea for like 8 years. What the fuck? You think people are that stupid? Even the dumbest guy you know was like, wait a minute, didn't you say the border wall was racist and now you want to do the border wall? Sorry, I'm going to go with the border wall guy. I said that. That was the first thing I fucking said. They should have never let you go to the convention. Yeah, that's the reason why the Dems lost. Because I went to the Democratic National Convention. Don't worry. All the fucking shit that I've been saying, guess what? First, the Democrats are going to say, it's people like you that is the reason why Kamala Harris lost. I have no evidence for this, but that's what my feelings are, and fuck you. Then, Donald Trump is going to do the same shit that Kamala Harris was doing 10x, or Joe Biden was doing 10x, okay? Specifically Israel, Palestine. And then liberals are going to be swinging from the fucking rooftops. You are going to start seeing, you know, the Chuck Schumer contingency talking about how we got to dismantle the Zionist entity and shit. Because that's what they fucking did with Black Lives Matter. Under Barack Obama's leadership, when Black Lives Matter was seen as a fucking nuisance, even the Podjohns were not exactly too fond of Black Lives Matter. I remember. I was there. I was pro Black Lives Matter. Barack Obama wasn't. He said, Black Lives Matter was a little bit of a nuisance. Maybe they need to chill the fuck out. No more rioting. Calm down now, right? Then Colin Kaepernick came in and he was like, I'm pro BLM. I'm taking a knee. Police brutality is fucked up. They're killing black people disproportionately. It's unacceptable. Donald Trump was like, fuck you. I hate Black Lives Matter. All of a sudden, every liberal is like Wakanda posting. Every liberal's throwing up the fucking black fist. Every goddamn liberal. You got people like Zenny Jardin, okay, writing tweets like, saying stuff like jive turkey and shit, okay? Every fucking liberal became a goddamn LARPer that supposedly loved BLM all of a sudden because liberals are also reactionary. So you're going to see a lot of that under the Trump leadership when he, takes a lot of the same fucking things that, the liberal institution also advanced. All the liberals that were perfectly on board with it are going to be fucking really mad all of a sudden at Donald Trump. So at least that will happen. But first, there will be a period of instability. Trump won because Hasan criticized Kamala. True and real for sure. Podcast bros run the country now. Yeah, no. It's going to be so much worse, dude, this time around. It's going to be so much fucking worse this time around. Trump is coming on now. Holy moly. Oh, my God.
Strategy that they doubled
500,000 people are watching. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump.
Are you scared to be categorized as part of the woke propaganda they aim to put a ban on with Project 2025? Brother, I'm literally unconditionally pro-Palestinian. I'm already on the fucking crosshairs, whether it's a Republican administration or a Democratic one, okay? Trust me. I know what's coming. Fuck it. What are you going to do?
That just yesterday.
I don't even just get woke propaganda from Project 2025. I got the Esther Project on top of that, which is a specific RICO charge that they want to put on every single fucking person that dares criticize the state of Israel. Are you kidding me? It's worse than that. They want to do mass deportations and also deport people that are anti-Israel, dude. The fuck?
And we'll know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire, now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in this days and weeks
I'm
ahead.
Palestinian. Where will they deport me? Back to Palestine? Isn't that just my right of return at that point? They're just... Yeah, they're going to deport the Palestinians back to Palestine, dude. Oh, fuck.
All that this campaign has been through.
Oh, my God. It's Michael Pillow. Oh, my God.
The prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to
I'm
unite
just
the
leaving
country.
at this point.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kaylee's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey? Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
A
liberated Donald Trump.
The assassination attempts had an impact on him. You know, we saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees, who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Bro, Van Jones is going to come out and start talking about how presidential she is.
Around him, he talks about the lessons he's learned, about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the president...
The fucking Diddy-crats lost, dude. Oh my God, the border wall custom suit guy is there, and he's got a VIP band. All my favorite fucking freaks are here.
For consensus to form.
They got Congress, Supreme Court, Senate, presidency, and they have nothing to stop them. Y'all are fuck. Aren't you literally Iraqi? Fuck you mean y'all are fucked? What do you... It's not just we, brother. It's everybody. When we are fucked, everyone is fucked. You literally know this from first-hand account, personal experiences, dog. It's not a y'all are fucked, it's we're all fucked. I'm sorry for roasting some of my long-term community members in front of 220,000 people, but guys, I can't believe lesser evil voting as a turnout strategy didn't fucking yield. I'm so shocked. So I can't vote tomorrow? Yeah. Nope, no vote for you tomorrow.
He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress.
Is there any vote? Is there any word on the normal gay guy vote? Yeah, they swung wildly for JD. Many of the Muslim voters here in Michigan are convinced it was Gaza that lost the election for Dems. I mean, Michigan, yeah. But I mean, yeah, Gaza is a big player in this for sure. And by that, I mean, it's not the single issue voters for Gaza that didn't go out and vote for Kamala Harris, but like there were certainly a lot of people, a lot more people that she probably would have captured the attention of if she actually had some motion on that front. I mean, I've shown a ton of evidence from issue polls specifically on this. Like it definitely, like she didn't have the numbers to lose. You know what I mean? She did not have the numbers to lose. Bad scene, everyone's fault. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Matt Iglesias. Goddamn egg. Do you see what I'm saying? Like she had all of these votes in these swing states that she could have captured with no loss whatsoever, right? Because anyone who's like, I'm a single issue voter on Israel, like, and my single issue is that I want to fucking, pummel Gaza further, like I want to punish Gaza even more. Yeah, they exist. They're just Republicans. Like, they're not ever going to vote for fucking the Democrats. They're insane. Right? So, I don't know why the campaign was so desperately trying to be like, no, we also love Israel and hate the Arabs over and over again. The Cheneys have now stolen 2 elections from the Democrats, but you can't really blame them for the second. Yeah, we volunteered that one. Is she gonna lose the popular vote? Yes, but that was a lock for me. I said that already. I just thought she still would have been able to swung. I thought that she would have been able to, take Pennsylvania. Nope. Not happening. Is there any chance she can come back? No. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at your face. Like, that's not. That's. That wasn't like I'm not making fun of you. That was cute, actually. No. Look at Erie and Northampton County by Lehigh. Bye. Yep. That's that beautiful swing district right there. That's beautiful Erie County, baby. It swung his dick again. She needed to win those counties and cities. She's still closing in PA. No. 94% of the votes are in. The margin of victory in blue areas are supposed to be 70-30. Not fucking 60-40. If she clamped, and also multiple outlets called it already. They projected it. It's done. It's over. She lost Pennsylvania. It's done. And she will most likely lose. I don't know if any outlets have called Michigan yet, but I suspect that she will. Fucking Kornacki. He's still on the board, man. Poor guy. Wisconsin. Someone rip him away from the board. It's like he's trying to resuscitate a dead dog. He's like, if I keep hitting some of these districts, maybe they'll turn blue. He's like, come on. AP race, Donald Trump wins second congressional district in Maine and one electoral vote. Trump wins Georgia, moving closer to reclaiming the White House. That was 21 minutes ago. Nevada's first votes have been reported about 3 hours after polls closed. Trump led about 3 points in the initial returns. The problem is Nevada doesn't know how to read or write or count. So that's, they're just going to take them. Nevada, we're not going to learn about until, maybe next year. Nevada will be done. Dude, the backpedaling is insane. What do you mean? On what? Yeah. Nevada first needs to learn how to count, like just in general, like they need to learn math. And then they're going to be able to count the votes. And then we'll be able to find out who won that state. So, be on the lookout. We'll figure it out by 2028. Yeah, buddy, seethe harder. Am I not? I don't understand. Like, aren't you supposed to be celebrating right now? What a fucking pathetic way to operate. For the Democrats in the chat, for the liberals in the chat, remember, yeah, the situation is dire. Okay? America's future prospects are not looking too great. And the reality is they weren't looking great either in either direction, right? But while you are sad, you will never be as pathetic as a dude who's like, oh, my president finally won. Hamburger. I'm going to go to the fucking liberal chat and fucking yell at all the liberals, their soy. Then I'm going to imagine they're crying tears. I'm so happy. It's like, dude, even if I was crying right now, that's not going to make your life better. Like, your life still sucks. Like, there's a reason why so many of your friends have abandoned you. Just think about that. And it's not because of your brave and bold patriotism you're putting in display on a daily basis, because you're like probably kind of a toxic person. I assume that's the reason why you also found yourself really liking another kind of toxic person. His name is Donald Trump. You know? Winter arc time Dems, let's lock in for real. We can still win on January 6th. That's what I'm saying, dude. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Start the count. Thanks for convincing leftists not to vote. Nice work. I like that I'm getting fucking hounded by dumbass hogs, but also like liberals who are equally interested in hallucinating a thing that I've never done. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I literally filled my ballot on stream. What do we do as leftists? You're the biggest leftist streamer. We need a path. Why do you keep running away from other leftists? What do you mean? I'm not doing that. This is a bait message. Like 8 bots have ran in here saying the exact same thing, like an NPC prompt. Yeah, if you think that a Twitch streamer is capable of swinging the race in either direction, you're a deeply unserious person. I'm going to be honest with you. Hawkman up big on Gascon. 36 pass. Fuck, people are so reactionary. Yeah, California is real fucking... California is cooked, dude. Yeah, I got a fucking voted sticker literally on this goddamn microphone, and people are still like, you hate voting. What? Womp womp. Hope you'll deported to El Hilal or some shit. Jake Tapper had a breakdown on TV. Oh, someone sent me that. I need to see that.
About
NBC is floating the idea that Democrats were not smart to swap out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris.
Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside.
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is
Yeah, the white man would have saved us. I'm sorry. There's no way for me to read this other than just like, I'm going to say it. Pure white supremacy. Okay. Yeah, dude. Americans would rather have a like mentally deficient white man who can't even fucking speak than a black woman is doing a lot of work here. No, it's because she didn't run a good campaign. That's it. It's literally that simple. Okay. No, the fuck Joe Biden would not have won this election. The numbers would have been, Dave Wasserman would have been calling it 8 months ago, okay, if Joe Biden was still running. What the fuck are you guys talking about? These guys are so delusional, dude. You can blame Kamala. She is an adult. She is a sentient, she is a sentient human being. She has a brain. She should not have listened to some of her Joe Biden advisors. She should not have adopted the Joe Biden campaign. But those are understandable things to be frustrated by. But to simply state a falsehood so glaringly obvious that Joe Biden would have won the election is insane. Jake Tapper tweak out.
The vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020. So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming?
The race was unwinnable. Joe would have been worse. No, the race wasn't unwinnable. You guys are fucking crazy. What are you talking about? The race was unwinnable. Guys, there's a reason why we constantly say Hillary Clinton never went to Michigan, never went to Wisconsin. What a fucking stupid mistake that was. Like, there are very obvious flaws in the way that people run campaigns, and we make this assessment, and some people listen to it, okay? And they take the right lessons from it, and hopefully they move on and, become better. And then other people go, it's probably because she's a black woman and America's two races and two sexes. That's the wrong lesson. That's not the right lesson to learn here. Kamala Harris made up like 10 fucking points from Joe Biden, dude. Overnight, people were excited. There was so much motion. Hey, Strummer dude, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Kamala Harris had so much motion. What the fuck? Kamala Harris had so much motion. She had so much momentum. And then she squandered it. The DNC was the pivot point. It was the turning point. That's when I fully understood that it was not happening. The exit polls, the popular vote, the massive swings in red state all indicate that this country has been moved incredibly far to the right. Something that's been clear in our discourse in the media for years is simply not true that this was about Kamala not being left enough. I disagree with Olayemi on this one. I do. I think that there were so many gimmies throughout this entire race, and she just bouldered in the wrong direction over and over again. I think people, why are you pretending this is a failure of the campaign versus a failure of ideology? Oh, no, it's a failure of the ideology. You're absolutely right. Democrats, since the Carter administration, have been tacking to the center for no reason other than, you know, they're just also beholden to the same corporate masters, right? That the Republicans are. The Republicans have a lot of leeway in that front. They can just say that they're going to do the bad things, that they want to melt the poor. Yeah, I mean, I made this joke as well, but Kamala must be stoked. There's going to be so many Republicans in the cabinet. Do you think there will be a peaceful pass of power as far as civil unrest goes? What, you think the Democrats are going to do January 6th? Yeah. No, I think there will be a peaceful transfer of power. Dude, I wish. That'd be so sick. Wouldn't that be the funniest timeline? It would, which is why, you know, who knows? Maybe it'll happen. I'll be watching. What is the HVAC business owner equivalent for liberals? Like gender studies professors or something? Like, I don't know. What is the most like liberal job? Consultant? Yeah. Like managerial consultant working to eliminate redundancies in the in the Rust Belt. Graphic designers and Price Waterhouse Cooper consultants from all around the country got together to fly to the Capitol. Workplace sensitivity trainer. Yeah. Do you think we'll get another women's march? I don't know. I think that Donald Trump was so unique in 2016 that like the resistance to Donald Trump was also kind of unique. I think a lot of people are just going to they're just going to be like, oh, well, it is what it is. You know? I don't foresee like a massive increase in ratings for a lot of the media too. I think the media is way too decentralized at this point. So I think a lot of these charlatans are probably salivating at the prospect. A lot of these charlatans are salivating at the prospect that they're going to get a lot of ratings now. And I don't even think that's right. I think that a lot, like there's so much mistrust in the media. And maybe like Trump will be able to whip the coalition back together. Like the anti-Trump coalition back together. But I don't even foresee that being something that could happen. I don't think CNN and MSNBC are going to be popping off in the same way. Can you explain what's happening on January 6th? We're fucking storming the Capitol, sister. No, I'm kidding. Please don't take that seriously. I'm joking. I'm making a joke about what happened in January 6th last time. I need to stop. My mom got very upset at me last time I made that joke. Straight up, don't make that joke. I know. Well, I'm probably going to jail anyway. Fuck it. DNC needs to move to the left economically and shut up about social issues and run a big hairy man next time. No, I don't think it's the optics of that sort of thing. What about Project 2025? We'll see.
not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history, and there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin.
You said this would happen? Yeah, but nobody fucking listens to me because I'm a dumb Twitch streamer. So the fuck do I know? And for the record, make no mistake, I still thought that Kamala Harris could potentially eke out a electoral college victory in spite of losing the popular vote, which turns out, nope, she can't even win the electoral college. She's not winning the popular vote either. I said she had a slight chance, all things considered. She really wasn't Republican enough for it. Guys, I can't begin to explain to you how wrong that is. Oh my God, the GOAT. Bergamaniacs, rise up. He's there. He's there. He's actually going to take out JD Vance. He's the real vice president. He's the shadow cabinet. Oh, this is big. This is big for me. This is big for me. And the last 20K Bergamaniacs. He's there. He's a part of the shadow cabinet. Donald Trump is going to actually replace him with JD Vance. Doug Burzum. What position is he going to put RFK in charge of? Taking the fluoride out of the water, and also, what else? What else is he going to do for? What else is he going to do for America and Americans? RFK is going to have Walgreens selling pink paint as Pepto-Bismol. What's the counter argument to saying third parties are the reason why the election was lost? I think Kamala Harris lost by larger margins than third parties. I think she lost by an even larger margin than even third parties would be helpful. Like, if third parties didn't exist, she still would have lost, I think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll look at the final numbers, but he's winning by almost 300K votes in Michigan now. Holy fuck. Oof. Of course, the media is drooling over the ratings. I watched you every day during Trump presidency because of all the crazy shit he did. Well, better renew my sub. I mean, it'll be good for independent media. Like, if I don't get deported or thrown in jail, I think, for being mean to Israel under the Trump directorate, then it might. I mean, it'll probably boost a lot of like independent media, but I don't think it's going to be that good for mainstream media in general. Not that it fucking matters because the country's in the shitter, but it was already in the shitter, and it's just now more in the shitter. Stop being hyperbolic. It makes you look stupid. Yeah, man. Once again, I'm not fucking Anderson Cooper. Okay. I'm going to continue being hyperbolic. Suck my dick. But I'll tell you when I'm not being hyperbolic. When I say Trump is like doing Hitlerian policy, that's not me being hyperbolic. 20 million migrants being put in concentration camps. That's not hyperbolic. That's just what he's saying he's going to do. Now, if he doesn't follow through on that, that's one thing. But that is precisely what he's saying. Trump said there was voter fraud in PA. Do you think these numbers could swing Kamala after an investigation? Yeah. Trump said there's voter fraud in Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's going to do a recount so he loses. How do you think XUC is coping with his laws? Are you kidding me? XUC has most of his earnings, I assume, at this point in fucking crypto. It'll probably be good for him. If you're Kick associated, if you're like a Kick streamer, I'm sure this is going to be great for you in any way, shape, or form, you know? Like, I mean, yeah, he lost $700,000 because he bet on Kamala Harris winning because apparently Destiny told him Kamala Harris would win. But AP backup live stream just in case the other link has issues. Where is this piece of shit, bro? You won the election. Come on, dog. It's like 1:30 a.m. The fuck? Oh my God, maybe he died. No, then it's fucking JD Vance. Chat, that's not good either. There's no good options. Do you really want JD Vance to be president? Do you think Trump won PA from Elon's 1 million a day voter thing? I don't know. Maybe. What if he's backstage refusing to go on because he doesn't want to be president again? Yeah, that's probably what he's... Do you think this defeat, combined with the fact that how far right the Dems swung to appeal to the center, will force a reinvention like the reps did after Trump, since they lost their image and still lost? I think one of the craziest parts about this entire process is that like Donald Trump reinvented the party in his own image, and it, I think, really harmed the party. Like a lot of the successes that they got. Oh, there he is.
Melania Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Yo, that boy is tall as hell. He's tall as hell for no damn good reason, brother. God damn, he's like 6'10", bro. What the fuck? That's it, dude. I'm right wing now. I'm right wing. Fuck it. I'm right wing, dude. Immigrants. I'm so mad. They're gonna fuck my wife.
To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains.
They're gonna fuck my wife good in a way that I never could.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause her
Is this how the hegemonic empire falls? I think it's going to be real crazy if Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu already had a fucking side agreement. And then Benjamin Netanyahu's like, I'm actually done with my genocide. So I will offer you this gift of stopping the pummeling of Gaza, specifically so that Trump looks good. But I doubt it. I can't turn on the captions. AP doesn't have captions. Stop predicting, please, boss. What is happening with this AP feed, bro? They're already cutting the broadcast license of AP. They already cut it. AP's got no motion.
And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help.
He always does this shit. He always does this like fake unity. He did this in 2016 as well, after fucking saying he's going to kill Democrats.
We made history for a reason tonight.
I can't wait for Van Jones to cry and be like, he's looking real presidential,
We
sir.
overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Trump won, cry more, Hassan.
But it's
I'm
a
sorry that I'm not
political victory
sufficiently
that-
crying.
Our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Yeah, you have to support the elected president if you want your country to thrive. Yeah, totally. That's why Republicans were so supportive of Biden. Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
And your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're gonna. And in
The
addition to
Diddycrats
having won the
lost. I can't
battleground
stop saying
states of
Diddycrats.
North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Damn, poor Melania. Now she has to fucking act like she loves this man for 4 more years. He could have gone to prison. Melania could have been free.
Selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law.
Dude, maybe by the midterms, we'll have a Republican supermajority.
Mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud.
In the
She was a
Senate.
great woman, that one.
Sick.
Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he?
Boo.
You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
Chris Lasavita! Look at how tubby he is.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we
Look
had,
how big he is. He's
the
like
best
Santa
team,
Claus.
and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special.
Why does she look so
the Trump
devastated?
Yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is.
The worst people.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying,
it's so, we're back. We're back, dude.
And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy.
I like that the American transfer of power is happening from one demented old white man to the next demented old white man. That's cool.
Know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives.
Bro, he's glazing.
He's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
This was Trump at his best. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all the mini subsidized projects.
Oh, he was shot.
Drop your knees and beg, and he would have done it.
Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Eat a dick and
Look
Coke.
at him.
Your sadness is not going to go away.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a
What is
fantastic
happening?
job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple
Who are
of
these people
words,
on
'cause
stage?
people
It's
love
the
to hear
Trump
from
family,
him.
dude. Extended. Extended edition. Extendo.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
No!
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
What is this country? Hey, yo! Whoa! We're done. We're done.
Yeah, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to
We're
thank
done.
the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this
It's over.
really great movement.
It's over. It's
We've
over.
been through
It's
so much
over.
together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will, forever be remembered as the day the American people regained
He said
control
Ada
of
Ross.
their
Shouts
country.
out to Ada Ross.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are
He said,
fantastic
shouts out to
people,
the
and we
Nelk
can
Boys on a
add,
presidential
a few names like
on a
Robert F.
presidential
Kennedy
victory
Jr.
speech, bro.
And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing.
Harris got Minnesota, bro. We've moved on. We've moved on. Harris got Minnesota. We've moved on. We're thanking Nelk Boys now. We're thanking podcasters, okay? For all the work they put in to elect Donald Trump as our
In
president.
history, they've never seen any
We've
young and old,
we've so
men and
moved
women,
on. Minnesota
rural
might
and
not
urban,
exist at this point.
and we have
I don't even
them
know.
all
Does it even
helping us
exist?
tonight.
What are
You think?
states?
I mean,
I have
was looking
forgotten
at it, I
key
was watching
information.
some great analysis
I'm
of the people
actively
that voted
becoming
for
dumber.
us.
I'm
Nobody's
like
ever
getting
seen
fucking
anything
Thanos
like that.
snapped
It
out of
came from-
existence.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We
FaZe
had
Bank snubbed.
everybody,
By the way, that's
and it was
fucked. That's
beautiful.
fucked.
It
FaZe
was
up.
a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of
Hasan
common
Malding?
sense.
No, I
we're
mean-
the party of common sense. We want
Brother,
to have
if you think
borders,
that-
we want to have security, we want to have things be good,
If
safe,
you think
we
it's
want
normal to
great
thank
education,
podcasters and shit in a presidential victory speech, I don't know what to tell you. If that's your vision of America.
You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Oh, God, he has the heavens mandate, dude.
And that reason was to save our country.
He
and
has
to
the
restore
heavens. He thinks he
America
has
to
the heavens
greatness.
mandate.
And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before people fucking chirp about how, Hasan, you don't understand. What do you mean tack to the right? Like, this country is so right-wing. That's why Kamala Harris lost. I will remind you, I'm making my prediction just like I said when Joe Biden became the president. I told you cancel culture and culture wars were back on the menu, and it came back in a big way. Donald Trump is going to put forward some of the most devastating immigration, anti-immigrant policies, and you are going to recognize, just like with the aftermath of the Roe v. Wade decision, that many Americans, turns out, shockingly, did not want that. Okay? That's it. But it doesn't matter, because but at that point, it'll be too late, just like with the abortion shit. It was too fucking late by the time everyone was like, oh, I guess like Americans weren't too fond of abortion restrictions. It's too late. It's always too fucking late. And then you wanted a Somali people in your house? What? Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, just because Donald Trump is president doesn't mean you get to be as racist as you want to be. Like, if you do that, just like they fucking tried it last time in 2016, you'll get clapped up real fucking quick. Okay? I'm just letting you know, like, this shit happened in 2016. All the Nazis were like, oh, that's great. We can be openly Nazi. And then they got their shit punched, okay? They got their shit pushed in. A lot of the fucking media consistently cried and complained about, like, well, should we be punching Nazis? Is that an ethical thing to do? You know, if the government won't handle it, the people will, okay? At a certain point, you just got to rely on other people. And they did. That's why Unite the Right rally number 1 was massively attended. Unite the Right rally number 2 was not. Okay? Someone's salty. You can fucking complain about it all day, every day. Okay? Donald Trump winning is not going to do anything for you. Okay? Your only asset to your name is a hand-me-down, busted-ass Honda Civic that you got from your fucking older brother, and you're not even going to have sex in it. Just like, at least he had some sex in it before he gave it to you. You're never going to fuck in that thing. Goddamn incel. Doesn't matter. This shit is not for you, okay? This is for the adults. Adults are having a conversation about the future of this country. This is not about you, okay? A lot of you dumb motherfuckers literally fantasize about like how Trump is going to be so much better for the country. It's like, no, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're still going to work in your dead-end job at Auntie Anne's at the fucking mall, and shit's going to still suck, okay? Your boss is still going to fuck you over and probably fuck your girlfriend. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. You understand me? Stop placing your fucking hope on idiotic people like Donald Trump. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about you. Fix your fucking life. Fix your life. It's cope. You are mad, dude. I'm not. I'm not mad. I'm sad. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I expected this. I expected this outcome. I wasn't going to be happy even if Kamala Harris won regardless. The only pleasure, I guess, that I would have derived out of it is if the conservatives were being owned, right? And that's probably what you're doing here. And that is the reality. It doesn't fucking matter. Both parties suck dick. They don't care about you. And the only thing that helps you feel better about it is like at least your perceived enemies are losing something. I ain't losing shit. My life is going to be the same. Your life is going to be the same. If it's going good, it's probably going to continue going in a good direction. But the fact that you're in here right now on the night of Donald Trump's electoral W, seeking out conflict like this means that you're probably not having such a great time. Because if you were, you'd be celebrating with your family. But you're not, because your family probably fucking hates you. That's why you're online, literally looking and typing in the fucking Hasan Abi chat to be like, haha, cope harder, libtard. Ha, we won. It's like, no, you didn't. You're not a part of the team. Okay? Are you a billionaire? Are you a multimillionaire? Are you a part of the team? Are you the fucking owner of like CGE or whatever, one of these like private detention facilities that's going to make a shit ton of money? Are you a Raytheon contractor? Are you an executive? Are you an oil baron? No? Then shut the fuck up. This isn't about you, dumbass. They've deluded you into thinking. They've deluded you into thinking that you're on the team. That's it. It's true. You can get mad all you want. It's just the reality. Okay? Says you. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that corporate board of Raytheon and Lockheed Martin was in my chat right now celebrating the Trump victory. And not a bunch of fucking pathetic losers who associate themselves with the Republican administration thinking that they're going to actually do anything good for them. Name me one good fucking thing that Donald Trump is going to do to you that will materially improve your life. One. You can't. There's nothing. You're going to tell me, oh, tax cuts. Yeah, dude, you're going to get $5 back just so Elon Musk can never pay taxes ever again for the rest of his fucking life. He already wasn't, but now he's going to pay even less. You know? Congratulations, you got $5 back, dumbass. Yeah, he's going to make the fucking Trump cuts permanent. Your roads are never going to get fixed. Your infrastructure is dog shit. You're going to be constantly fucking sending bomb threats to your ISP, not realizing with your tiny little fucking chimp brain why everything sucks and is getting worse and worse. Deregulation and corporate corruption is the reason why things are getting worse and worse. But you thought Trump would be different. He's going to fucking drain the swamp. He's not going to drain the fucking swamp. He is the swamp. That's it. Roads are never getting fixed. You're not getting fucking better. You're not getting a better ISP service. Everything's going to be worse and worse. And you're constantly going to be like, why does everything suck? I don't really understand. Must be that we didn't kill enough trans people. Must be that we didn't fucking own the libs enough. That's it. This ain't about you, little bro. It's not. You can fucking keep chirping and say, why are you crying? Cope and seethe. Just do the seething. I'll be all right. I got a lot of good people around me. I'll look out for them. They'll look out for me. You, on the other hand, if you're associating this Trump victory with like better prospects for your future, let me tell you, okay? I know this lesson is going to be a shitty one to hear, especially because I'm robbing you of the joy that you're supposed to be experiencing right now, right? That's why you keep going, you mad, like a goddamn bot, like a fucking NPC. The reason why is because you don't want to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? Donald Trump will not be good for you. We know this already because he was already president, and he wasn't. He'll be great for the wealthy. He'll be great for corporate interests. He won't be good for you. Whatever is good for corporate interests will never be good for you. Okay? You might look at the situation and say, oh, you're just coping and seething because you just don't have the fucking processing power to understand that I'm not coping nor am I seething. I'm telling you what is going to happen. Maybe one day you'll wake up and realize that harming people that have less than you, marginalized people, is not actually making your life materially better. Maybe. Or maybe you'll just die an angry and lonely fucking person till the very last moment thinking, you know, what, did I do something wrong? Or was it society that was at fault? You have the option. You have the option to change your life. You have the option to analyze the situation correctly. Here, this is what you wanted me to play. There it is.
Profound skill. The Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's an issue that they would not have had if they had leaned on where people were hurting and how they were going to help them. And they didn't do that. They went with a very conservative lean. The Democratic Party's like harm reduction strategy as a way to just like shame voters away from extracting concessions and just voting for the Democrats every single time without making any demands whatsoever, as they actively push a lot of people in the base of the party away. If you rely on that without offering things to people, well, then you're inevitably shrinking your base. Whether Trump wins or loses, we are, and I mean this, living in Trump's America. Like, he might lose this election, and the Democratic Party will push Trump's 2020 agenda. That's what they're running on. That to me is crazy. That to me is genuinely terrifying to think about.
Does that strike you as a guy who didn't expect this outcome? Does that strike you as a guy who was fucking coping and seething? Because, I mean, this is from October 20th. I've said these exact words many times over since the Democratic National Convention. So, no, I'm not coping, nor am I seething. I'm actually accurately telling you what is going to happen, just like I was warning back then about what is happening and what will most likely happen. It's just, it's the same shit, but you sound bitter. What? I mean, yeah, it's not a good situation at all. It's not a good situation at all. It's not, but it's certainly not a good situation for you. You can keep saying cry all day, every day. And I think that that will probably continue for a little bit until you realize that I'm not crying at all. Hopefully. Or maybe you'll just keep hallucinating. I'm sorry Joseph F. Brandon didn't win. I know you were really rooting for him. Stay up. Yeah. The thing is, when people say, oh, you're coping or you're seething or you're angry, the question I have is like, why aren't you angry? You should be angry too. Like, half the reason why I'm angry is because they're not doing right by you. Okay? In some respects, I've gotten mine already. Okay? I'm a profoundly fortunate individual. I'm so goddamn privileged. I'm so goddamn lucky. It's nothing I take for granted either, for the record. I recognize that. But the things that I advocate for are beneficial for you. So why the fuck are you mad at me? Does it make you feel better? You think like, oh man, we really own this guy, you know? We really fucking own this guy. We really owned the libs. We really owned them. So what happens when Trump becomes president and does mass deportation? Do you feel like, you know, that's going to fix your situation? It's not. That's the sad reality. I think a lot of young men have a lot of growing up to do. And I was once there myself, so I understand it. Okay? I get it. I know what it's like to feel vulnerable. I know what it's like to feel insecure about your prospects, insecure about the future. Self-assurance still comes from within. Confidence comes from within. You got to work on it. And consistently fucking lashing out at everyone around you is not going to help you. That's one of the major problems I see in a lot of young dudes, especially, who have just been captivated by Trump's false promises. That's the problem. I yell at the Democrats for lying on a regular basis. Okay? Self-confidence, what? What are you talking about? They just want to pay their own fucking bills. Self-confidence, they just want to pay their own bills. The fuck do you mean they want to pay? Okay, I feel like I'm responding to a guy who has a very suspicious username, so I'm just going to ban you on principle. seems like you were trying to avoid the N-word censor there and just still spell it out with, you know, numbers and stuff. That to me says everything I need to know about you, honestly. Do you feel proud lashing out at Dems, Trump, your own self-built community? Please hear. What? I'm not lashing out at my own community. There's 165,000 people in here. You think that people that are coming in here and being like Cope and Seeth, Trump won, are members of my community? No. They're on a journey. They just found themselves here so they could fucking chirp a little bit, maybe feel a little bit better about themselves, maybe feel alive. I don't think the guy whose username is Saucy N-word was a prominent part of my community. What the fuck? And no, I don't mean nuclear. Is it Jover? I'm not American? Yeah, it is. How much do you think this will affect America? Always. Everything that America does affects the rest of the world, including Canada. Wear something on your top, cringe. You'll probably get some Gen Z in the next few years now. I mean, most likely, but it's too late at that point. You know what I mean? Damn, only 160K viewers. You really fell off since Trump won. I know. It's fucking Jover for me, boys. I'm done. It's Jover. Joe got Jovid. With all respect, sorry for the spam. Plus, y'all are the same ass people. They said the same thing here in Argentina in the same words. Exactly. Honestly, I feel bad. I think you guys need a lot of years of Biden and Kamala to know what it is to be poor and fucked up on taxes. What? Fucked up on taxes? I can't wait for the new era of prosperity and peace under Trump. Yeah, totally. Well, I guess Donald Trump said he's going to end the war in Ukraine in like one day. So we'll see. We'll see how true that was. Well, I guess it's lame duck session now. We're not going to see it until January. He said he's going to end all the wars. I don't even want to know what the fuck that means. So. I like that people were like, you don't understand. People are voting for Trump because they want to pay their bills. It's like, dude, Donald Trump has said he's going to slap tariffs, which is inflationary, okay, on all goods coming from China and Mexico. And also on top of that, his policy is mass deportations. You think that's going to pay your bills? Like, yeah, dude. Random Venezuelan guys are getting fucking deported en masse. It's really helped me pay my bills. What are you? Are you the deportation guy? Is that why? Are you working in big deportation? Is that how you're going to pay your fucking bills? Has anyone checked in with Alan Lichtman? Yeah, I wonder. I do kind of want to see the big cope. Because what happened to them fucking keys, dog? What the fuck happened? Van Jones cried.
Saying, and I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African American women.
Man, you don't give a fuck about any of these people. I'm sorry. I don't think he cares. I don't think.
Know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt.
I completely agree, but how can you say cope to the women in southern states? How can you say that when people are losing so many crucial human rights? Do people not understand like the English language? I'm not the one saying cope and seethe. I'm saying Republicans are coming in here to say cope and seethe. They're saying that to me. Hello? I've never said cope and seethe. What the fuck? What is going on right now? Why am I getting... Do you think I'm pro-Trump? What the fuck? We're so fucked, bro. American education, yeah, it's over. It's Jover. He's slobbering all over it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, dear Donald Trump and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful commitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. I mean, you did say you were right wing. What? No, I did. What is going on? What the fuck? No. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, Democrats invited this man to Washington, defended him as he committed war crimes, and voted to send him even more weapons despite the electoral risk. And this is his response. Yeah. Oh, by the way, watch. Democrats are going to become the anti-genocide party like that, okay? Over fucking night. They are going to become the number one anti-genocide guys like you wouldn't believe. Okay? Now that Donald Trump is overseeing this, oh my God. Oh, just you wait. You've clearly slipped into some awful timeline. Guys, we're all in it. We're all in the awful timeline. I cannot stress this. It's over, bro. Your debating on Trump's take won't change anything, bro. Accept this and let's move on and try to heal without the hateful words. It ain't a good look. Guys. Can we stop with all the hate? I say, as a Trump supporter, can we stop with all this hate, guys? All we said was all Democrats are the pedophilic elite and we got to kill them with the military. And now you guys are doing some hateful shit, okay? I mean, come on now. Can we stop with all this divisive rhetoric, please? Trump is the president now, okay? Enough with the divisive rhetoric. That was just for the campaign season, okay? Can we stop? God damn it, these Democrats with their divisive rhetoric. It ain't a good look. But yeah, if you are thinking in your mind that the Democratic Party is going to change trajectory, I don't believe that they will. What is this? Hassan Abi's a centrist? Impressed with your comments with Andrew. But relatively speaking, yeah, I am. What is this?
The thing about Chappelle's special that drives.
I'm new here and was impressed with your comments with Andrew Tate. I understand that you claim to be centrist, but relatively speaking, yeah, I am. I'm a centrist. Do you believe you align with more the left or the right? Just to clarify for new viewers like myself, yeah, no, I'm just a centrist, dude. I'm right in the middle. I align with the truth, the objective truth, facts, and not feelings. You know what I mean? Just centrism. Pure centrism, baby. Please don't Google anything about me, okay?
Who knows? Yeah. But the thing about Chappelle's special that drives.
I'm new here and was impressed with your. Don't do it. Don't Google me. I'm a centrist. Right down the middle. Might this mobilize the left? Let this radicalize you type deal? Big dog, I'm not even a Trump supporter. I'm simply talking about the clip farmers trying to make you look like shit. I don't give a fuck, dude. Oh, man. Keemstar is going to fucking put out videos about Hasan is coping and seething of a Trump loss or some shit. Oh, no. The stupidest person on the fucking planet. Oh, no. Every single Twitter power user is going to try to get like $20 in fucking revenue by being like, this socialist is coping and seething because Daddy Trump won. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I've been doing this shit for a decade almost at this point. I have a lot of people who lie on my name on a regular basis. There's like, I have professional smearers that do this shit. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. I speak about complex issues for 8 hours, 10 hours. Like tonight, I've been live for 13 hours. All of this stuff is very readily available to you. If you want to truly understand what my perspective is, I'll always tell you I'm stubborn and honest to a fault. Anyway. I think that things will eventually get better, but they certainly will be worse before they get better. Trump, a longtime source of division, calls on country to unite in election night speech. And it begins. It begins. Okay. Yeah, he was real presidential tonight, boys. And here we are. Finally, the real unity candidate, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, world leaders offer their congratulations to Donald Trump. Alan Lichtman had a stream today. He was real sad towards the end.
I hate to say that because I've been hopeful all night, but I think she lost.
I do too.
I feel bad, dude. I don't even want to make fun of Alan Lichtman, but so many fuckers came in here and were like, but what about the keys, dude? What about the keys? He's like correctly predicted every single election. It turns out Alan Lichtman himself hadn't the faintest idea of how to turn the keys. Oh. I'll write about this in length soon, but the biggest story about this election is that there's just nothing to learn from it. There's no grand repudiation of a dynasty and decades-old consensus. It's just the opposition winning against an unpopular incumbent. Yes and no. I mean, I think that it is a deeply, deeply fucking calcified, unpopular ideology that is at the heart of the Democratic Party that would rather maintain order than dare to actually change things. But yeah, the broadest issue here is that Joe Biden was objectively unpopular. And yes, even if you swap the candidate out with another more dynamic person, if that person is not communicating a dynamic vision and you consistently run towards them, then yeah, you're going to fucking lose. That's it. It's the Harry Enton analysis where this is it. I mean, he said, I want to note that there will be a lot of analysis as to why Harris is trailing right now. The answer to me is really simple. No incumbent party has ever won another term with so few Americans thinking the country is heading in the right direction. Like, that is the simplest analysis. But the reality is Kamala Harris could have, in my opinion, overcome that because it seemed as though the American public was not ready to punish her for Joe Biden's administration until she started saying she is Joe Biden. Like, there was a brief moment, I remember there was something truly unique that happened with the swap out, where all of a sudden, not only did she pick up in the polls like dramatically, but also beyond that. Wait, what is this? Liberals on Twitter will really be like, we have to swing right on every single issue possible to win the election and then lose the election. Yeah. It's true. It is. And then they're like, you know what? We didn't swing right enough. Should the Dems have had an open primary? I think one of the greatest advantages that the Democratic Party had over the Republican Party was that they actually constituted order, like they showcased order. And that's why I said like the primary process would have been far too chaotic. But honestly, we would have gotten a better candidate than Kamala Harris. Or at the very least, we would have gotten a candidate that would have had to go through that process where they had to at least like get on board with more progressive policies, like force a candidate to take popular positions, whether they wanted it or not, doesn't matter. But then again, yeah, people in the chat are saying the DNC and Obama would have neutered a good candidate, and I feel like you're not wrong. Yeah. Yeah, this was fantastic. Everything else aside, this is an astonishingly bad but telling decision. Her entire campaign was riddled with contempt for a huge part of its base, and now she doubles down on it, not even thanking all of her supporters who came out and stood outside of her headquarters to support her. They didn't even show up. She didn't even show up to Howard University tonight. And Felix responds and says, I'll never forget when they brought Obama out and his fig leaf to blackmail voters was, you're a bunch of stupid misogynists. Yeah, that wasn't good, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that was a good idea. You know, hindsight's 2020, I guess. I thought that was a successful strategy. Damn. What do I know? The fuck do I know? I'd like to move on to something else. You're gonna stay on Twitter? I don't know, man. I probably will. Yeah. You seem very invested in this. Are you actually concerned that Trump will deport streamers and political commentators like you, or do you think that his threats of doing that are empty? I don't know, dude. What I do know is I think he knows who Aiden Ross is, and if it was up to him, he'd probably get me deported. So, who knows? Extremists just threw Ann Seltzer out of a window. Well, at least you will have I told you so content for the next 4 years. Yeah, I don't think that's fun or good. Is there anything Trump did or that the Republican Party wants to do that you support or agree with? No. There's like only a handful of things that I even agree with the Democratic Party. So no, the answer is there is virtually nothing. There is nothing that I agree with that the Republican Party has done. I guess the first thing that the Republican Party ever did, I agree with, which was the abolition of slavery. And ever since then, they've basically been trending downwards. That's it. Historically, if we're going back really far back in history, you know, that was good. And then they fell off. What is this? It's over. I'm calling it. Harris wins. There's never been anyone as... Wait, no way. As confidently stupid as Destiny in the history of human rights. He's probably trolling. What? Yeah, there's no... He's not that fucking stupid. I mean, he sometimes... I mean, he does notoriously have a lot of bad takes, but I don't think he's that stupid. I think he was probably just fucking trolling. Yeah. I mean, he is on the record defending Joe Biden not dropping out, I think, in a video that, unfortunately for him, released after Joe Biden dropped out. So, who knows? Reasons from within for the loss. Doesn't he has weird takes? Yeah, I mean, he is a advocate for white people to say the N-word, so yeah, he does have a lot of weird takes. I agree. That one being not even in the top 10 of the weirdest takes that he has, so yeah. The blame game has begun inside of Harris World. Harris Wall surrogate Lindy Lee. Oh God, Lindy Lee is I think Lindy Lee is the rat fucker for Bernie, right? The one that rat fucked Bernie. Member of the DNC National Finance Committee and PA Commissioner tells me, Tim Walz was a bad choice of running mate. Shapiro would have carried the blue wall states. Lee, people are wondering tonight what would have happened had Shapiro been on the ticket. And not only in terms of Pennsylvania, he's famously a moderate. Context, like, she's a careerist who masqueraded as a progressive and then turned around and was anti-Bernie. Rat fucking in that context. of course, it is not shocking to me that she would immediately go, Harris didn't moderate hard enough. Harris's positions were not clearly staked out. Lee, she knows it was a mistake to say on The View that she couldn't think of a single thing that she'd do differently from Biden. That was an opener for her show Americans that she was going to be tough on the border, that she's going to take drastic measures. The focus on fascism was not working. Future forward, they were right. Too many cooks in the kitchen led to muddled campaign messaging, poor staffing decisions in key battlegrounds. The reason why the focus on fascism was not working is because you were literally fucking adopting Trump's positions. You can't call him a fascist for 8 fucking years and then turn around and adopt half of his goddamn positions. That's the problem. The inconsistency. Donald Trump is not just a fascist because he's just annoying and bothers you, and that's the major problem. Donald Trump is a fascist because he wants to deport 20 million undocumented migrants. Okay. I like that a lot of the Democratic Party machine people are like actively trying to find like trying to get a message out there as quickly as possible, because they don't give a fuck about anything. They give a fuck about like the Hillary Clinton book. After 2016 when she lost, she wrote a book. After 2016, when she lost, she wrote a book about how it wasn't her fault that she lost. And that's precisely what they're doing. They're trying to message out of this as quickly as possible. A lot of the careerists are just chirping. They see the ship is sinking and the rats are escaping. Harris's team was expecting a protracted legal fight, even extended hotel rooms for big donors through Thursday. Now they're going home. Lee, we were expecting Trump to declare victory, regardless of the outcome. We probably can't win at this point, just given all the factors. The answer on The View was doubly bad because 6 hours later, she said the same thing on Colbert. She tried to circle back to both of those answers later in the interviews, but the clip was clipped, the promo was cut, and every American heard the line. Yeah. Are we still phasing the fuck up, or what's the dealio? Brother, this is literally, we are living in the phase administration. We have already phased the fuck up. Never to phase down ever again. I've never stopped phasing up, dude. That's just real life, Welcome to the League of Fascists. We're in the League of Phase. In German media, they're already blaming the pro-Palestine movement for Trump's victory. I think it's so fucking gross. I don't know. Did you wash your hands from that burger? I did. I think it's so gross that everyone is immediately like, what's my pet peeve here? Honestly, your convo with Banks yesterday solidified Trump's win for me. Like, that was such a clear normie take that I knew Trump was going to win. I can't lie to you. It did put a little bit of fear in my heart. That, and I think that, what is this? Jason Twitter calm kids, Aiden Ross, Nelk Boys, and Joe Rogan shout out on the podium on election night. Just another reason I thank fucking God I don't live in the U.S. What a sad leadership system y'all are stuck with. It's true. They're farting on us, dude. The rest of the world is looking at us like, what the fuck is going on? Oh. Anyway, I think that's it for the night, everybody. From me, I've done a lot today. Okay. I love you all. And I will, of course, be back tomorrow for more coverage. I'm going to flex for you one last time. Thank you for all the subscriptions. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. Okay. Like I said, no ads. Unless I decide to be a right-wing grifter, in which case I'll tell you, subscribe so you can avoid the ads when I turn into a right-wing grifter, when no one will be able to tell me otherwise, and then Keemstar will love me, and all those fucking drama guys will love me, because I'll be a right-wing guy. Everything in my life is bad because trans people exist. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind. Tim Pool. If he can do it, I can do it too, Damn, right-wing grift era. I'm kidding. I'm far too fucking stubborn. Let us know before you turn right-wing. I don't want to be right-wing too, bro. Anyway. Papa Pay, thank you for the gift of subs. All right, guys. It's been a long day. We did 13 hours and 30 minutes. That was crazy. We hit like crazy numbers. I think we hit like 300K today, which was wild. America lost, but what are you going to do? Sometimes you lose, sometimes you take an L and then you come back. I do think it's really, really, really scary that Elon Musk is like so closely associated with this campaign. I am 312K. I broke my viewership record of last year. But yeah. There will be a lot more coverage tomorrow, a lot more guests tomorrow. Poor Steve Kornacki, he's still fucking in the Kornacki room on camera. Poor guy. Anyway, I guess we got to end it with a banger,
With your help, your devotion, and your drive,
see you tomorrow,
we are
everybody.
going to keep on fighting. And together, we will make America great again.